You teach me all my life that the white man is the devil.
What the hell is that? Come on,
You teach me my whole life that the white man is the devil. Now you tell me it's all right for him to come among us.
Nigga, please. Serious.
There's no fixing this. This can't be fixed. Right? This can't be fixed. You just have to escape. So that's what I did. I went to a neighborhood where, I have a very low black population.
These blacks.
You want me on that wall. You need me on that wall.
And I want to understand white rage, and I'm white.
Make it stop. Make the hurt stop, please. Like.
They have rights! They have rights! So fucking wet, man.
Yes, I use nigga. I've used it. I admit it. I put the H on it to emphasize it's nigga. Nigga this, nigga please, nigga. Can you lend a nigga a pencil?
Can a nigga live? Can a nigga live, please?
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
Walk with me.
So be. Good morning. Good morning. Hit that like button for me, y'all. We are just getting into this shit. I'm not even ready to really get into it yet. There's something I want you to hear before we get into the heart of the conversation today. A lot of black folk having some race-related conversations lately. A couple of these niggas on the chitlin' circuit done found them a white nationalist to talk to. A lot of shook ones out there.
Sunday shook, cause ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. Scared to death and scared to look, they shook.
then there's me trying to explain race reality, not even race relations, but race reality to the niggas on the chitlins paper. Amazing times we're looking. A lot of tough decisions gonna have to be made. It ain't what you think it is, nigga. A lot of difficult conversations need to be had in the immediate future. Niggas gonna have to learn how to do a different type of calculation. Gonna have to learn how to do a new math. Niggas about to go to race wars. So these bitches gonna have to leave. I gotta catch up on the new Peacemaker episode. Apparently there's another Adolf Wins universe out there. Why is everybody so terrified of the fascism aesthetic? Do you niggas really think it's gonna be as bad as Hollywood told you it was? You think you niggas gonna get thrown in the camp? Niggas in their delusions, bro. Niggas have the greatest delusions in the world, I tell you. Ain't nothing like a nigga's delusions. And then there's me trying to break niggas from their delusion. I don't know why I don't know why I do what I do, but I do it anyway.
Yeah, my check. All right, cool. What's good with you, man?
Black folk need to do some serious calculations about what they should support going forward and why. I'm not sure what type of conversation you were part of that made you start this up. I know that right now they've been having several conversations about crazy white boys, and white nationalists kind of lit up the internet last night. And I think black folk need to really have a sober, non-feminine conversation, literally leave the girls at home, because serious ideas have to be thrown around and talked about and debated, right? The idea of like a white majority country, because that's really what white nationalists are kind of aiming at, right? They don't want to get down to 50, 40, 30, 20% of the country. They would like to maintain their majority, which when you and I were born, you were probably the rough age, a similar age in the 40s. America was like 80-something, 85% white when we were kids. And I don't remember us, well, maybe you, but I never got lynched. I never got abused by white people growing up when white people were the majority. And so now there's another prospect on the horizon, right? Do you suppose these other ethnicities will deal with black people as charitably as white folk have come to deal with black folk? Do you really expect that like the Latinos or the Indians or the Chinese are going to deal with black people as charitably as we've been getting dealt with so far? And I think these are really serious conversations and really hard-boiled issues that you have to work out bit by bit. Because right now the common theme is, well, white people awful, fuck them all. I can't wait till what comes next. What comes next is a bunch of Chinese niggas putting you in bamboo cages and making you work the rice field.
Wait, but hold up. Whoa, that's a whole bunch. Give me one quick second, because you said a whole lot.
I broke Izzy's brain, y'all. Hit that like button. You don't even get to see this often. I broke Izzy's brain. With one simple trick, you can shatter the Negro's prefrontal cortex. Look how Uncle H is laughing. With one simple trick, you can shatter the Negro's prefrontal cortex. It's amazing how that happened.
How do it equivalate?
People growing up when white people were the majority. And so now there's another prospect on the horizon, right? Do you suppose these other ethnicities will deal with black people as charitably as white folk have come to deal with black folk? Do you really expect that like the Latinos or the Indians or the Chinese are going to deal with black people as charitably as we've been getting dealt with so far? And I think these are really serious conversations and really hard-boiled issues that you have to work out bit by bit. Because right now the common theme is, well, white people awful, fuck them all. I can't wait till what comes next. What comes next is a bunch of Chinese niggas putting you in bamboo cages and making you work the rice field.
Wait, but hold up. How we? Whoa, that's a whole bunch. Give me one quick second, because you said a whole lot, and I don't even know where to begin to.
This is why I'm the boss level. This is why I'm like the fucking boogeyman on the Chitlin circuit. People start entire conversations about me and around me because of me. Because what happens is I present a level of mathematical certainty that literally destroys your prefrontal Negro melanated cortex, all right? It breaks your black brain.
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
To because you asked a few different questions. So give me 1 second, because I got to process all that. Shout out to Bishop J. Jermaine Fowler. It's not about getting away from the hood. It's about, if you stay there, you might do something because of the hood, or you might be a victim. Yeah, I get it. Thank you.
Now, shout out to Iz for attempting to process the painful reality, the mathematical certainty of what I'm attempting to lay out to him. Now, it's all a shit show and downhill from here, but the image on your screen, it really does encapsulate the frozenness of not just black people's minds, but a lot of like the Western post-war liberal consensus framework. This is exactly the issue at hand. Quote from Peacemaker: "The sad part is I'm not so sure the Nazi world is as different from our world as we wish it was." Tough choices have to be made, don't they?
Thank you very much, Bishop J. Jermaine. Y'all be like Bishop J. Jermaine and support the show. This is the thing, right? So I am in my 40s, in my late 40s, right? And I cannot say, you got to remember, Rodney King happened in 1991, right? Amadeo, Sean Bell, Yusuf Hawkins. So yeah, Bensonhurst. So we're from Brooklyn. You said you from Fort Greene. So if you was in New York around that time, Leon Getz and all that. You know that there was a lot of things, even though in my neighborhood I didn't have any.
Bernie Getz, the subway shooter?
I thought it was Leon Getz, but Bernie Getz. Maybe it's Bernie Getz. Yes, subway popper. Yes, but listen, this is the thing. If his name Bernie, I thought it was Leon, but it's probably Bernie. Okay, cool. But this is the thing, right? So I can't agree with you that white people, so-called white people, was these so-called benevolent people. Were there good white people?
That wasn't the question.
Hold on.
We're starting off way wrong already. Izzy, you're starting off completely wrong already, though. If you're responding to me, you're not responding to me, though.
Conservative, I am. You gotta let me get there. I know exactly what you said. You said, who's gonna be, basically the question that you was asking, now I'm paraphrasing, was who's gonna be a better so-called leader, a better so-called controller of the country than white people are, do we think that these other ethnic groups are going to be better, right? That's essentially the question that you're asking, right?
Are they going to treat you better than white people? That's the
Right.
basic question.
That's the question. Right. So I understand exactly what you asked me. And then you referred to back in the days, were white people these big bad people that we're talking about today, right?
I don't know about
Oh, yeah.
referring to back in the day. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, that's
what
why
back
you
in the day
mentioned,
that I refer to.
well, that's why you mentioned the fact that I was you think we're both in the same age, and you don't remember a time where white folks were these big bad people that we make them out to be today, right? That's where your exact words actually.
Oh, I'm in the wrong way. In the 80s, like I said, I don't think you got lynched as a kid. Most of us did.
I'm here. So of course I didn't. But come on, man. But don't don't gaslight me. If we're gonna have the conversation, right? Let's have the conversation. Part of my skill set that I have and I'm very good at is I'm a very good active listener. So I'm very good. I hear exactly what you're saying. I know exactly what you're getting at, and I'm addressing exactly what you were talking about if you give me the opportunity. Like, I let you rock. I didn't say anything. So the basic point is that no, I don't agree with that. There have always been some good white people, and there have always been some not so good white people. And there have always been some so-called white people or so-called a group of people that are non-melanated that have used their status, used their position, used their prejudice or bias in order to inflict pain, hurt, harm on melanated people in this country. That has always existed. Always.
Now, this is why I interrupted you. We could have saved all of those words because you failed to do the simple thing I asked you to do, which is make a comparison. Who's going to treat you worse?
I don't, but this is the thing. Okay, so my thing is this. I can see that, to your point, that if so-called Asian people, Chinese people, whatever the case may be, may treat us worse. I can see that, right? At the same time, the thing about it is I don't want nobody to be over me. I want to have freedom, liberty. I want to be able to take care of myself and to be able to take care of my family, and for me and my people to be able to be self-sufficient. And
it's so weird listening to Izzy talk and staring at Adolf on the screen. It's like Adolf is listening to him talk and he's just giggling. He's just like this silly Schwarzen. I'm sorry. I'm just getting sucked in. I'm just staring at Adolf, laughing at this nigga trying to make sense of reality. It's like I tried to told him. Adolf looking at Izzy like I tried to told him. Stupid Schwarzen.
Not have to rely on anybody being over us or oppressing us or comparing oppressors. I never want to be in a position where I have to say, well, is this oppressor better than that oppressor? That sounds real slow to me.
Well, the 13% have tough choices to make. That's all fanciful and all that. But if you're 13% of the population, you just don't have enough hands on enough levers of power to actually have your will enforced. It's just not going to work your way. And so, as the 13%, do you side with one or the other? It's a really simple proposition. And in order to work that out, I ask you, who do you suppose is going to treat you worse? All right, let's assume everybody hates you. Who hates you the least?
Why is that such a difficult proposition to put forward to, and all these niggas think about is race relations and the white, well, really that's the problem. All they think about is the white man. They have no conception of adding other ethnicities to the algorithm, right? And so, yeah, okay, let's assume, and I don't even start from here, but let's just assume that the white man hates you, right? Okay, fine. That is your given, that is your core locus of belief locked in. Okay, now let's add something to the equation. Everybody else hates you to varying degrees now, right? Out of all the people that hate you, who do you imagine hates you the least? And there's a reason why you have to work out this equation, and we're building up to it.
That's a very loaded question, brother. I can't speak to who hates me the least. But
that's what you have to do, though.
Hold on, real quick. But what I can say, you basically you're asking what's the lesser of two evils, right? However, this is the thing. I don't think that so-called black people are just 13%. Actually, it's been noted that they're 14.3 or 14.4%. I want to say, but I don't.
Well, you're counting immigrants. You're counting Africans and Jamaicans.
No. I don't think that that's accurate either. I think that we have greater numbers than what they're saying. Especially if you add the immigrants. But I think we definitely, like from Africa or from Caribbeans or whatever the case may be, I think we absolutely have more numbers than that. However,
we wipe out our own too much, bro. And I'm talking about the AB thing, like the healthcare shit, bro. It's killing us. It's literally self-genocide.
Okay, I get it. Definitely the baby deletions absolutely have thwarted our numbers. I can agree with that wholeheartedly, right? At the same time, the thing about it is there is a certain community that is leading amongst business, amongst infrastructure, amongst everything, and they allegedly only represent 1% of this country. So, hey, like at the end of the day, if the 1%ers can do it, then why can't the greatest economic hold on real quick? Why can't the greatest economic base in America, to the tune of $3 trillion spending per year, why can't they do it?
Well, since you want to mention them, our relationship with those people has been the most poisonous things to happen to us since slavery. It was those people who knocked us off of our upward trajectory after slavery. It was those people who commandeered our struggle for so-called civil rights. It was those people who gave you the NAACP. It was those people who set you on the suicidal race war to begin with, right? Because you have to fight their enemy for them. That's the game. That's really what's going on here. And so, if you want to bring up those people, let's talk about those people. They control everything about your so-called culture.
I understand what you're saying, right? But you do know what's going on right now, right? So you do know that we have to tiptoe through the tulips in that particular conversation.
I thought I was tiptoeing.
Nah, I'm just saying. Now you was getting to the
I'm
line.
with you, Easy.
My fault. I got big feet. I tiptoe different. Dang giant feet of mine.
Yeah,
I'm with you. Argument is break away from that. It's I'm afraid. No,
That's
nigga, those people are the problem. I'm not talking about you directly, but like that's the black posture. You want to be locked into the thing that's been choking you to death for 75 years.
But this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you is that no, but you're asking me a lesser of two evils question, and you're telling me to choose an oppressor. And what I'm saying to you is, why would our choice have to be choose one oppressor over another oppressor, instead of our choices or our options being to work and to be self-sufficient and self-reliant and to not have to have an oppressor?
Well, 13%, all right? You don't make the rules of the country at 13%. I don't know why that's hard for you to kind of work out, bro. You just don't have the muscle. You really do need more hands on deck.
Well, but what I'm saying is money. We already understand that money moves this country, right? This country is basically, like people joke all the time, for sale. And if we have a $3 trillion spending per year power, then we have more power than we give ourselves credit for. So at the end of the day, if we were to galvanize, if we were to find ways that we can align and we can agree, and we were to use our dollars and our cents, in both sense of the words, to put ourselves in a self-sufficient manner, in a self-reliant manner, and a cooperative manner instead of an oppressed manner, then we could do better. Shout out to Robert Watkins. Thank you for the $2. Peace to you too, fam. Yo, so shout out to Daily Rundown. Do you think that the Yusuf Hawkins situation—
Why do you believe we're oppressed right now, though? Who says we're oppressed right now?
You just asked me. Well, you did, because you just asked me who is a better oppressor, the yellow man or the white man? And I said I choose neither, and you said I got to choose one or the other. So you did.
Oppress is your word. I asked you who is going to be more charitable. I never used oppress because I don't believe we're oppressed. I think that's stupid shit niggas believe so they can keep doing stupid shit.
Nah, but that's the same shit. But at the end,
it's not the same. It's not the same. All right. If you think about it like this, at 13% of the population, does China believe in civil rights?
I know that particular country is a dictatorship. That's what I do.
Yes or no, is he?
I cannot say no from what I see in there.
Breaking the brain, prefrontal cortex fully exploded, completely destroyed. Niggas been having the wrong conversations for a long time now.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn, I'm not. All right.
I know that particular country is a dictatorship. That's what I do.
Yes or no, is he?
I cannot say no from what I see in their country. No, let me just
thank you. Okay, it's because you already said it's a dictatorship, so there are no civil rights in a dictatorship, right? So why do you suppose people who don't even believe in God or civil rights are somehow going to be nice to your black ass, bro? What the fuck is wrong with people?
But hold on, with all the F-bombs, number one, and
pardon me, I'm getting excited.
Yeah, and then number two, you are giving a premise and putting the words in my mouth. Like, yo, again, I say neither. Neither one is what I say. So you're not talking about me or my ideology. I'm not riding for them to come over here.
Well,
like, no, I'm an American. So I would align with America and Americans. I'm not sitting here saying I want someone outside to come in and do anything. No.
Right. But we're talking about like population densities and projections into the future. And if the population that are on the rise are Latinos and Asians, then you just have to do the math and get out of our feelings. All right. Black folk we're not producing the numbers, nor are we producing the industrial positional control to actually matter. I'm sorry, but we just don't matter as much as we like to. And it's an unfortunate pill to swallow, but the other groups are really, really flooding the zone. And unless you're really prepared to talk about what that means, you're just going to get swallowed up in the future. And so, like, for example, when I ask you about China not believing in God or civil rights, I mean, what African country actually practices civil rights, bro?
I don't know if but this is the thing. I don't know enough about their geopolitical perspective to say that they don't believe in God. I don't know that. I cannot say that. I've heard too many other, and I know of too many traditions which would speak counter to that. But the basic point is this: I'm not for an outside country coming in and running our country and running us. No, I'm not for that at all. Right? At the same time, instead of crying about what we don't have, instead of crying about what we're not, I say that we need to take stock in what we are. We need to take stock in what we can do, and we need to start producing, creating, and being self-reliant and self-sufficient. That's what I'm speaking about. So I think the energy would be better used to that end, to coming together, galvanizing, because if 1% of people could do what they're doing, then surely if it's alleged 13% that you're speaking about can get together and do much more, right? That would stand to reason if we're talking about pure numbers, right?
Shout out to Big Time with the $5 super chat. In China, they have execution vans that roll up to your home, put you down, then charge your family for the unaliving. Blacks have no clue. Look at Adolf smiling. He is somewhere in the Vril ether just laughing and laughing. Mine's Schwartzen.
How do it equivalate?
Shout out to my man Big Time with the foul ball.
Give me the money. Give me the money for all that I would do. Give me the money.
That would stand to reason. All right. So that's my position. So let me speak to people. Y'all make sure y'all support the show in the meantime, between time. Shout out to Pan, Mulattoism, Izzy Bands. Much respect to you for creating more awareness about the topic that I presented on your panel. Serious, bro, seriously. Shout out to you. I appreciate the topic. Oh, what's up, Marvel Fox Gaming? Izzy. What up, pimp? I'm not a pimp, but I appreciate you. How everything is going well for you. Hope everything's going well for you too as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Marvel Fox Gaming. Y'all make sure y'all check him out. He does some good work. Salute to him. What's up, Daily Rundown? My guy Daryl said, Yusuf Hawkins, Izzy, please ask him if that was just fine. I'll ask him when he comes back. Shout out to D-Rod. D-Rod said, asking us.
All right, I think that's about enough of that right there. And shout out to Izzy. We had a long conversation yesterday, and you know, like I said, trying to explain race reality to the chitlin circuit is I guess it's just the thing I do now, you know. Content strategies, right? Everybody out here trying to be original. Nobody's doing it like me. Not a lot of niggas out here on the chitlin circuit trying to explain race reality to the chitlins.
None of these niggas have motion except for me. There has to be one real nigga left in America, in this damn country.
Running through your head. Who can you call? Ghostbusters! An invisible man sleeping in your bed. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! I ain't afraid of no ghost. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Don't get caught, no, no, no. Ghostbusters! When it comes through your door, unless you just want some more, I think you better call Ghostbusters! Ow!
From the Department of Homeland Security, y'all. Now, and I was explaining to Izzy, you know, being of a similar age, I guarantee we remember an America that is immensely, vastly, intrinsically different than the America that we have now, and definitely the America that we're likely to have in the next 20 years if things go on this path. But it seems like everybody wants the old America to one degree or another. You know, some of us want the 80s back, some of us want the 90s back, some of us want like the 40s back or the 50s or the 30s or whatever. What year did women get the right to vote? Some of us want to go way far back, but either way, the point is a lot of us do instinctively want to go back.
I got married in a greenhouse and we watered a plant during our ceremony as a symbol for growth in our marriage. But when I was 7 months pregnant with our first baby,
Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Here it comes. Almost there.
My husband sadly walked away.
Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Well, well, well.
I got married in a greenhouse and we watered.
I don't think Black folk understand the amount of pent up frustration and creative hostility that is about to be unleashed upon the world. It's been slowly trickling out, and I've been cataloging a lot of it as part of what I do over here in this channel. And we're kind of at the point of the floodgates just opening. And you have to notice the pointed subtlety of what's being expressed right here.
I got married in a greenhouse and we watered a plant during our ceremony as a symbol for growth in our marriage. But when I was 7 months pregnant with our first baby,
Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Here it comes. Almost there.
my husband sadly walked away.
Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Well, well, well.
The trolling will not stop. The attitude shift is permanent. It's baked in. And it's locked in firmly. And in a lot of ways, and we're going to start to talk about this now. The attitude shift is well deserved. Okay. A lot of niggas are going to start to get just a tiny taste of the white people that they've always wanted, essentially, right? The white people that you've always imagined, you're beginning to now create that. It's like you've created the Frankenstein that you've been afraid of this whole time.
I'm not going to say I'm sorry to them because they kept pushing at it. So, and that's all I'd really like to say.
What about your use of the N-word?
I use that word because they forced me into it.
Do you see how that's incredibly offensive?
Yes, I do. That's why I said it. I'm not going to say I'm sorry to them because they kept pushing at it. So, and that's all I'd really like to say.
What about your use of the N-word?
I use that word because they forced me into it.
Do you see how that's incredibly offensive?
I love her little body language right there. Right after that line, I use that word because they forced me into it, which is a bold thing to say. I called you a nigger in self-defense, okay? I don't even know if that's ever been tried out as a proper legal strategy. Defensive N-word usage, is that a thing? I dropped the N-bomb in self-defense. Like I had to drop it. I had to drop nigga and ghost, pop the N-word and flee. Like such a wild strategy. I've never heard of this move before.
Because they kept pushing at it. So, and that's all I'd really like to say.
What about your use of the N-word?
I use that word because they forced me into it.
Do you see how that's incredibly offensive?
You see how she just shook her head like, what part of this do you not understand? Like you've never had to use a defensive N-bomb before. Did your daddy not teach you proper N-bomb usage? Like it's such a crazy moment. You forced her into it though.
And that's all I'd really like to say.
What about your use of the N-word?
I use that word because they forced me into it.
Do you see how that's incredibly offensive?
Yes, I do. That's why I said it.
Yes, I do. That's why I said it. I love the diction, by the way. Gonna eruditely call you a nigger.
Nothing is more annoying than a man.
Nothing is more annoying than a ghetto nigger feminist.
Shit's getting real out here, y'all. Have you noticed the temperature is rising?
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
This is about targeting
targeting women of color in the United States of America. Don't tell me, because I didn't get a single apology.
Time has expired.
My life was threatened. Thank you.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
I'm asking for you to remember that if the world falls apart, trust should not be doled out easily to anyone, especially white people.
Are these the conversations Black people gonna have in the apocalypse? Don't trust anybody, especially white people. This was literally a movie that was put out, and the reason why it was a little bit of a scandal is because like the Obamas produced it. But you know, there's two sides to the coin, so let's flip the coin over a little bit.
Kimberly, listen to me, okay? I'm going to say something to you. There is a difference between bona fide racism and just speaking the truth, which is what I'm doing here. You understand that, right? A big difference.
What if you're a bona fide racist who only speaks the truth, though? Is that a thing? Is it possible to be a bona fide racist who only speaks the truth? Can such a thing even be done?
Can a nigga live? Can a nigga live? Please.
There is a difference between bona fide racism and just speaking the truth, which is what I'm doing here. You understand that, right? A big difference, okay? Because racism, true racism, stems from ignorance. It is ignorant.
I actually think quite the opposite. I think racism, true racism, stems from experience. It comes from intimate knowledge. True racism is intellectual. It's experiential. It's grounded in data. It is the proof of long-standing hypotheses.
Now, I don't want to ever catch you being a racist. This is not to say, that you have license to bring R. Kelly home for dinner, okay? Or banging some fucking beaner.
Hank.
Hey, there's lines and there's limits to everybody's tolerance, right? I don't want you to be an actual racist, but you can't be fucking Shaq either, right? Isn't that exactly what Hulk Hogan said? Some of my best friends are Black, and you can't fuck none of these niggas. That's exactly the conversation Hulk Hogan had with his daughter. And I think he was trying to find a respectable line, honestly. I think Hulk Hogan was attempting to achieve balance,
You being a racist. This is not to say, that you have license to bring R. Kelly home for dinner, okay? Or banging some fucking beaner.
Hank.
No, I'm just saying that I'm scared that she's going to repeat some of this shit at school. And I know because these teachers, here at these fucking dykes, lesbians, these feminists at the school system with their fucking rectal ranger buddies, oh, it's the parents' fault. It's the upbringing, right?
I hate the school system, by the way. I'm so glad government shut down. If government shuts down long enough, the teachers are going to run out of money too.
As if what? Kids could inherently be fucking complete assholes on their own. And by the way, no swearing. Kimberly.
Nominating him for Dad of the Year. We are nominating him for Father of the Year award. Going to write his name in on all the ballots now. Now, while it's easy to go pick on Hollywood and point out, rightfully so, how Hollywood loves to play up racial stereotypes and scandals and whatnot. Correct me if I'm wrong. From what I can tell from my actual personal real world lived experience, it's not just Hollywood for Black people. For Black people, it's not just a made up script about surviving the apocalypse, right? For Black people, it's real world. Like Black people, we think about We theorize about and frankly fantasize about white people ad infinitum. It just does not ever end.
I'm exhausted from watching white children get away with crimes because their parents had a discussion with the judge over a game of golf, while our children are being locked up for years for crimes that were far less egregious than what their kids are accused of. I'm exhausted from getting onto elevators and white women getting off because I'm 6'6" and black, and they see a threat before they even know who I am. I'm tired of seeing these murders of unarmed black men and women, and no one seems to care. It is exhausting. So much so that the writer in me had no words, had nothing to say, until I remember my late mother's voice saying to me, "Baby, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning."
Mama.
There's this myth out there that black men can't handle being spoken to, and told what to do by black women. Black men come from our bodies.
Yeah.
So they're used to having these conversations with women.
The matriarchy is strong with the black
It is
community.
very strong.
Yeah.
The entire country is underreacting to what Trump is doing, and that kind of what frightens me, if I'm being real. This man not only freezing $18 billion is supposed to go to like New York public transit for DEI. He's also saying he wants to train the military in Democratic-led cities because they disagree with him. And what I understand is, in most of these Democratic-ran cities, we got black and brown communities that's hotbeds for the entire city. So what he's saying is he's gonna go in there, you feel me, and start to police and militarize different forces against these people and use them as target practice. Use them as fungible objects to be able to bolster American imperialism up. And it's just like, fam, what did you... So DEI mean black and brown. Democrat mean black and brown. Whole time, these white folks is waging war against each other and using black people as little proxies. You feel me? I'm talking about every time they say the extreme left is blah, 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 they go find some random ass Mexican, some random ass black American talking about some leftists. Whole time, we don't even play them bipartisan games. If y'all went clicked up with the white supremacists and the Ku Klux Klan told us, you feel me, the Confederate flag told people, y'all probably would have more black people that vote for y'all. But instead, y'all don't, and y'all be against a whole bunch of shit that's supposed to progress black people. Now, listen, Democrats also is implicated in that, but they just better than y'all. And that's the reason why we have these issues. You feel me?
I grew up white, okay? Everybody I know was taught to not be racist. We're all equal. That's what we were taught. Then I become an adult, and guess what I find out as an adult? That black people are taught to hate white people. So who's the racist? People hate white people because the cops are killing blacks? Is that what's going on? Are more whites getting shot by cops than blacks? Somebody say yes. Because that's the fact. There was a parade and riots and murders and burning cities down because George Floyd, a career criminal, died. Or when that white girl on the train got stabbed in the neck, just whispers. The black kids got the balls to say it to me. He don't know. He's ignorant to the whole situation. I grew up white, okay? Everybody I know was taught to not be racist. We're all equal. That's what we were taught. Then I become an adult, and guess what I find out as an adult? That black people are taught to hate white people. So who's the racist? People hate white people because the cops are killing blacks? Is that what's going on? Are more whites getting shot by cops than blacks? Somebody say yes. Because that's the fact. There was a parade and riots and murders and burning cities down because George Floyd, a career criminal, died. Or when that white girl on the train got stabbed in the neck, just whispers. The black kids got the balls to say it to me. He don't know. He's ignorant to the whole situation. I grew up.
I think black people having a race conversation, it tends to be a very myopic, one-sided conversation, almost to the point of a complete break from modern reality. And it almost always puts any type of blame for any type of issue on the shoulders of white people when it's becoming just painfully obvious the opposite is more than true.
Walk with me, Lord. Walk with me.
Before noon, a solemn procession of urban alchemy practitioners made their way through the streets they patrol to the site of Friday afternoon's shooting in front of San Francisco's main public library.
Urban alchemy. Think about that for a minute. It's like they have to use a type of mystical magic to stop niggas from killing each other. They've literally devolved into mysticism. They just don't know what else to do. How do we stop these niggas from killing each other? Maybe if we pray to Ra, Ra will come down and intervene.
Walk with me.
Before noon, a solemn procession of urban alchemy practitioners made their way through the streets they patrol to the site of Friday afternoon's shooting in front of San Francisco's main public library, some overcome with emotion.
Get together. What's that? Who are you?
The victim, 60-year-old Joey Alexander, was rushed to the hospital Friday afternoon following the shooting and died Tuesday from his injuries. His fellow urban alchemy practitioners said he'll be missed.
Still processing it. My heart is hurting right now because that.
Yo, he looked like a nigga named Hotep Ra. What the fuck, bro? This nigga looked like this. He looked like one of them niggas that you point to and be like, you could tell the Egyptians was black because they had niggas like this. Bro, look at Hotep Ra. This is the urban alchemy grand wizard priest nigga right here. Oh, they resurrected a mummy, son. Them niggas wasted all the magic on this nigga. That's why the other nigga died, bro. They wasted all their alchemy bringing this nigga back to life. Holy shit. Holy shit. Look how he cracked the code that quick. All this alchemy wasted on one nigga. Look at Hotep Ra face. Look, goddamn, this is what urban alchemy gets you. Jesus Christ, man. I can't help but to laugh at us, man. This is why niggas be mad at me. This is why niggas really be mad at me, because I can't help it. Like, I guess my Negro gene is like, it's recessive, it's not dominant. And so all these Negro things, they're just funny to me. Like, look at this nigga. This is Hotep Ra. He is the urban alchemy high priest.
With my brother, we've been through thick and thin together. I just like, this is beautiful. I can't wait for his family to see this and let them know that we had his back.
Police say the gunman pulled a shotgun and fired, shooting Alexander at close range.
Damn.
Urban alchemy spokesperson Jess Mont.
Yo, who the fuck is walking around San Francisco with a shotgun, bro? Like, you just pulled that out your drawers? They go on some Deadpool shit. Like, you don't even want to know where I hid this.
Tanejo said Alexander was trying to make the streets safer and asked the gunman to stop doing drugs in front of the library because there were women and children around.
The suspect didn't like that. They exchanged, some words. My understanding is he said urban alchemy.
Damn, son, the magic not working. I hate this. I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to laugh. I'm not supposed to laugh. Your magic has no power here. I'm sorry. I think it's such your alchemy has no power over me. No. No, bro. Oh man. I'm sorry. It's not supposed to be like this, bro, but damn, son. I think it said, you shall not pass. No, son, come on. Not the alchemy, bro. I thought the alchemy was gonna save him. Oh yeah, I am so going to hell for this. This thing gonna beat my ass in hell, bro. I swear to God, he gonna fuck me up when I die.
pulled a shotgun out of his bag and shot him in the torso area.
Police say San Francisco sheriffs and officers were nearby and responded to the shooting and arrested 42-year-old Edmund Bowen. Bowen is currently in custody awaiting formal charges. Friends and family want to focus on Joey Alexander and the changes he was making in his own life and in the world around him. He'd served time himself, putting him in the unique position of being able to talk to others. His brother said Alexander was working hard to turn his life around.
Yeah, I guess he said he cast the lead spell. I think I hit him with the shotgun trap card. Nigga tried to use the alchemy attack and he pulled the shotgun trap card on him, bro. It's time to duel. Oh, stop. No. No, this is wrong. This is wrong. I'm going to have to edit this whole clip out. I can't. I shouldn't have said none of these words. Oh, man.
Want to make right for what he done in his past, I do not know, but whatever he was doing, it was the right thing. He loved his job, I know that. He loved his job.
Marvin said his brother leaves behind 2 sons, and he wants him to be remembered for the positive changes he'd made in his own life and in the lives of others.
I want people to remember my little brother for this. Don't look at him for what he's done, look at him for what he was doing.
The suspect in this case, Edmund Bowen, is...
Nigga died in the alchemy battle, bro. Yeah, I ain't never in my life heard a nigga dying in the alchemy battle, bro. God damn, son. Niggas out here dying in the strangest ways, bro. I can't believe this old nigga died. This nigga made it all this time. Nigga went all this life. He was thugging. Nigga went to jail. He stopped thugging. Nigga came home and died in an alchemy battle, bro. I can't believe what the fuck is happening in these streets, man. And somehow, some way, it's the white man's fault. I just know somehow, in some kind of context, this old nigga dying in an alchemy battle is the responsibility of the white man. All right, it has to be.
And I want to understand white rage, and I'm white.
White people are the cause of most Negro alchemy battles, bro. Oh, man. All right, this one's a little bit harder to laugh at. No lie, no lie. I'm about to sober you niggas up. You was having too much fun. All right, back to reality.
He stood up with me on top of him. Just stood up and threw me 10, 15 feet across the room and went after her.
Dean Tipton says December 7th, 2015 is a night that changed his life. He says his children woke him up. He then found a man attacking his children.
And when I got to the top of the stairs, he attacked me. He come at me with the knife.
The night took a tragic turn with the loss of a life, his 6-year-old son, Logan. Dean says immediately after Logan's death, he lost his will to live.
I laid in bed.
That you niggas ain't laughing no more.
I gave up on life. I gave up on my family. I gave up on everybody. I just wanted to die.
In the years since, the family has done their best to cope, but mentions they are mentally and emotionally scarred.
I missed this case too, bro. I didn't even know this happened until I caught it this morning. When I first saw the headline, I thought they were talking about an entirely different little boy that got killed by an entirely different little nigga in a similar manner. Like he just went in a crib, snatched the baby out the crib. He like went in their house, snatched the baby out the crib, and then took him in the street, dropped his body in the street. Like I thought it was that case. This is a whole other crazy nigga. And the thing is, the country as a practice, we tend to bury these crazy nigga stories because they have a lot of similarities. It's usually a big, crazy, ugly black nigga and some innocent looking white people. And so we don't like to talk about that.
And they are hurt that Ronald DeSantis will no longer be behind bars.
Everybody deserves a fighting chance to have justice for them, and it's not.
I've had my talks with God because I'm not afraid to tell you all. I told the court, if I ever cross paths with him, I will kill the man.
And I hope you do. I want to say a preemptive free my nigga. in case it ever happens, I'm gonna issue a preemptive free my nigga. I hope you get what you asking for. And I hope the jury decides that you were innocent by temporary insanity or some shit, and they sentence you to like 18 months at a resort, and they, you know, you get jello shots for 18 months. Free my nigga. Just in case it ever comes up. You know, you can hope, right? I can hope. I have hopes and shit.
If you look at the numbers, white people just need to look out for each other. It's a point of necessity right now in our time in history. If we were, doing extremely well, I could say, yeah, you could have multicultural societies. It's fine. White people are, the majority population in the world, but that's not the case. It's Chinese and black people.
Every group has this in-group preference. But when white people start to express that same idea, they'll hit you with all the ists and isms. That's racist. That's white supremacy. They don't think that because they're being moral about it. They think that because they don't want white people to take control of their own destiny.
This realization that white people are going through is part of the antithesis to their whole system. Their power structures are aligned as such so that white people are never supposed to be the creators of their own destiny, the captains of their own ship.
I want the people in my society to be the best that they can be. I want people to hold me to a standard too. And we haven't really held white people to a standard. We've said, well, you're a fucking piece of shit, racist. Your ancestors were evil. So what kind of standard is that supposed to maintain? There isn't one. So look at us, we're lost. And we're just now rediscovering parts of what we see as like the truth. And we're like, well, hold on a second. What about this? What about that? And they're like, nope, don't look at that. You're a racist. But then I speak to people like you. You're thinking the same exact thing. It's happening. It's here.
Speaking of this great white awakening that they were kind of alluding to, and I've been covering this for years now. I've been slowly watching white people get whiter and whiter and whiter. Like they're going to reach a level of whiteness that they just start to blind niggas. It's going to be immaculate whiteness in a few years because things are getting to a point where it's just impossible to not notice. And there's two things that are being noticed simultaneously, right? There's the nature of black, white, or just white versus everyone else race relations, right? Like the idea that white people just feel under threat from 360 degrees. And then there's the noticing of how the media actually treats that reality, right? Like you're really not even supposed to talk about so-called replacement and alleged theories about said things, right? But it's actually right in your face if you pay attention to it. And if you pay attention to the media, you'll notice a very, very sinister thing that the media engages in. Now, I shared this video with you guys the other day, just in happenstance. It really wasn't as tied to anything as pertinent as it will be right now. But there's this conversation among black people that somehow the media goes out of its way to paint black people in a negative light. The media goes out of its way to make black people look like criminals and villains and all kinds of things, right? This is the attitude and feeling of a lot of well-meaning, well-intentioned black people, right? And I don't think that the average black person really understands that the media, in fact, goes out of its way to make black people look as innocent and as harmless as they can possibly manage. And the fact that people still get a negative impression from the media in regards to black people is actually a testament to just how overblown black behavior is and how much effort is put in to actually hiding the realities of black criminal violence and outlandish behavior in general, and how far the media is willing to go to pretend it's not happening. Now, let me show you something. This is the video from the other day I shared with you. This is a fight in a school, right?
Rocker, stop.
Now, to be fair, we have no idea, as is typical in these videos, we have no idea about the buildup. All we get is the actual assault, looks like from the beginning.
Rocker.
Rock her. Stop. Rock that bitch. Rock her, y'all. Stop.
Now you hear, sounds like a black kid in the back cheering it on.
Rock her. Ooh, rock her. Yeah. Get her in there. She was in that house. Stop. Yeah. Not take it. All right, stop. Stop. All right. Stop. Stop. Get in there.
Bitch, go fuck yourself! I'm gonna fucking shoot you with my fucking gun, you fucking finger! Do it, bitch!
Grayson, take a walk. Grayson, take a walk.
Watch me fucking shoot your black ass!
Grayson, take a walk. She angry, y'all. She angry. She angry.
Now, that is the entirety of the moment as far as anybody, you know, the news, the facts, the evidence that's presented. This is what we know. Now, let's go to the news coverage of said incident, right? And this is why the anger is so palpable at this point, because it's not just the behavior, it's the reaction. And it's hard to not feel as though this is very, very intentional.
Incident at a local high school has left members of our community concerned for children's safety. WMDT's Heidi Christine joins us live from Parkside High School, where a fight occurred. Heidi, what can you tell us about this?
Han, a video from Parkside High School showing a student using racial slurs and making violent threats against another student was posted to Facebook on Friday, garnering hundreds of reactions. Now, members of the community are calling on school officials to take action. Members of the community tell us that this isn't the first time an incident like this has happened at local high schools, and it won't be the last if the schools don't take action.
So it's critical for our school system as a whole to acknowledge the patterns, implement stronger accountability measures. We all need to be trained on how to address racism directly.
Reverend James.
Now, I would challenge you, because you typed that in prematurely. I know you didn't see the BBW on the screen when you typed that in uncut. But now looking at the BBW school official, do you think that it's only a questionable newscaster in play here, Uncut Underground? Do you think that it's just a problem of the news, or perhaps this is maybe the systemic racism that we're looking at here? Is this what you guys were talking about, how the racism is in the system and you just can't pinpoint it, but it's there? Oh, she's a parent. Okay, forgive me. I mistitled her. She's a parent.
Implement stronger accountability measures. We all need to be trained on how to address racism directly.
Reverend Jamesina Green and her nonprofit, A Mother's Cry, responding to the incident, saying the threats made by the student were not school discipline issues, but, quote, terroristic threats and federal crimes. In the video, a white student can be heard calling a black student a racial.
Notice where they actually started the video, by the way. They dare not show you anything but her words after the assault.
Crimes. In the video, a white student can be heard calling a black student a racial slur and threatening to harm her with a firearm.
Our children, our black children, our brown children should not have to go to school afraid that they may get shot at simply because somebody not like them.
Are we still agreeing that it's just a media problem? It's just the news media? I think the problem is a bit twofold, if you would ask me. Okay, Vegetarian Terrarium with the $10 super chat. You know, I like to respect all the super chats and all that, but goddamn, I don't even know how to begin to deliver this in the manner and the spirit that you intended it. Bum, 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 hype me up. Hey, my name is Sharon, hype me up. Brother, I think I get the spirit of which you drop the name right there. And shout out to you for name dropping, Sharon.
That nigga gay, nigga gay, nigga gay, nigga gay, nigga gay, nigga gay.
I have no idea what these words mean on the screen, but shout out to you, man. Be like my man Vegetarian Terrarium. Drop that super chat. Smash that super chat button for me, y'all.
Hulk! Smash! Smash you! You make Hulk angry. You not like Hulk angry. Hulk no like fighting girls.
Ed Unchained says it's a Glorilla song, bro. Didn't I just tell you niggas, just like yesterday or the day before, I told you niggas about listening to Glorilla, bro. I told you niggas, don't, bro, grown men should not be listening to Glorilla. Heterosexual, straight men, men with children, men with responsibilities, men with hopes and dreams, men who aspire to things in life should not be listening to Glorilla. That's why I don't know what those words mean. I would have never understood. Now I know that those retarded words come from Glorilla, and I hate that I know that now. I had room on my brain for other knowledge, and you gave me that shit. But thank you so much for that. You know, hey, $10 is $10, right?
Wacomico County Public Schools assuring parents that the incident was, quote, addressed and continues to be handled in accordance with the code of conduct. But community members are asking local government officials to step in.
We need, like within the next 7 days, to have a public meeting where we can hear what they're doing and we can voice our opinions and make some suggestions.
Meanwhile, parents are expressing outrage.
They're experiencing constant racism far too often, and it is dismissed or is totally.
Oh my God, the black kids are experiencing constant racism? That is amazing. Black kids experience racism every day in the American school system, and we need counseling. We need resources, all right? Black kids need funding so we can deal with the constant racism that's happening in the school. You see the racism? Oh my God. This is just like what happened to Dr. Martin Luther King. This is just like Rosewood. This is exactly what happened on Black Wall Street. Okay, that part was kind of like Black Wall Street, no lie. That part was a little bit like Black Wall Street.
And it's getting minimized. So that's sending a message that discrimination is acceptable.
Wacomico County Public Schools assured parents that they are taking immediate action in a letter sent out on Friday. In Salisbury, I'm Heidi Christine, WMDT, because local matters. And back to you.
Heidi, thank you. The school district is also urging.
Is it like a constipated troon? Boy, there are some strange looking people in this world. I'll tell you, man. This is a troon in a suit. Oh my God. This just odd looking. Anyway, totally threw me off for my next point. I was building up to something, then I got distracted by what is obviously a suited troon. Anyway, back to this idea that the media goes out of its way to make black people look bad.
Everyone has heard of Holly, the Cincinnati woman who was knocked flat by blacks on July 26th after a jazz festival. She has spoken publicly, including an interview with Laura Ingraham, in which she said she thought the attack was racially motivated. But she says, I don't want this to become a black versus white situation. On August 6th, at the office of the Fraternal Order of Police, she criticized lax sentencing and said her attacker should never have been on the streets, ever. White victims don't usually get much press, and Revolver hailed this as the first interview in 60 years where a victim of black and white crime can speak freely. Revolver said that a little-known part of the Justice Department called the Community Relations Service, or CRS, has been silencing white victims for decades.
I love how he pronounces the H in white. Like most people don't even pick up on the subtlety. He refuses to let his H be silent. White.
If you dared to speak honestly about black on white crime, the CRS and their race hustling buddies would descend like a swarm, pressuring families, judges, police, and the media to stay quiet or spin the narrative to suit their ideological agenda. The article called this 60 years of gaslighting, denial, and lies. Is this true? Let's find out. The Community Relations Service was set up under Title 10 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to help in resolving disputes, disagreements, or difficulties relating to discriminatory practices based on race, color, or national origin. Everything it did was to be in confidence and without publicity. And any employee who spills the beans can be fined not more than $1,000 or imprisoned not more than 1 year. The idea is that CRS people can be trusted, neutral mediators only if they can be counted on to be discreet. But this also makes it hard to find out what they do. CRS is required to file annual reports on its activities, but good luck finding them. I tracked down some old ones on a library conglomerate website called Hathi Trust. Here's the cover of a library copy of the 1979 report with a cute photo of Klansmen. Here's a cover with non-white demonstrators. The early reports warned that because of the confidentiality clause, names of cities and groups have been withheld. So in 1966, we got reports on efforts in an eastern city of 60,000 with a non-white population of about 23,000. It was beset by problems of police Negro animosities, great disparities between white and Negro employment, and wide income disparities. Later reports do name cities and groups, and they brag endlessly about defusing tensions, getting jobs for non-whites, helping favored nonprofits apply for grants.
Now, in case you are kind of lost as to what's being talked about right here, there is a bureau in the federal government, the Community Relations Service, I think it's called, CRS, and its stated function is to help mend race relations in different areas when there's like some type of hotspot incident happening. And this came about after the civil rights movement. It's literally written in the law. In practice, what it seems to be is a bit of a government strong arm used to, on the one hand, quiet the maybe rightful grievance of a lot of white people, and then bolster the position of a lot of black people at the same time.
And persuading angry blacks to keep demonstrations peaceful. A regular feature is tamping down white outrage. The most recent report on the Hathi site is for 2001, and its top item was about the September 11 attacks. On September 12th, the very next day, CRS ordered every regional office to identify cities with major concentrations of Muslims in case there were racial or ethnic tensions. It urged public authorities to pledge vigorous investigation and prosecution of retaliatory hate crimes. The first thing on its mind was white backlash. I wanted to see the reports for 2017 and 2020 to find out how CRS diffused tensions during the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, and what miracles of peacekeeping it claimed it performed during the 2020 BLM riots. I found a URL for only one of those reports, but it was a bad link, and even the Wayback Machine couldn't find it. I wrote to both the DOJ and the CRS asking for copies, and of course got no reply. These reports are required by Congress, but the public can't see them. There is a whole book about the Community Relations Service, and it's called America's Peacemakers, written by two former longtime CRS employees. Mostly, it's just like the annual reports, preventing violence, fostering trust, delivering justice to minorities, but several passages stood out.
Shout out to Big Tom with the 5 ball. He says, Community Relations Service has a book, America's Peacemakers 2021, which shows the civil rights movement was top-down government control. Absolutely. There's a lot about the civil rights movement that is uncommon knowledge. Let's put it that way. And it seems like you put the same thing in there twice, bro. Shout out to you. Be like my man Big Time, y'all. Smash that super chat button for me. We have to destroy the illusion that somehow everybody is conspiring to make Black people look bad when we are literally seeing the evidence of the opposite.
Hulk! Smash! Smash you! You make Hulk angry. You not like Hulk angry. Hulk no like fighting girls.
First, it mentioned that many of the employees had started out in civil rights organizations and brought that mentality to the Justice Department. Second, the book quotes from a conversation that included Martin Luther King and his protege, Andrew Young. They were talking to Roger Wilkins, here shown with LBJ, who was head of CRS from 1966 to 1969. Wilkins says that Young said to him, "We regard your agency as the extension of the civil rights movement into the federal government." Wilkins recalls, "And that's what I tried to make it." That is directly contrary to the CRS role of being a neutral mediator. The book also quotes Wallace Warfield, another CRS director, on how conflict resolution should work. Any intervention.
I thought Black people didn't have institutional power. You know, they say Black people can't be racist because racism is privilege plus power. And once you start to actually look behind the camera, you start digging through the names and the records, you see a lot of Black people with privilege and power. Funny how that works, right? Even by their own definitions, they're full of shit.
That diverts or bleeds off pressure does so at the expense of social change and should not be encouraged. The critical measurement of conflict resolution processes is whether they interrupt, increase, or direct the pressure. Non-white pressure is always good, so CRS should never try to reduce it. As for whites, CRS tries to keep them in check. For example, in a chronology of accomplishments, the top item for 2013 was, after the Boston Marathon bombing by two brothers of Muslim faith, CRS provided technical assistance to Muslim and Sikh houses of worship throughout the country to prevent backlash violence. Donald Trump tried to shut down the CRS in his first term and is trying again, but it was set up by Congress, and he may be able only to pare it way back. It still has a homepage touting a report on navigating conflicts on college campuses. It still has a recruitment video that starts out with non-whites and a quote from MLK. The video repeats the hilarious claim about neutral third-party mediation. We soon find out that the narrator, Melody Caprio, is certainly not white. In fact, it turns out that although there are fleeting glimpses of whites, every single talking head in the video is a BIPOC, not even a token white woman or homosexual.
Damn, not even one token white gay man? That's crazy. They couldn't even include one token white gay dude.
We're the whites. Nobody ever cares if bad things happen to us anymore.
Here is the video's conclusion, complete with Selma lynching the Lorraine Motel and Hate's continuing toll.
I see a greater need for CRS than ever before. The same skill sets are still there that we can do, bringing people together who I think want the best for their communities.
If you have a passion
for helping the underserved, if you have a passion for building stronger communities, helping people to see that their differences can actually be their strengths, this is a place for you.
For the last 10 years, the staff of CRS is estimated to have varied from a low of 29 to a high of 60, with a budget of between $10 to $25 million. It has 10 regional offices and 4 field offices, and the usual people are desperate to keep them all open. The NAACP knows very well that the CRS is like having its own people masquerading as neutral arbitrators, and it's calling for maintenance of the Community Relations Service. As NAACP boss Derek Johnson idiotically explains, Mr. Trump is making America Jim Crow again.
Damn. I think we all get the point now.
This makes Jim Crow look like Jim Eagle.
I want to jump over to another conversation.
You had made some pretty good arguments about historical. I forget what the question was, but it was something along the lines of listing off Black Democrats that were prominent leaders. And you had gone through, I thought, I'd say a pretty good, healthy list.
So the other day, an alleged white nationalist named Josh, you see there's Josh right there. He made it known that he was a white national, and that kind of blew up the panel. And then this girl Venus invited him up to the show, and he talked about his position a little bit more at length.
What's up, everyone? Thank you for tuning in. So, you guys remember, Joshua, you wasn't here, but like 2 weeks ago, I did a show on when Charlie Kirk had passed or whatever. I did a show about Christian nationalism because that was the first time I think I really heard of him. And then when I looked him up, for some reason, those were the first 2 words that just stood out to me. So,
and to be fair, Josh is more of a Christian nationalist than an actual white nationalist, which there is a difference. There's a distinction to be made. I don't know if it's really caught on by a lot of the people that listen, but I think that is a distinction worth noting.
Went down this rabbit hole of like, okay, what's a Christian nationalist? And I personally came to the conclusion that it was like rooted in white supremacy. This is what I came to, right? So I'm happy to have you here because I can actually talk to one, right? And get like some clarity because that was based off of whatever little research I had done. I don't know much about it, but that's kind of what I saw. So I don't know, Diva, did you have anything on that or just?
No, actually, I wanted to kind of start by having him explain to us what a Christian nationalist is.
That was literally my first question. Yes. Can you explain, Joshua?
So the oversimplification is generally a political movement that seeks to take basically biblical policy into government rulership. That probably going to be both legal and authoritative, meaning like the people at the top would be basically staunch Christians, and the rule of law would be basically biblical based.
So I heard you mention, okay, I like that you brought up Bible because this is what I'm having a hard time reconciling.
Mosaic law specifically. We're not talking 10 commandments. We're talking about Deuteronomy and Leviticus.
And that's it. Because I was about to ask you about what I think of when I hear Christian, Christianity, but a lot of what you guys are rooting for is not very Christian-like.
Yes, it would be Old Testament. For example, a prescription for an affair would be basically stoning. I guess the modern day would be execution. We don't particularly like private executions. We want them to be public. Things like that.
Okay. I heard you and
can you tell us what the 2 scriptures are that he mentioned, Deuteronomy and Leviticus? What can you tell us what
Deuteronomy and Leviticus would cover most of your Mosaic law. So you go on down the list of the 613, 618 laws.
Let me see if I can pull up really quick. I think she's looking for like some specific tenants.
Just for the purpose of time, we're going to skip ahead a little bit because they're going to open up the panel in a minute and it's going to start to get black.
What about? Sorry. Okay, so we have the removing women's vote. What else?
Mini Christmas. So now, unfortunately, here's where the extremism part gets in here. And Bucket, that's more.
Well, that's why I have you here. I want you to just be honest.
The more extremism part is democracy or a republic in any format is incompatible with Christianity. You cannot have choices. So things like the concept of you having a vote to be able to change how the government operates or the rules of the government wouldn't be based on the people. So again, this is where Andrew basically prescribes, or his prescription is monarchy minus theocracy. So basically, it would be eventually it would be a conversion of the government. It would no longer be a republic.
Okay, what else?
Oh, good Lord. Things that you like, that you generally enjoy within the community. Public drunkenness would be extremely punished. Pornography, extremely punished. Both viewership and ownership or production in any format. Don't matter if it's consenting adults is not a thing. Half nakedness. Let's just say it was like you had a low cut shirt in society within the street. Big no. Just think of all of the things that you would think about Islam in the Middle East, and then now just put it there. And just instead of it being Islam, it would be Christian.
So we'd have to have our faces covered too, and our hair.
I do believe, and now this is when you get here, you get a little bit weird. So like within the Orthodox, yes, your hair would be covered, but it would be like not like a bed sheet, right? But it would be like a hat or whatever the veil thing that they have over the top of your head, not necessarily your face.
Okay. Anything else? I got removing women's rights, no democracy or republic of any kind. And you said you want harsh punishment for public drunkenness, pornography of any sort. And basically you want us to be like the Middle East.
Now, whether or not I agree with any of his individual points, I'm not going to get into that at this moment, but none of it's really scary. I don't think he said anything that's like, oh, let me go tell my black friends.
Yeah, effectively, like if you had to actually you needed like a visual picture of it, take what you think of the Middle East and now just instead of calling it Islam, call it Christianity.
Okay. You had anything, Diva, or?
No.
So I wanted to talk to you too, right? Because oftentimes I will mention things like the manipulation of statistics, right, against Black people. And just I did a show about dog whistle politics like last week. I personally have been trying to draw Black people's attention to like what's happening in plain sight that they're just not paying attention to.
Sure.
And I felt like when I heard you speak, you were basically confirming everything I've been trying to say. So,
yeah, like in the concept of like crime statistics, they're generally very pointed at large metro cities, like say New York City, Chicago, things like that. Yes. But they would just be natural. They're just natural as here's some numbers on a sheet. We can basically word a thing in a way to make it sound like these are really bad, debaucherous places.
So, would those be considered like war tactics?
Yes.
How so?
So, I guess it depends on what your goal is, because like everybody's got their hands in that cookie jar. So it depends on what you're trying to do. So if it was from us within the Christian, so within my group, right?
Now, this is where I kind of call bullshit on Josh. Like, it's almost like Josh came there to scare the Blacks, bro. I really do feel like he came there to play into all the goofy shit that niggas already think anyway. And they're going to eat it up.
Basically just point out look at these inner city kids. They can't behave. They're debaucherous. They're dealing drugs on the side of the street. They're shooting each other. They're just acting amok. They've got too many damn choices, right? So it's basically like demonizing a behavior. We automatically know if you were to walk down the black community, like literally just 100 black people in front of you, right? We already really know, because we interact with black people all the time. We pretty much already know 99, 98% typical decent dudes, right? Like they're going to work 9 to 5, they're running their grind kind of concept, right? But that doesn't matter within the political agenda because you're trying to convert people in your direction. So you're generally going to demonize the thing intentionally. That's what propaganda is. What's up, Freezy?
Yeah, I invited Freezy too, so he just asked for the link.
Good. Please come up.
Now, mind you, that same concept works in both ways. And there's more evidence that it's applied in the other direction. It's actually applied in favor of black people more often than not when it comes to like the media, broadly speaking, like not just the news, but the media on the whole. The news is something that, you know, it has to kind of relatively tell the truth most of the time, especially talking about, events, people that got murdered and stuff like that. And so the news kind of has to talk about bad things just as a profession. But outside of the news media, the glaze is heavy. The glaze is thick.
So basically, it's a tactic that politicians use on either side, right? It can be done, but I'm speaking specifically to what I see. Obviously, my interest is black people, right?
Yeah.
So, the I don't know what the word is, like the overinflation of crime statistics in the black community, right?
Mm-hmm.
When if we were to compare, like I've seen people have been doing the last few days, if we were to compare crime rates in the white population, then the ones in the black population wouldn't look as bad as they are, right? But there's like an intentional, let's only focus on this community, right?
Yeah.
Notice how per capita is always in the background of these conversations. It's like a specter just haunting niggas, just wah. Niggas can never understand per capita, but they always want to use it as an argument. Like if we were to just compare the shootings in the white neighborhoods to the black neighborhoods, you would see that it's not that different. It's like, oh, so you want to use per capita? Let me show you how to use it. No, not like that. Bruh, it's amazing. It really is amazing. True Hype with the 5-ball. They are very civil towards this man, more so than when speaking with you, Hood, and there's also no jumping to conclusions at all as well. Yeah, I know it was not shocking to me. It was a bit cute how polite they all are to the alleged white supremacy guy. Like niggas get in front of white supremacy and they are so well behaved. They ain't never this well behaved in front of me. It's like I'm not special or nothing.
Mention here to make it horrible kind of thing.
I'll give you an example. So, like, let's say you own say you're the mayor of Chicago, right? Or let's just say the police commissioner. I think they've got more than one, but let's just say you're the police commissioner in Chicago, right? Your sole job as a police commissioner is to actually obtain funding. So you have to constantly ask the city and the federal government for funding, right? So what you have to do is justify your own existence. You justify that existence by basically acquiring arrest, hopefully convictions, but mostly arrest, right? So what you do is you generally going to spit out a bunch of cops and go into specific neighborhoods to constantly, and I mean constantly, get arrests.
It's weird. The one white guy they could pull up to talk about racial stuff, he sounds a bit woke. He just does. It's like they dare not bring up an Imperious or a Bumpkin or a Snowman to talk about these racial things. They don't even want to talk to Bandit. Bandit's too good with numbers. They don't want to talk to no other white guys. They want to talk to this woke guy. Josh just sounds kind of, he's like woke light or something.
How you emphasize
Christian woke. That's what it is. He's Christian woke. It's a thing.
the word constantly, right?
Yeah, it's not you can't change, because if the budget this year is one number, right, the next year it has to be higher.
I just want to ask Freezy, is that you in the back? I mean in the front?
Yeah, that's me. That's me, sis.
Okay. So when we have these conversations and we tell people the numbers are being manipulated, there is an agenda being pushed, and it's intentional, and everybody plays obtuse and perpetuating their own fucking slander. Excuse my language, it pisses me off when I think about how dumb these people are, but really. So you're basically confirming that what we've been saying is correct. There's
I mean,
a group of people who are over policing your community and also simultaneously overinflating your statistics on purpose.
Oh yeah. Like another group will come along and say, "Hey, look at all these arrests, right? Look at this. Look at this little inner city of all these little black kids that can't behave." Yes, that would be a thing. So somebody from, like, say, the ethno-nationalist group, that's exactly what they're going to say. And because it's just really based off the concept of a county a police commissioner, is really, he's just basically trying to get funding for his police department, right? But there's another group that's on top of that, using those stats that they can get from their arrest to just push their agenda. Everybody's got their hand in that cookie jar.
So how I'm hearing this as a black person is like everyone's using black people to kind of using black people to get what they want, right?
Yes.
So on the low level,
This is just really, really odd to me. Like Snowman, there's a reason why I'm leaving this comment up on the screen too, because it just this whole thing glows almost like this. What are you talking about, Josh? These are strange words you say, white man. It's almost like he's trying to confirm all the ghost stories niggas tell themselves.
we have the police commissioner who's doing it, right? He wants his funding. And then on a higher level, we have politicians with the propaganda, right? To influence people to agree with them and vote for them. I just want black people to understand what's happening and what they're participating in when they're sitting up repeating these dumbass talking points. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Another example would be, so you realize that it generally is the case that if you pick up a felony, you lose your right to vote, right? So what if it was the case that, so I'm a staunch Republican. My entire goal is to go after Democrats and break wherever you can, right? And if you have within the black community, generally around 85 to 90% of blacks generally vote Democrats, you would, at some format or another, try to remove their voting rights. Felony convictions is one way of doing it. You can basically take their voting polls within those areas and basically try to shut them down, or basically point out audits to go after their polls and say, hey, look, they're all cheating, that kind of thing. Everybody's got in it. In my case as a Republican, I would absolutely not want black people to vote because they're voting predominantly Democrat.
Makes sense. You had anything, Diva?
So other than the demonization or propaganda, what other strategies do you all use to try and prevent black people from voting?
Oh, good Lord. Felony convictions is a good one. Keep in mind, I'm a foreign service officer. Doesn't apply. If I get transferred to ATF, then it would be a domestic federal law.
Okay, so a literal federal agent. Interesting. Nigga literally worked for the feds. Okay.
Yes, sir. Felony convictions is really a big one. Stacking crime.
Put a 1 in the chat if your phone has a suspicious glow all of a sudden. This whole thing glows, bro. Didn't I tell you a while ago? Josh glows. I didn't even realize that about him. He just called it out. Josh definitely glows. Glows in the dark. This nigga glows underwater.
Against people, like that's just the nature of law enforcement. You walk up to somebody, you don't want to just hit them with one charge. You want to hit them with like 10 if you possibly can. Get enough charges that it's gonna basically something's gonna stick.
So what?
And Jared was just telling us about how the feds roll too. Can't never trust the feds, bro. He said he glows in the sunlight. That's a lot of glow. That nigga glow in the sunlight. Josh Glorilla. Josh is Glorilla. That nigga glow in the sunlight.
What else? We have the remove, hit him with a felony if you can. What else?
No, Dolomite. It's not recon. The nigga doing psyops, bro. This nigga is doing psychological warfare right now. He probably got a check. I bet you Josh got a check for showing up on this show. Josh got a check from a foreign shipping company that delivers like fruit and computer components, right? Josh got a check from a mysterious foreign agency for doing this show. He probably got like $2,000 just for showing up talking to these niggas. I'm telling you. This nigga glows, bro.
So for ethno-nationalists, they're generally now here's a weird one. So if you want to talk about the racist, right? So ethno-nationalists are effectively racist groups, and they would be on the far right. I'm a far right leaner, but within Christian nationalism, there'd be another group called the ethno-nationalists. If you get on Google and start searching for far right militant groups, you'll come up with names like they'll have either patriot or front within their name. These two words won't be exclusively, but it'll be one of two of these words. These groups generally like to control, and it's usually going to be rural America. You ain't going into Chicago and cleaning that. That ain't going to happen. It's just too many. But like rural America, they would generally try to either buy up all of the land or attempt to run out any of riffraff. So here's the concept. Why I generally get called a racist is because, well, you're in the same barrel, right? This is how it's going to be. They would utilize some of our tactics and run them out of town. So the concept of doing so would be making them feel very uncomfortable within that community. So an example within my town, literally the town that I live in.
Is he a Fed who lives in a sundown town? How interesting. Think about the reality of that for a minute. A federal officer, agent, if you will, who lives in a sundown town. I mean, he doesn't call it that, but listen to what he says.
Of town. So the concept of doing so would be making them feel very uncomfortable within that community. So
and you know what, real quickly, let me read some of these super chats, by the way. Shout out to Vegetarian Terrarian with the 5 ball. You ain't special, Hoodservative. Remember, hashtag hype me up. Listen, I refuse to learn any more Glorilla lingo, bro.
We need our weed. I don't wear it, but we need it.
All right, I don't say that shit, but she need it. All right, I got nothing to do with that bitch. All right, but shout out to you, man.
Give me the money. Give me the money for all that I would do. Give me the money.
True Hype with the 10 ball. My thinking is that this Josh character is leading to the conclusions that they already have. And if this is the case, where are the curious questions that you don't already suspect or know? I'm telling you, this whole thing feels like a weird psyop, bro. There's something about this. I can't quite put my finger on it.
How do it equivalate?
I don't know, bro. This whole thing, I'm listening to Josh, and I'm like, it almost sounds woke, honestly, to be a Christian right-wing Republican. These are very woke theories you have, and all this fear-mongering about what you're gonna do, what you could do to the blacks, like, I don't quite believe you, Josh, but whatever, man. Shout out to True Hype for smashing the super chat button.
Hulk! Smash! Smash you! You make Hulk angry. You not like Hulk angry. Hulk no like fighting girls.
And then True Hype again with the 5 ball. Why would a Fed expose himself like this? Ain't no registrations all of a sudden for political opinions. I don't know, bro. Why do woke military people say shit in their uniform on TikTok? People do crazy things.
Example within my town, literally the town that I live in, we absolutely have no toleration for gay rights at all. No transgender, none of this. In our town, you cannot get married if you're gay. Now, federally, this is illegal, right? But you can block it by basically putting in so many restrictions within the clerk of court, so that, example, you can't get married unless you're a resident of it, right? To be resident here, you're going to have to be around for like 90 days, in which case the locals are going to screen you. Come across as gay, we're going to run you out of town. Same thing that the ethno-nationalists would be. So whereas I'm using this tactic to go after homosexuals, they would be using the same tactic to go after blacks.
So how do y'all run people out of town?
Generally, so like there's a billion one ways. Go after their banking, usually within their homes. So like if you're going through the process of, at least within New York, closing takes a little bit of time. You'll go through and try to sabotage the sale.
Damn.
And somebody gonna get lynched.
There's all kinds of.
This really is racism fan fiction, bro. You heard that? He's up here talking about legal strategies and messing up your paperwork and blocking your sale, and you hear this nigga in the background. Somebody gonna get lynched. So when you gonna break out the whips and chains? They told me you was gonna light a cross on my ass. It really is racism fan fiction, bro. Like, bro, he didn't even say anything about anything like that. He was talking about paperwork and legal maneuvers and whatnot. You gonna burn a cross on me?
One way is go after their banking, usually within their homes. So like if you're going through the process of, at least within New York, closing takes a little bit of time. You'll go through and try to sabotage the sale.
Damn.
And somebody gonna get lynched.
There's all kinds of, let's call them barely legal, right? They're only illegal, but they're highly unethical practices.
You mean you're not gonna lynch me? Come on now, it's late. You're supposed to lynch me already now. I came here for a lynching. I was gonna get me a lynching now, sir.
Just going to the chase. Just just
So
cut
to try to interfere with the sale, are you saying like y'all have like people in the banks, so people in different positions who would all be kind of on the same page?
Oh, so see, now that's the problem. Like, it's not like we have like a voter card or a name tag on us, right? We generally don't know unless we're talking to other people and you run into them. Within my town's mostly conservative, and I do mean like 80-90% of our town is predominantly conservatives, right? I know that doesn't mean much, right? But there would be a lot of Christian conservatives within that. It doesn't take a lot to basically find out whether they're Christian nationalists, right? It's just a sheer conversation to find out who's near us. Now, there's also overlap between these bunch of groups. It's not real difficult to convince other people that, hey, look, this person that's moving into town, crap, we don't really want around here, so get rid of them. You'll use whatever resources that are at your disposal. Let's just say they're going to have home inspection. You'll go in and sabotage parts of the home so the inspection fails, hoping that will most likely not satisfy the bank requirements for lending, things like that. You don't actually need to be at the top to do it. You can actually go in internally and sabotage it.
Freezy, I know you came late. Did you have anything you wanted to ask or say to Joshua?
Well, first off, good evening to the host, the voice of Venus. And also good evening to PhD Diva. How are you doing, PhD Diva, today?
Wonderful, sir. I hope you're doing well as well.
Thank you. And shout out to Josh for telling the truth.
Yeah.
There's actually a special appreciation.
Good evening to white supremacy. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence here. You know, we talk about you quite often, and it's actually quite an honor to have white supremacy come here finally. Thank you so much for making an appearance, Mr. White Supremacy, sir.
Toby be good nigga for massa.
Good nigga. Don't send Toby away.
Appreciation for it. A strange appreciation. And
Why is it like that?
shout out to Jay Strada too. What's going on, Jay? Did y'all I'm pretty sure you did, Venus, but
I tell you what, you know what? You just reminded me. I do have a time limit on this, so let's open up the floor, shall we? I want to jump to another conversation too, but this is good. This is too good.
Did y'all ask him was Christian nationalism and white nationalists synonymous? Did y'all ask him that yet?
I didn't, but
I dropped the link in the chat. Allegedly racist white guys to the front of the line. You know, just for the sake of spice and conversation. Allegedly racist white guys to the front of the line.
Oh, that's crazy. Nah. Hood.
You know this dude's supposed to be dead, right?
Listen, I'm going to share my screen. I need you to share this shit, okay? I need you to share
this guy's supposed to be dead, Hood. He's been dead for a year.
1 second. This is a post from me from 3 months ago. You can see the timestamp on it, okay?
One second, Bump. Imperious, listen, do me a favor. Speed that shit up, all right? Pretend the nigga stole your bike, all right? Run that shit out, bro. 45 minutes is way too long. I ain't got that type of time to be waiting on a white man. I really don't. You're going to have to hurry up, all right? That nigga stole your bike. Let's go.
Like, we're not lying here, bro. Listen, I said 3 months ago, I've just been informed that a good friend, Joshua Jones, passed away recently. Shout out to all the good times and commentary that we all shared because of his presence in the panelverse. Blah, 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 right? And I was forwarded, which I cannot find now. It must have been taken down. I was forwarded a find a grave with his obituary on there.
Yeah, his mom had a whole funeral and everything. I can't remember what stream it was on. I want to say it was either Hamps or over on Uncle Tom where I first saw him. And the only reason why I hopped up on the panel is because I was like, dude, you're supposed to be dead.
Yeah. So I'm not crazy. This isn't me being crazy, right, Snowman? Like,
no,
okay.
It's not you being crazy.
Holy fuck, dude.
But look, he's been saying he's a glowy for as long as we've known him.
Well, he came back from the dead. He came back from the dead to talk to the Negroes, bro. I think this is actually a great achievement.
We need to.
Imperious said he works for the State Department.
Oh God,
he does work. He does work for the State Department. He's actually been stationed over in what is it? The Philippines.
Yes.
Is it the Philippines or is it Vietnam? It's one of them two.
See, Josh. Josh probably the type of motherfucker like this. If this was back in the day, like Vietnam, he'd have been starting a cult like Brando in the jungle.
Dude, I don't. But like, come on, we can't just let this man get away with faking his death and not explaining what the hell's going on.
Oh, he worked in Vietnam? Why am I so right about this shit? Listen, man.
Yeah, well, look, listen to this. His excuse on why he had to fake his death is the government made him fake his death because he was over in China for the last, I think he said 7 or 8 months. And in order for him to get out of China, he had to pretend like he was dead.
So he just told everyone on the internet that?
Yeah.
Bruh, are you not baffled at this, Hood?
Dude, I'm baffled at this. I mean, I watched this stream yesterday, Hood, and what you're bringing up is the same things I was sitting there thinking, like, dude, all this dude is doing is going on there and he's literally confirming all their fears. He's not telling them anything new. All he's doing is confirming all the biases that he's heard all of them say over the last however many, months he'd been on YouTube engaging with him before he faked his death.
I was totally prepared to have a completely different conversation. Now, like, the glow is it's unshakable now. I'm starting to glow even looking at this shit.
And to successfully do it too. He successfully faked his own death.
Yeah.
Like fully.
And not only think about that, he's successfully infiltrating and add more. Dude, all he's doing is he's a psyop. All he's doing is coming to fuel more division. I guarantee he's getting paid to do this.
This is what happens when you're not well, actually the government shut down, so he's on furlough.
Either you die the hero, you live long to see yourself become the villain, I guess. Jesus Christ.
Nah, I guarantee you he gets paid from a different bank account.
For sure. But yeah, I mean he's saying shit that you would expect a Fed to say. He's very, his underlying take is moderates are faking gay or whatever, but he's like being as moderate it can be. So yeah.
Let me share something with you guys real quick.
Oh God.
System has had a disparate impact on Black and brown communities. Let me lead with that. So when this person's committing 6 or 7 crimes, I don't know his or her story. Maybe they were abused as a child. Maybe they're hungry. I have no desire to put them in jail. The criminal system has had a disparate impact on Black and brown communities. Let me lead with that.
So that was from an actual press conference like yesterday or the day before.
About this situation?
No, it was in San Francisco. This is just like a meme of it, essentially.
Hang that man now. I got the rope right here. I'm gonna take that post down.
Josh actually appeared on an entirely different panel.
Yeah, it's because he's been making his rounds on nothing but all black panels like this.
Right. Charlie Kirk gets 20 years from now, and then prepare for it then. So now we can prepare for it then.
Here, pause this a minute.
For it then, and then the thing is, right?
You want to hear another interesting thing about Josh? Is he's the one that built the Discord for DJ Hamp's channel. He built the Discord for Chaotic Truth's channel.
Yep.
And he built helped build a couple other Discords for other big black content creators.
Imperious, hurry up, bro. The Mexican stole your bike and he sold it to a nigga for $5, bro. If you hurry up, you can catch them both.
Society's always going to have crime and violence in it. The question is, do we mitigate it to reduce it to a level where it's not on a massive scale?
Well,
I would agree.
Well,
If you're asking me
I want to get CJ in, because I like the conversation. I just want to make sure, right? And just if I were to answer real quick, Josh, it has been reduced, right? To Tiff's point, we haven't had an all-out civil, and you know what I mean. We haven't. I mean, January 6th was one of the last. If I use the word insurrection, I don't think I would be far off, right? Just based on how people see it, right? It's probably 50% people see it as such, 50% of people don't, right? And y'all know I don't say both, but I'm just saying I could say insurrection and it would have merit from a large portion of people. You know, maybe that's one of the more overt violent situations. But I'm not trying to gloss over. We can circle back to it. I just wanted to see what CJ said. Let me just read these super chats real quick. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, man. So Miss Val, Mr. Fantastic got timed out for 150 minutes. Tony, salute. Perfect. Tony goes in the building, remember, for 19 months.
Shit like that.
Your juxtaposition is faulty. You can't compare gaming to music, which is a culture in itself. If Thug's music is violent, it's a reflection of that environment.
Gaming. Remember, they had a ban on Grand Theft Auto years back because in Grand Theft Auto you had people unaliving police officers.
And Jay was popping with a 50 ball.
Shit like that.
Jamie,
talking about shit yet.
In white community, contradiction.
God damn, I had a good
earlier. That was made earlier. I'll jump off the panel and let somebody else come in and talk.
Good. Well, we got 5. Good.
What's up with this turban?
Years back, long time ago, right?
That's what I was going to say. What's with the turban bandana?
Let me try to pronounce his name. Are you ready? Kishyati Gaming Nation.
God,
there we go.
The damn Star Wars nigga.
It's kind of making it. With Grand Theft
Hey,
Auto.
hold on.
In the
Let's not
game,
make fun of Star
because there
Wars.
were.
Hold on.
You tell me Kishardi doesn't sound like a Star Wars name? He got a Star Wars head.
That's why he wears. That's why he wears a turban to just hide his alienness.
Yeah, in the game, right? You can shoot police officers. I think in New York City, right? They had a campaign against that game because it was violence against police officers, and they didn't want to teach children that were playing that game to do that same thing against police or an authority figure or whatever. So to say that Young Thug's music is not in the same realm of a video game that everybody's playing on their phone, everybody's playing on the Xbox, violence is on there, you even got titties and stuff showing on the video game, the certain video games.
Shout out to Ash. He bought himself 2 seats in the church. Never seen that happen before, but welcome, bro. We're gonna keep a seat empty next to you.
That means you got to tithe twice as much.
Right? You have a lot of.
It's not rated for kids though.
Hold on.
So why are you buying your kid GTA?
But kids still play it. But kids still play it.
Why are you buying your kid Grand Theft Auto? Why are you letting your kid play Grand Theft Auto?
I'm gonna teach him how to live in
it, right?
But hold on.
That stems to a bigger problem.
Hold on.
It's not the video game.
But hold on.
Josh has been a gem to this conversation because his disposition gives credence to the stats. Right? Josh has a desensitized modus operandi, right? It's about concepts, about prescriptions, what makes sense regardless of the moral fallout, right? That's less important than getting to the goal, getting to the reason. How effective was it? How valuable was it, right? When Josh says these mass shootings are an economic benefit, he don't care that it was 5-year-olds in Sandy Hook, because they all needed to have a funeral. So when Jalen say it ain't a race thing and it's a construct thing, I vehemently disagree for dispositions like that. We got our shit for sure, but we having a conversation. Right?
We all have.
And I'm not using that against Josh, but I'm using it because that's what was presented in the conversation.
We all have our agenda, and it should be the case that whatever your agenda is should be consistently and constantly pushed.
Yeah.
Ain't no vacation time.
I wonder what Josh's agenda is then.
The problem, the pushback I have with that is now if your agenda is not going to take a stat from a certain website to manipulate into a way to paint another group a certain way, but then you don't look at the same stats that everybody got the 13 or 12% account for 50% of the crime came from the same place that DJ Ham showed you. And when you look at the stats, you look
why can't we do that? Why can't we? Well, I'll agree to you. You can take any stat and push it any direction you want, right? You can just rephrase it a little bit and push an agenda. Why can't that be done?
Because it's a lie. And then you take away from why can't the agenda be shit? Why we as white people, as white men in our culture that are supposed to be the patriarchs of our culture, there's honestly an issue going on in our culture. Maybe we on the right should hold ourselves accountable and clean up our own house. Just like you had the Nation of Islam back in the day. Shout out to Captain Zarzark with the Hebrew Israelites, and they go into black communities and they hold all people accountable, right? Why couldn't Charlie Kirk, white nationalists, as you say, march through white communities talking about the drug abuse, talking about the R word, talking about the whatever other issues that we saw on that crime stats is heavy in your community? Why could that not? Why is there not a white nationalist group pushing accountability within your?
I will absolutely 100% agree with you. If I just take just Hamp's community, right? Like roughly about 800 people. And the entire time I've ever been there, I think I've only ever had a problem with 2 people. 2 people out of 800? That's crazy to me. everybody I've ever met within the Black community, at least within Hamp's community, right? Never met what I would have considered to be a bad person. Actually, quite wholesome people, right? But you boil this down again. Everybody's got an agenda to push. Why can't they do it? Why does propaganda have to be honest?
Because it makes the other person look bad, and then you pass law and legislation to monitor that group of people.
If you're opposing another
hold on,
group,
Joshua. Hold on, Joshua. We're talking about white nationalists. You're asking white nationalists, their whole objective is to preserve white people, to be empathetic and not lie, and push truthful propaganda to still be impactful with preserving white people. I hope you don't believe what you're saying right now. I hope you don't even think that's a viable question to ask a white nationalist.
Okay, and just like your ask, hold on, but just like your ask a black nationalist.
Hold on, Jordan, because for some reason, and we talking about agendas, you have name dropped that man about 40 times since you've been on the panel. So that's making me wonder, do you have a damn agenda?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Wait.
So hold on. So we can't name drop a person? They name drop MLK and a bunch of black people.
But you keep doing it.
So what? They name dropped a bunch of people on our side. MLK, they said he wasn't a good person, right?
You're not getting it.
They dropped a bunch of black people.
Don't worry about it. It went over your head.
Regardless of the name drop, it's just a rule to not name drop. That's it. Let's skip past that.
Well, I'm not on DJ Ham's.
Just don't name drop people.
Know that.
Yeah, that's Hamp's rule. Stop name dropping. That's his rule. Okay, past that. Why are you asking a white nationalist to be empathetic and to be truthful?
To his own group?
Yeah.
It's his group. It's his group that has
the objective of a white nationalist is to preserve whites by any means necessary, even if it means lying to them.
So then the crime statistics that show that they have trauma in their community, that's them ignoring that as preserving them?
Yes. If they're
he
said propaganda.
That's how psychological warfare works. Like, y'all don't study this?
Now, let me see if I get this straight. They are all agreeing that the stats are all wrong. All the negative stats are, in fact, white supremacy using psychological warfare against black people. And Josh is like, yes, that is correct.
Yes, that's what you just saw.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Maybe they, I didn't believe in the cloning thing, but maybe they did, bro.
They cloned Josh and Tyrone?
Yeah, dude. Maybe they did, bro. Maybe they did.
Stranger things have happened.
If you think about it, Bumpkin, if you listen to his rhetoric, it does sound a little bit different than what it used to before he, quote unquote, died.
Way different. It sounds way different.
It's Josh like RoboCop 2 when he got the upgrade.
I knew Josh's actual political identity off the camera, and it is not matching this whatsoever. It's like I'm looking at a fake and gay version of a man I once knew. A man that I once mourned, bro.
Remember too, the guy that we used to interact with before always wore a COVID mask, so we don't know what he really looked like.
No, but here's the thing, right? There was a picture of him in a suit on findagrave.com, his memorial, right?
Right.
That's the dude.
This is not the man that boy. This is not the Josh that died.
Looks just like him.
Sounds just like him, but isn't pushing the same rhetoric as him.
This is amazing. This is why you need more white friends. If I just had black friends, I would have never caught the depth of the psyop, bro. I would have just been like, this is just weird. I don't know why, but I can't put my finger on it.
But he said, when he said propaganda, then at that point, you already know that an agenda is being pushed. So if you're able to disprove the propaganda, then you do that. But that would be like asking, to me, somebody from the NOI, from the nation, to go preach love and nah, he's doing what he's supposed to do. If this is fundamentally what he believes in, then he is going to preach propaganda to get people to believe the lie. Because we can see from the numbers, right?
I would tear up a panel like this, bro. They would boot my ass off so fast.
To be true, with conviction.
That's why I really don't like this format of panels where like they have bounties or whatever. Like I like the idea of maybe rotating certain people in and out, but what happens with the bounty is that they just try to shut the conversation up, and then it always becomes an echo chamber.
Last time I was on Black YouTube, it was like black YouTube, like black YouTube. It was Fight Club, and someone cashed at me $500 to call Sharon the N-word, which I did.
Whatever.
For 500 bucks,
No.
bro.
Hold on. I'm not letting bump. I just saw you the other day have a civil stream with Sharon.
Absolutely.
All you and Sharon.
Yeah, but $500 is $500, and I just saw Imperious up there yesterday, so like it's not impossible.
Yeah, I had a civil discussion with him.
Yeah, I think the most I've ever had anybody pay to boot me is like 100. So you got me beat on that one, Bumpkin.
Oh, dude, people hate me.
No, they hate me too. They hate me too, sir.
I know. I've legitimately jumped up on a stream, talked for 5 minutes, and then like a $200 dono came in. I'm gone, bro. You think I'm matching a $200 dono? I'm gone.
I'm about to call the racism card. They hate y'all because y'all white. I had to earn this shit. I had to work for this shit. I had to get bodies.
Are you saying that our hate ain't legitimate?
It ain't the same as mine. Y'all got token hate. My hate is real. My hate is pure.
Let's not talk
I can't believe you're delegitimizing hatred, man. That's crazy.
I just want to know. I just want to know.
Charlie, the white man said some messed up shit. Cool. I don't know why the focus is on him, but cool. He said some messed up shit. However, in the background, his wife got PragerU on a federal level to be implemented in the Department of Education. If you don't know about PragerU, look it up. It's very fucked up what they're teaching kids through PragerU. Neither here nor there. They're doing things systemically to get their objective done.
So truth is fucked up, huh?
Yeah, Dolomite, we should have a hate off later. That's a great point. Do they hate you guys more for being white with your opinions, or do they hate me more for being black with your opinions?
Dude, that.
You see what I mean? You see?
Oh man, hate.
I understand the logical route you're going there, and you're probably right, but it still doesn't mean you got to delegitimize the hatred that I have earned.
Don't delegitimize my hatred. Sorry.
It's like right-wing oppression Olympics. Like inverting the oppression pyramid.
Hey, I worked hard to get hated on the level that I'm hated, man. Don't take that away from me, sir.
Like, look how nice they are to Josh, right? You see what I mean? Like, they're never this civil. They don't follow rules of order and conversational like niceties and whatnot. When I get up there, it's just like nigga, you gay. Like they don't really observe any rules when it comes to me. But like you guys get up there, there is a little bit of, he's a white man. He's saying racist things. Like there's a little shock and awe, and it's different.
Now, like I think Sharon genuinely hates me. I do, because he brings me up when I'm not even around. So,
yeah, I mean,
same, bro. Like I ghost watch. My name gets dropped. Like even on the Venus panel, she brought me up later on. She's like, "That's why we had to have this conversation, because niggas like conservative don't know what white people talk about." And I'm like, "This white guy is weird. I don't know what the fuck you guys are on."
And then they get mad when you show up, right?
Oh, they get more mad when you show up.
Yeah, I love doing that shit.
You know, it makes them even more mad when you talk shit in the chat and we'll hop up on the panel.
That's like, we got to just go forward together as the hate bros.
I love pissing them off.
We're focused on the
well, in this supposed hate bros, I'd be the only white one here. I'm sorry.
And you're not focused on the legislation that they're
fucking faggot.
It's in my DNA, dude. I'm sorry, man.
Hate bros just can't stop hating, man.
Oh man, hey.
Actually implementing in front of our fucking face. So sure, you could talk about what he said. It's fucked up. I fully agree. But when are you going to start focusing on the shit behind the scenes? What Josh is talking about, everybody's going to be up in arms about it because he's saying violence is necessary. But what about the other Christian nationalists that are doing psychological warfare behind the scenes, that are actually doing things that will affect us for generations to come? I.e., what they did to us with slavery and Jim Crow.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ!
So let me ask you a question: were you aware of these people? Do you know? Do you know the other people behind the scenes? And did you make a YouTube channel talking about?
Did you know about what I just told you about PragerU?
No, I didn't.
Okay,
So
that should answer your question.
YouTube channel talking about that. Did you make a YouTube video talking about? Because I didn't know. Did you? Right. The whole point is you're talking about a clown, right? That had a message that was representing a group of people.
I feel like you missed my point.
No, I didn't miss your point. The clown that you're speaking about, he pushed a message for his group of people, right? So when we're debunking a message he's putting, when we're debunking a message that he's pushing, that's a message from his own side. We're debunking that side.
You're focused on the message and not focused on the actions of what they're doing
Who is he
in front of
saying?
your face. Because you're not paying attention to it. You're paying attention to the egregious words. I get it. They're egregious.
I don't know. I don't
They're
speak
meant to draw
Indian.
you in and to keep you distracted
Did he
from
just
what
say
you're
bump?
actually doing that will affect
He
your
did not,
children
dude.
and the generations that come after you. That's like we keep doing that shit. Every generation, we keep doing that shit.
It's like Josh came up and he's like the boogeyman or something. He just scared the Negroes. He didn't even say anything like really provocative yet, but they are like just
No,
weird
all he
right
did was
now.
come up to the bee's nest and stick his hand in the honey to see if there was any in there. And now the bees are all fucking scattering around like fucking lunatics trying to figure out what's going on.
Don't make the bees angry.
And you're acting like they're not affecting change, and and then by the time we actually see it, it's too far fucking gone. And everybody's like, "Oh, we can't do shit. They're powerful.
Hey,
I don't know what to do."
You notice the snide grin he keeps getting?
There's only one thing you
The
can
shit-eating grin.
Yeah, you notice that big ass fucking cheesy ass white boy smile he keeps getting?
Whoop they ass.
This is what I was looking at when I stopped just a second ago, because I'm like, Josh,
Look, he's got it right there.
He's almost happy in this moment. Like, look how scared the blacks are.
Going back out, throw their bodies out the other side of town too. You only got force. These are your only real options. You have to take whatever agenda, whatever moral standards you have, and you have to apply it by force.
So who's going to apply?
Look, he's trying to start a civil war.
As Jay was saying up there.
We're already fighting amongst ourselves, right? Like, I mean, it just is what it is.
You
I
keep
tell them
talking
black, you
about
got to
his
start
people.
shooting whites.
We need to worry about our people, because using force, with our own people.
No, American tradesmen. No, I don't think I'm black anymore. I've ascended. I'm post-black.
You know, Monroe is a white name too, by the way. So is David.
I was always
David's
on
a
the
Christian
path.
name. David's a Christian name.
I was always on the path, but I wasn't walking it. You know, very, very like Zen metaphorical type of shit.
Like, hey, we got to get our shit together. I don't really care about what's going on in his community at all. Not one little bit. Because I know what he is. No offense, Josh. You the devil.
No, it's okay, KG. I got you.
You know what I'm saying? But I already know.
Josh likes being called the devil.
If it's a snake that's going to bite me. Come on now. So I don't really care about what's going on in his community at all. Not like one little bit.
KG.
I care about our people.
KG.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, right? You are a fighter, right? By trade, right?
Yeah.
You watch film?
Yeah.
So it's important to understand what opposing sides are doing. That's the reason why we prepare and watch film. You see, to ignore it will leave you at a deficit, right? Not to say you worried, but you are. That's a part of preparation, edification. You see what I mean? Now, we've been edified because we understand, we can read it, you know? But all people who don't read, you have to show them examples of why in which them being so lazy and so lackadaisical is an issue. You see what I mean? So it's not so much about not caring, it's about understanding.
It's almost like they need a boogeyman to like really flesh out their race obsessed vision of the world. And Josh is like, well, I'll be your boogeyman. I ain't got nothing else to do.
I'll be your boogeyman. That's what I am. From early morning, do whatever I can.
That was fucking terrible.
Yeah, my Rob.
This makes Jim Crow look like Jim Eagle.
I forget he fucking said that.
That would have been better, actually. Let's take it from the top.
I forget he fucking did said that, bro. Jim Eagle.
Oh, Jimmy, we're going to bring Jim Eagle back. Jim Eagle. Jim Eagle sounds gangster as fuck. I'm never going to erase that clip.
Jim Eagle is
like a real American hero. Should have been a G.I. Joe character.
Hey, Bumpkin, you notice that we don't let fags in the new monsters, and us being new monsters in their fairy tales, right? That's why you weren't on that list. Because you're a fag.
You guys don't shut up.
You know what's funny
So
about
if you
that?
take the young
What?
Break the news. I've been breaking the news lately. I'm about to have a kid.
Oh shit! Congratulations.
Yeah.
White babies.
What trans woman did you find pretend to get pregnant?
I'm gonna roundhouse kick your ass. I'm gonna fucking 3 a.m. cell extract your ass out of your house, bro. I swear to God.
Is your trans girlfriend going to be the first one to have an abortion?
Elbow drop you. The people's elbow.
All right, shut up. Stop fighting in front of the blacks.
boys and say, hey, if you indeed think that the people that don't look like you are a problem, let me illustrate just how much of a problem it can be. And now I'm wondering why you aren't preparing yourself if you indeed think it's a problem. You see? So it's not like we concerned, but it's like, hey, understanding to be better prepared, you know? You know what I mean?
And they're not coming
You know what? Speaking of new white babies, though, are you gonna raise your new white baby to attack black children on sight like a pit bull?
You know he
is. No.
God damn it! No. Why the fuck not?
Because, bro,
you're not a real white nationalist. You're a fraud. You're a fake.
He wanted a boogeyman. Come on. I was trying to show him a better boogeyman than Josh. And here you go, not wanting to raise your baby to attack black people on command.
Oh my God, bro. You know how some people have Operation LeBron, where they're like, I'm gonna raise a LeBron.
No.
The next LeBron.
Have you seen Brock Lesnar's daughter, bro?
This Operation Uncle H is in effect right now.
Operation Uncle H is in effect right now.
Listen. Brock Lesnar's daughter, it looks like she was bred for racism, bro. Like,
oh my Lord.
Like, dude, she's just born for it. And I know she's not the prettiest girl, but if you combine those genetics with some high IQ white dude, you're gonna be unstoppable in the future.
Dude, it's insane.
Like, she looks like a Viking, like a shield maiden or some shit.
And I'm pretty sure she's dating like a NFL football player, like a white dude.
How mad do you think Negroes would be if they got to heaven and found out God spoke German?
Oh God.
That'd be wild to me.
Oh fuck.
For the ones that are headstrong and know what they're doing, they're coming after your children.
And KG, I'm gonna mute you. You just got a little wind. There you go.
Like, they're coming after your children. The best way to get through the children is to psychologically brainwash them. So
hold on. Pause.
Else, but
So you can psychologically brainwash a kid to be racist, but you can't psychologically brainwash a kid to think that he's the different sex. Do these motherfuckers even listen to their arguments at all when they make them?
I'm sorry. All white people for the last 40 years have been psychologically brainwashed not to be racially conscious.
That's a fucking fact. To be fucking racially impotent, to be honest with you, to be weak and be fearful they are, to be ashamed of what color their skin is. That's been fucking psychologically implemented.
Yes. So I don't quite understand what the dude, they literally had fucking like 6 years of DEI. Like you literally legitimately lived in a caste system where you were on top, and they still bitch and complain and moan about it. I don't fucking get it.
Do you really think 6 years of DEI can make up for 400 years of slavery, oppression, and Jim Crow and redlining? And your uncle, your great grand uncle, called my great grand uncle a nigger on a train one time.
I wish the slaves that were alive back in the fucking 16 and 1700s could just wake up for a day and beat the fuck out of half of the community.
That would be epic,
dude.
That
it's not.
like
listen. 6 years of DEI. It's not our fault that planes are literally flying out of the sky, bro.
Are you saying that? After 6 years of DEI, the fact that planes are falling out of the sky is somehow black people's fault? Is that your contention, sir?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Coincidence? Possibly.
Getting real close to the racisms there.
I'm just saying, right? You know, what does the leftists always say? Causation does not equal. Sorry. I don't fucking know. I forget. I'm being honest with you. It's all commie slop.
Ash needs to watch their they're getting a little too close to the sun too. People that don't know their fathers bitching about their ancestors from centuries past. That is a wild statement. Accurate, but wild.
Yeah. My father really resents the fuck out of comments like that. God damn it.
Their children is their main The children is their main objective.
Or separate them.
Willie.
So that it's only.
Willie. I'll warn you. All right, I'm going to give you a trigger warning.
Disclaimer.
Right. There are no safe spaces, and these are like scary white guys. I've been told it's the boogeyman or some shit like that, and so.
And I can actually operate over here too. So there's no chains holding me back. This isn't CT's channel.
Well, aren't you the one that puts chains on people anyhow to hold them back?
Hey, listen, bro. I still stand by the British Empire, okay?
The Queen did nothing wrong. Is that
y'all let an island smaller than Texas rule the entire world? That's y'all's fault.
It's a skills issue.
Yes, dude.
What if the vast majority of history is just literally a series of skills issues being worked out with like guns and swords and horseback and shit like that?
Legitimately, the Anglos decided, you know what? After we conquer this island, the world's next, and then they did.
All right, gentlemen. The link was already in the chat, but I was waiting for Imperius to go get his bike back. Looks like he finally tracked it down. Congratulations to you, sir.
Was it a Mexican that stole it?
Well, the working theory is the Mexican stole it and he sold it to a nigga, so therefore that nigga got my bike. But either way, congratulations to Imperius. This is a free fire zone, so all arguments are on the table, but if it's retarded, we're just going to tell you that.
All right, so peace, y'all. So I got a question, right? So
I might have an answer.
So the guy that made the claim that coincidence or not, that things are falling out the sky, DEI, right? You don't think that has more to do with deregulation? You don't think that the fact that the FAA
Jesus, shut this nigger up. It's too early for this.
Now,
You don't
can I,
think the DEI has anything to do with deregulation?
I don't care about what Willie says. Willie doesn't have an epistemology or a belief
Allow
system.
me to make my point.
No, I'm not gonna lie.
So
I'll
you're
tell you when
running
to speak.
already.
No, I'm not running from anything,
It
Willie.
ain't take me long to make y'all completely
Willie.
bitch up.
I'm the only one that can talk about this because I'm the
Didn't
only
take
one muted
long
by
to make
every
y'all
channel.
bitch up. So yeah, I
I'm
won't
the
ask
only
y'all
one
any
muted by
questions because
every
y'all aren't
channel.
I'm
intelligent
gonna
enough
let
to
you argue
answer
for
them.
a second,
So
but we
I'll
will
just
have
make my
order in a
point,
moment.
right? What really caused those planes to fall from the sky is the
Willie doesn't
fact
ever
that
listen to
the
anybody, Hood.
FAA, the regulators,
I
are
know how to
literally
work.
Boeing employees. So do you think an employee is going to fairly regulate their company, right? The regulators should be independent third parties. So DEI don't have
Willie, what's an
nothing to do
ISO
with it.
9100?
So since
What's an
you
ISO 9100?
Why the fuck should an independent third party tell me how I run my business? That sounds
Wait, hold
stupid.
on.
Unwilling to have the
Wall Street
intelligent
Will.
Hold on, Willie. Hold on. Don't
Hold
just
on.
run
Let's
away
get
with the
to it. Let's
conversation.
crack.
Hold on.
Hold on. Will. Let's take what
Nah,
you're
y'all
saying
didn't
is
want to do
true.
that. I tried to
No,
start shit.
Will.
Don't will me. Will yourself.
Will.
Shut the fuck up when
You're
I'm talking.
rambling like a
And we could
baboon.
cook.
You're rambling like a baboon on
Right?
a
Because y'all
porch.
cut me off. This
Let's
ain't rambling.
Give Willie a banana so he shuts
It's a
up.
difference.
I'm not
This
like,
ain't
listen, I don't
rambling.
want to have
This
to
crashing.
control the
Y'all
conversation
don't want to have
much,
the
but I will
Willie,
implement the control system here. So, Willie, please operate with some decorum. I want to hear from everybody in a little bit of order. Bumpkin, you wanted to make a point, go for
But
it.
wait. It's funny
No,
you
we
tell
will not
me.
wait, Willie. Bumpkin,
I'm
you were
the
about to
king
make
of
a
the
point, go for it.
jungle. All right. Let's take Wall Street Willie's point and let's just say that's true, right? Deregulation. And he said that employees of said company are the regulators. So why is it that they were able to operate so well for so many years prior to DEI if they were regulating their own things? And then as soon as DEI happened, planes started falling out of the fucking skies. Listen, that just reassures me of my point, Will. So let's try again, bring up a different point, because that one fell straight flat, homie.
So no, it didn't fail, right? The decorum that he's asking of me, y'all literally violated that right off top. So don't act like I'm the one acting like a monkey. I can
Don't move the
have.
goalpost. Don't move the
I
goalpost.
can.
It doesn't
Again,
have
you're
wheels.
cutting me off
Bumpkin,
again.
let him go.
You're cutting me off again. I can have the conversation because I've done the research on it. Y'all are afraid to. How many of you knew that Boeing employees take off their Boeing hat and put in an FAA hat when doing regulatory things?
I did, Willie. I
With,
work in
okay,
aviation.
so let me ask you this. Right?
What's an ISO 9100?
I don't care about
What's
that.
an
Here's the
ISO
point, right?
9100?
Where
And
do
I want to
all,
ask you
where
that
do,
because
I'm
it's
going to
about
ask you something.
compliance.
And see, again.
No, but you asked me a
The
question. I just said
decorum
yes.
you're
Now let me ask you a
asking
question.
for, the
Let
decorum you're
him get a
asking
whole thought
for,
out. Good.
AX,
Finish your
you
point, Willie.
can't provide. Because y'all
Finish
finish.
making your argument, though.
Because I
Finish
read
making your
books.
argument.
I'm not stupid. I'll try that on somebody else.
Okay, Willie, an
But go
ISO
ahead, Hood. Don't
9100
ask me
is a
nothing. You're
an
not
internal
intelligent enough to have a respectful conversation with
Make
me.
an
I am
argument,
right
Ask
now.
Willie,
somebody
please.
else.
I am
Make an
right
argument,
now.
Willie.
I am right now, Willie.
No, you're not.
And Willie, what I'm
You are
asking you
ISO
is that
capable of
90.
having an intelligent conversation with me
Jesus
or
I
fucking
am right
someone
Christ,
now.
else.
dude.
Willie,
All I'm saying is
we're
talk
talking
to
about
someone else.
procedures here. ISO
Talk to
90.
Hood.
All right, well, fine. God Emperor,
Okay.
ISO 90, please.
Okay, an ISO 9100, all right, is a procedural mechanism that all aerospace companies, okay, there's the ISO 9100, the ISO 90001s. These things have, this is every single screw, every single part, every weld, every repair, everything has to be maintained in paper form and in digital form for 75 years by every company in the aviation.
And so who does this
And the
regulating?
federal government regulates that.
So let me ask you a question, right? Who are the
Now,
companies?
Willie, you just said you didn't
Let's
want to
start
talk to this man.
slow.
You can't have
So
it
now
both
he
ways,
doesn't want to
man.
address, but this is what
I'm
I'm saying.
asking him a
This
question.
is why I
You
treat
can't
them
have
the
it
way
both
I do.
ways,
They
Willie.
don't
You
want to
can't have it both
talk.
ways.
Hold on, Hood. I can't
You,
have what both ways.
you didn't want to talk to him a second ago. Now you want to question him. You can't have
Oh,
it
all
both
right, you right.
ways.
You right. Never mind.
So
You right.
you're gonna
So I'd
be
like to
on
ask
even.
you a question, Hood.
You're gonna be on even playing field. You already
So I'd
broke the
like to
scab,
ask
so
you a
you're gonna have
question,
to
Hood.
talk to each other now.
So I'd like to ask you a
No,
question.
you're
Hood.
gonna have to talk to each other. You already ripped the scab
I'm
off. Now
asking
finish your
you a
question.
question. I said, I'd like to ask you a question, and he's more than welcome to answer it. Who are the top airplane producing companies?
Airbus, Boeing, probably Airbus, Boeing,
You could have
Lear,
landed there. You
and
could have landed
Gulfstream.
there. Airbus and Boeing, in terms of commercial flights, are the top two companies, right? Did you know
Yeah.
that? Did you? Go ahead. Go ahead. You have
Yeah,
something
yeah.
that's important to
No,
say?
yeah, I know. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, you were about to speak while I was trying to make my point, right? You threw me off my square, so make your point,
No,
because
he
you were about to
wasn't. He
cut
was
me off.
just agreeing with what you said. Fucking finish and quit being a fucking baby. Jesus fucking Christ.
That made you feel better?
Yeah, it did.
To
Stop
make
being
that
a
punk ass
fucking
statement?
baboon.
Yeah,
God
it's
damn
called.
you,
I know.
Yeah,
fucking
it's called.
biscuit lip
I know.
porch monkey.
Yeah, it's
But at the
called
end
being a
of the day,
man.
I'll wire your jaw. So that security
No,
that
you
I
won't.
have,
No, you
right?
won't.
That gives me the security that your words don't bother me. Because on my soul, I'll wire your jaw.
No, you won't.
I
No,
will.
you wouldn't, dude. I promise you.
What city do you live in?
I live in Fort Wayne. Come see me, motherfucker. Catch a flight.
I'm willing to come to Fort Wayne, rent any gym. You find a gym, let's get in the
Dude, I
ring.
don't need a gym. I got a
I bet.
backyard. Come
I
visit me.
bet. So moving on, right?
All right, so there's no flight catching. You can arrange that on Telegram or something.
Yeah, now you're right. When they start talking tough, like I'm a crash out. I'll come to your city and fight
Motherfucker, you were the
Well,
one
we can
talking
move
tough.
on.
You were about to
You
make
right,
a
Hood.
point.
Now
You're
you right,
moving
Hood.
on. Make a point, Willie.
Willie, you lost because the words made you turn to violence.
I lost
So
because I'm
you're the one
talking
that
to
got
a
affected
bunch
by
of
the words, not
weird
him.
crackers. That's
Yeah,
the
I
only
don't
reason
care.
I
You can
lost.
call me anything you
I
want,
lost
Willie.
in your mind.
Yeah. Listen,
You think you
everybody's
won.
the cracker. All the racial slurs are in
think you
play.
won.
But do you have an argument to bring to the table,
I
right? 'Cause
absolutely do have an argument. My argument was
let's do
very
that a
simple.
little.
Buster and talk over everybody. That's what he does everywhere because he's fucking dumb.
Right. As you talk over me, though.
Okay, my question being,
It's like
can I get back to the
4-on-1.
That
topic
nigga's
then?
a goofy cow.
One
Willie, I'll
second.
get back to the
It's like
topic.
It's like 4-on-1. So I'm gonna let Willie kind of have a floor a little bit more. But Willie, I need you to make more arguments because everybody can just say mean
My
shit. And
argument
that's
was
cool.
very simple. These planes falling out the sky had nothing to do with DEI. They had to do
Willie,
with a
planes
lack of
don't fall out of the
See?
sky, number
See,
one.
Hood?
Right.
See?
Hold on. Willie, do you know what
So
a
that
plane
hasn't
is
been the
mostly made
argument
of?
that's been being made.
Okay,
But I'm
Willie,
the one
what
that
is a
cuts
plane
people
mostly
off.
made of?
But I'm the one
What
that
is a
wants to
plane
talk
mostly
over
made of,
people.
Willie? Willie, what's a plane mostly made of?
Plane parts.
No, paper.
That's a great
Stupid ass
answer, by the
question.
way.
Like
Paper.
I don't
Paper,
do.
Willie.
You know why I never do the stupid question game?
I was gonna
I'd
say
rather just make
aluminum
my
though.
point.
Why
I'm never gonna
paper?
ask you something I know you don't
Because
know
you
the
need
answer.
lift and
You don't have to
drag,
worry
and
about that.
everything between the body, everything between the metal parts of the plane is all honeycombed paper to add to lift and drag.
Okay.
It makes the plane able to lift and fly. That's why planes don't just drop out of the sky when the engines fall.
Right. What was the
Okay?
failure rate before DEI? And then
What does that
let's say the
have to
5 year.
do with the
Let's say the
effect
5
of
years before DEI was
deregulation
implemented.
on planes?
Well, because DEI and deregulation seem to coincide with one
They
another,
don't
It's
at
not even
all.
almost
just that.
They
exactly.
don't
It's
at all.
literally that. Hold on.
But
It's that
because
these
y'all are just talking, I can't make simple connections and
Willie, do
simple
you work
points.
for a company
But
that builds planes?
DEI and regulation are
Willie,
not
do you
in
work for a company
lockstep.
that builds planes? I do.
I
So
mean,
let me explain
they've
what
been
the issue is.
Boeing was a
Let
client.
me ex-
At one time in my career,
Okay,
Boeing
but do
was
you
a
work for
client.
Boeing? Do you have access
Hold
to
on,
their
you asked
internal
me a question.
regulatory system?
You asked me a question. I toured the only plant, all the commercial planes coming from Boeing come from one plant. It's in Alabama.
You
I
toured a
toured
plant.
that.
So you're an expert because you toured a plant.
No. I never claimed to
Oh
be
my
an
God.
expert. I'm just saying you guys don't know what you're talking about at all.
Well,
I never
I
claimed
think
to be an expert.
Imperius is making an argument that he literally knows
I never
exactly what
claimed
he's
to be an
talking about.
expert.
Well, and Willie, they make them
Never
in many
claimed to be an
places. They
expert.
make them in Everett, Washington. They make them in Charleston, South Carolina. What are you talking about? The South Carolina Center
All
specializes
commercial
in this.
planes come out of one
No,
plant
the
in
787
Alabama.
specializes out of the South Carolina production plant, Willie.
Okay.
I would
Am I
like to hear
wrong? We'll look this up right now, Hood Conservative,
Yes,
and
you're
tell me if
wrong.
I'm right, so that Willie maybe will be quite a little more humble.
Yes, you're wrong.
I want to actually just make this
Well,
more
please look it
concise.
up. No. We need to have him to be quiet a little bit. Look up where the 787 Dreamliner is. It has their factory out of, and where the 737 comes out of. The Renton plant in Washington. Like, can
I
someone
want to
like
ask.
the
I want to ask a question while I look that
why
up.
is
So I'm pulling
nobody
that up
want to
right
hold
away.
it? This is what I'm saying, Hood. You're
I'm
just as much of
fucking
a pussy
pulling
as
it
these
up right
niggers.
away.
You don't
Shut
want
the
to
fuck
fucking
up.
hold
I'm
them to
pulling it
reality.
up
You want
right
to move
away.
past it.
Listen, I'm fucking pulling it up because I'm talking while I'm typing. Be a little more patient. Goddamn. All I'm saying is I have a question I want to lay out while we pull this up because it's.
So
I want to
Willie,
make this a little more
read that,
concise
Willie.
and
Read that,
technical.
Willie. Read that, Willie.
The primary, I could barely see it. It's small. The primary Boeing 787 Dreamliner factory is Boeing, South Carolina, BSC. I could barely see it, but yeah.
You
So
can't make
again,
this shit up.
that's not what I said.
You said their primary commercial airliners were produced out of one plant. Look at the Everett plant now. Look at the Everett plant in Washington, please. Because the 737 is the most mass-produced airplane. It's all produced out of Everett, Washington.
It's not.
My mom worked for Boeing for about 25 years.
One, it's not all produced there. Two, the final assembly and production is done in Alabama. They leave from Alabama.
No, the
They
primary
do
production
one.
is done in
Can I
Everett and
finish?
Boeing and South Carolina.
It
The
is
Everett
done in
factory is
Everett,
where the
Why ask?
737 is
You
developed
know
and
what you
produced.
present, Imperious, when you do that? You
I
present
present
fear.
facts, Willie.
I can
I
listen to
present
your
facts.
argument.
Yeah,
I
listen, I
would
want to.
present facts if you would shut up for 2 seconds. But what I hate that y'all do is pretend I'm
You haven't
saying
produced
something I'm
any
not
kind
saying.
of real superior facts, but I want
I'll
to
wait.
actually
I'll
lay
go
out
on mute.
something real
I'll
quick.
wait.
Thank you. Give me a second here because I want Imperious to just lay out the generality of your argument when you say that DEI is very much in play when it comes to the planes falling out of the sky and the general degradation of the airline industry.
Okay. The issue is this. Okay. Regulatory agencies and everything that supervises regulatory, any kind of ISOs, any kind of Lean Six Sigma, any kind of regulatory agency like that, you're putting people that are unqualified to regulate. So there are always mistakes, there are always problems, but usually there are redundancies and checks upon checks to catch these things. But when the checks upon checks are not capable, like it would be as if you put a new gaming, like if you put a PS5 game into a PS1.
Correct.
It physically just can't compute it. It can't comprehend it. So it's gonna make tons of problems. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Now, watch
Like that is
how
the issue with DEI.
watch how easy that argument is to destroy logically. What's the population of black employees in Boeing? If you're saying that these DEI employees, which all the Boeing employees aren't DEI hires, right? I know you like to believe that. But if you just look at the total black population, and if I say to you, all right, they're all DEI, if I give you that argument that I would say is goofy, what is that population? And then how does that transcend into this group?
Boeing made a
Hold on. Let me
direct
ask the
goal.
question. I was quiet when you were talking, Imperious. Let's have a conversation like men, right? Logically, if you are saying that DEI is the reason for the failure of these planes, I'm curious. What's the percentage of DEI employees, not even black, right? Because when you say DEI, you're saying black. I get that, right? What, even though that's a fallacy, but what is the percentage that is causing this company to have a failed product? You see how easy it is, Hood? Right?
Okay.
I'm not coming in here to be contentious.
Okay, Boeing made a direct. Okay, so I can't answer now. Okay, go ahead. I'll wait till you're done. Okay. Boeing CEO something, I think his name's Kelly, made a statement that the company was going to make a mandatory minimum of 20% black employees. Okay. This is in 2021.
So you're saying that those
Mandatory.
20%. So you're saying
Okay.
that
Number
those
one, that means you have
20%.
racial. That means you have racial. Okay, I can't answer.
So
I'm
you're
done,
saying
Hood,
that
sir.
those
I'm done.
20% of
Hold
employees.
on. Finish the whole thought. Let him have the floor. You still got
No,
it.
I'm done. I'm done until you put this nigger down. I'm done because he can't control himself. I'm done.
No, we're not going to do that one.
But they won't.
Hold on. We were
Okay,
actually
well
at
then
the
he's not gonna let anyone answer, so it doesn't
conversation.
matter.
You got the floor, Imperious. We were at the
This is why, sir. If you ask why I go into panels all like this, because niggers aren't honest. Niggers can't be honest. His whole point here is being a nigger and trying to boost his ego when he's so fucking stupid. It boosts his ego when he's wrong. That's the point.
So now before I respond, Hood,
No,
are the
because
ad
again,
homs to
you
go?
don't want the answer.
Are the
You
ad homs
don't
to
want
go?
the answer.
He's called
You
me an
made ad
N-word
homs
multiple
before I
times.
did.
I just don't want people to
Yeah, big
cry
deal. You've
when I
called me all kinds
respond.
of stuff. You
So
don't
I'm
let
asking
anyone
you,
talk,
Hood,
so I'm going to be bad faith once
are
become
the
you
ad homs to
become
go?
bad
I
faith.
did let you
If
talk.
you want to be good faith, then let
I'll
me
mute up
answer.
again and allow you to
No,
make
you
another
didn't.
stupid point that
You
I'll
didn't
destroy.
let me talk.
I'll go
That's the
back
whole
on mute.
point. You didn't let me talk. You didn't let me talk. Thank you. Boeing made a direct requirement and standard that they were going to make all their employees, all their positions 20% black. That means you have racial preferences in hiring and racial preferences on retention, number one, statutorily. Okay? That makes it literally against federal civil rights law. First. Number two, during the 737 MAX investigation, the federal judge requested DEI information from Boeing and stated in his ruling that the inclusion of DEI participated in the failure of the 737 MAX program. So those are my two major arguments.
Boeing's percentage of black workers in the Boeing workforce right now is 7.2%. Let's start there. So 7.2% of the workforce, in your argument, is responsible for producing failed products.
What was the point of
That's your
DEI?
premise. That's your premise.
What was the point of DEI?
It was 6.4% before that statement of 20%, sir. This is why I'm saying you're a bad faith nigger.
What I said to you, you ignorant,
When did he make
lowbrow
that fucking
cracker,
statement and when was
is
that
that right
6.4%
now
made?
the
When was
workforce
that
is
6.4%?
7.2% African American
What was the God,
today.
dude, I can't do it. This
If
is
you
what I'm
look at
saying. You don't want me to
Boeing's
get mad, Herb Turbin, but
retirement
how am I not
plans,
supposed to?
if you look at Boeing's employees today, it's 7.2%, not the 20% you lied about. You lying cracker.
It is not 7.2%.
All right, so what's
As
the
of
percentage?
2025, its representation is 20%. That's why they're put under federal
Could someone look that
investigation.
up?
Did you not hear
Someone
what
look that
the
up?
feds did to Boeing?
Could someone look that up?
Yeah.
I'll look it up. Hold on.
Yes.
What are we looking up exactly?
What is the
Feds have who under
percentage of the
investigation?
black workforce at Boeing?
Black
right now,
workforce percentage at Boeing. Let's go.
Let's slow walk it.
He's looking at engineers. It's 4.4% of their engineers, not their workforce, dude.
Anyone?
It's not
Okay.
their. You're looking at their.
Hold on. I'm not a secretary. So
Black
I don't type
employees make up 22,500. Black employees make up 22,500.
20%
22,000 black 500 black employees. Yeah, and what is it? What year is it?
Hold on. I'm going to read this.
What year is it?
I'm going to read this whole thing. Calm down. As of the most recent data available, black employees make up 6.4% of Boeing's U.S. workforce. The figure has been a focal point for the company's diversity initiatives, with Boeing setting a goal to
When was
increase
that
the
6.4% taken?
of black
When was
employees
the 6.4%?
by 2025. However, even with this target, the company's black workforce would still be less than 8%. Bro, it's only saying 6%.
The 6.4% was as of January 2021.
Thank you, Hood.
It was under January 2021. When was the 6.4%? January 2021.
Anything beyond that.
Yeah, exactly. Why do you think? So they can't be held liable.
Well, add to your prompt. Just type in 2000.
I just did. They haven't taken an internal survey since 2021 and published it, so they can't be held liable. They made a public committed statement to their shareholders. They'll be doing 20% by 20. You don't know how companies work. You don't know how share work. Well, what is easy
we
about
go
it?
a little further, it's actually up higher to 7% as of 2023.
Bingo.
An increase from 6.4 in 2020. So the 6.4 does look like a 2020 number.
Right around now, it's right around 7.2, 7.4. That was the point I was making.
And what was the
Thank
new
you.
hires? Go
Thank
down
you.
to
Thank you
diversity
for
goals. Making the company seen as hiring where 47% of new hires were ethnic minorities.
Now that's 2022. And so from 2022 and maybe beyond, 47% of new hires are ethnic minorities here, significantly boosting overall minority representation. And you know what I think? And this is the problem with DEI. It's not just black people. So there's like all kinds of ethnicities in there.
No, it's not.
correct.
He's saying black specifically.
Correct. That was another point I wanted to make, Hood.
No, you didn't make that point.
So even
You
if you're
just said
looking,
black only.
So even if you're looking at the 7.4%, right? That how much of that reflects the black community? Those black pilots that, well, pilots aren't attached to Boeing, right? But those black employees that everyone's so nervous of because they participated in DEI, right? So now we're saying that they're more responsible for
Sir,
walls
that's the
flying
thing
off
where
of. So
that's where.
now we're saying that
Hold
they're
on,
more
because you made a
responsible for
state. You made a.
walls flying
No,
off of
sir.
planes
I
than
haven't said.
deregulation.
I haven't said
I
anything
would
for a
tell
minute.
you. I would tell you the aviation
Jesus
community
fucking
doesn't
Christ.
agree with that. I was trying to make a point. You cut me off, but go ahead.
Snowman.
When
Go
people
ahead.
talk about DEI, it isn't solely about black people. We're talking about anybody who gets a job that is unqualified for the job, regardless of whether they're black, white, male, female, gay, straight, whatever. Period. Doesn't have nothing to do specifically with black people. It's unqualified motherfuckers.
Now let me ask you
Thank
this.
you.
Now
Thank
let me
you.
ask you this. Do you believe that nepotism allows for unqualified whites to have these positions as well?
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Absolutely. But the problem is that
So you
those
would.
whites, though, I'll tell you why. The difference is those whites are still held under the thumb. Middle managers are the ones that are being fired right now.
I mean, I would even make it
So
more.
now you're.
If you
I
look
would
at
even make a simpler argument about nepotism. Nepotism, almost by definition, has to be more localized. Whereas, like, you're talking about a systemic, nationwide, at every level type of thing, where it's a completely different situation compared to something like nepotism. You literally have to not only know a guy, but kind of be born into it.
I would.
That's like hooking up
I
your
would
cousin with a
argue. I
job.
would argue that George Bush Jr. was a product of nepotism. I would
Yeah,
argue.
luck of birth, bro. Do you really want to contend with luck of birth on a government level? How do you do that?
Lack of birth.
Are you
The
saying the
luck of
Kennedys
birth.
aren't either?
The luck of birth.
Like, what about
The
the
luck of
Kennedys?
who your parents are.
That yes, I do attribute that to nepotism.
So no, how do
I
you
do
actually manage to
attribute the
fight
fact
that?
that
How is
You
that
want to
not
fight that
nepotism
from
and
someone
the
just
asked me this
government, though.
question, I would have
backing
loved
your
to answer
family,
it.
backing your blood?
Right.
That's not
How do you
nepotism
want
if
to
you back
fight
your
that
blood.
from the government point of
That's
view? From a government
100%
point of view,
nepotism.
you want to fight the idea that a guy helps his son get a job, or brothers help each other, or a dude helps his cousin. You want to sort of
That's happened
fight
since
that
the
from the
beginning of
government
time.
standpoint.
That's not nepotism. Nepotism
Well,
is
hold
favoring a
on.
certain
The
class.
point was that through nepotism, you can hire unqualified workers as well, which Imperius did agree with for a second when he tried to be logical.
Yes,
There's
they
no
do. But
disagreement.
That was the point.
There's
So
no
There's
disagreement,
my
but
still
it's
no
irrelevant,
okay,
disagreement.
though.
okay,
It's
fine.
irrelevant, though.
No, it's not
that's a
irrelevant.
separate issue. Okay, if some guy hires their kid, okay, everybody knows it's his kid. And if that kid screws up, who's responsible? When you try to make a union, an ethnic union or something responsible, you have state lawsuits in these liberal states by attorney generals from these liberal states. Okay, when you have the Black Welders Association or the Latino Welders Association, and you try to fire one of their employees, and then they go to the Attorney General of a state of California every time, and the state of California goes to a liberal judge in Los Angeles every time, and put the $10 million fine on you every time. What do you think that is? Is that not nepotism?
Do unions do the same thing?
Hey, so that's nepotism too.
No. I'm saying there are a lot of very clear comparisons too. nepotism in
I think
DEI,
that's
right?
like black people attempting to use government to fight nepotism, essentially. Like this is,
Correct.
our form of nepotism.
Correct.
We don't have
Or
family networks, so we just gonna tribe up with a bunch of random niggas and say we're the Black Welders Guild and
correct.
whatever.
Correct.
Like, you understand that this is, I was on Sharon's channel yesterday for like 4 hours, and I explained this. There is no separating blacks and whites from this country. It is an entanglement back from the beginning. This separation, it is not a racial thing. I don't agree with that nepotism in a form of unqualified people on anyone. I'm harder on white people because, to me, you've been given all the opportunities to succeed higher, and you sit there on your ass. I'm more angry at these tech babies. These people that go into their tech jobs and tape their jobs every day saying, okay, I got it at 9, did 2 hours of a meeting, went to the lunch bar, went to the yoga thing, then we went on top of the building for the day and laid out in the sun, then we went and had a final meeting for the day, and then we all went out to dinner together, and then I came home at around 9, we got a shuttle back, paid for by the company. That's nepotism.
So when we do see comparisons between nepotism and DEI, how is it that your focus is on 7% of the
I
workforce
just focused on,
that
I
can
told you what my
capitalize
focus on
this?
right now. I just told you what my focus was on.
DEI is just an issue. It's not the issue.
Do you think, who is the primary, hold on, who is the primary advantaged person by DEI? Who is the most primary advantage group by DEI?
White women.
White women.
But what's funny is you don't hear white women complaining about DEI ending.
Why? Because it's all about power. That's all DEI is, access and power without earning it.
Their white father is an executive at the company.
No, it's not even the white fathers, dude. No.
White woman.
No, it's that if you're a white woman, companies will hire you because, no, dude, it's that our,
Imperious.
no.
You don't have to yell.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. No, I apologize. I'm sorry. No, I apologize.
Monkey you speak of.
I know. I was a monkey there. I apologize. No, I was a chimp there. No, I was a chimp there. 100%.
That was actually very funny. I want to ask
I was a Neanderthal there. I was a fucking Yeti there.
Imperious, real quick.
I was a Yeti there. 100%.
The thing about white women, this is kind of how I see the issue. And Willie was on something, but let me kind of clarify it a bit. Black women don't really have the social networks to fall back on. So this is why black people, but really black women by a large majority are attached to the federal government.
Correct.
So it doesn't affect white women as much.
Correct.
Well, but it is, no, but it's a grander scale with white women. And dude, if you look at Fortune 500 companies, it's white women that are the most overrepresented of everyone, including white men, including Jewish men, including Indian men, including black men, including black women. It is white women that are overrepresented vastly. I'm talking like they're 40%.
And it's been that way for a while, though. They didn't need DEI to get there.
No, not even includes a DEI. I'm talking, this is bigger than DEI. I'm talking in all managerial, in all upper level C-suites. It's just white women, 40%.
This is what I mean.
It's not even DEI. It's just a standard.
That's my point. So they didn't need DEI to really hold on to their position. So when they're trimming the fat, they're trimming a bunch of black women.
I get that. Yes, exactly. No, I agree with that. It's never white women that will be affected by this. And why? Because who's the most important voting group in this country? Upper middle class white women.
Yeah,
white women in suburbia. Suburban white women. They are the most important voting bloc in this country. If you win them, you win the election. And so you have to pay them off.
Shout out to RBR.
And there you have
it. Still missed.
I'm not. I agree with that. Do you think I don't understand? Do you think I am, dude? I am not a hypocrite. White women are the single greatest reason for DEI. I have never met an HR manager that's a black chick. I've only met white women that are HR managers.
Oh, I've met a lot of them that are black women.
The black women that I've met are more VPs or more executive managers, executive assistants, those kind of levels.
Imperial. Like, all right, so I completely understand where you come from. Wasn't there a situation in California where there were a bunch of butch bitches that was talking about I could lift a man, and they was fat hoes, right? You gotta stop. Like, and as much as I hate to say that about a lot of black people, we just take shit personally for unnecessary reasons, man. And you sometimes you gotta not get mad at that.
Well, it's,
Everybody
again,
ain't. I'm saying
stoicism.
everybody. Hold on. I'm saying everybody. Every black person ain't the black person that you run into on this panel or other panels.
Oh,
The
bro,
ones that actually can use words with more than 3 syllables, it's a lot of us apparently that can't.
Bro, dude, I have never, okay? I have never had a bad experience with a black person in my life.
You're
Okay?
a liar.
And I'll tell you,
You're a liar.
I know,
You're
and
a
I'm telling
fucking
you,
liar.
no, I'll be honest. Hold on, no,
You're
hold
a
on.
fucking liar.
No,
You're a fucking liar.
No,
You're
not
a
one.
fucking
And I'll
liar.
tell you
That is
why.
so hard to believe, though.
You
No,
are
I think it can be true, but
I
just
told
hearing
y'all
the
it
way
would
you
be
talk,
easy.
it sounds
I
hard to
don't
believe.
believe it.
No,
I
and
don't
I'll tell
believe
you
it.
why. No. I'll tell you why. No. I have never. Okay, I went to USC. I used to go down to Pico. I used to go on Miracle Mile. I used to go in Elysian Park. We used to go to parties. I've met enough of hood shit and black
Where
parties.
are these places? Where is
That's
Elysian
for
Park?
Chicago. I think that's Chicago, right?
No, Elysian Park is by SC. It's right
What is
around SC.
I don't
SC?
It's
know
where
where
the
that is.
South
Coliseum is.
Carolina?
Where the Coliseum is. No, where the
Southern
Coliseum is.
California, Southern SC.
Southern California. Okay.
Southern California.
Yeah, I grew up and I went.
Niggas hard down there.
Yeah, exactly. And I've had more respect from black guys than I have from white people.
Well, okay,
I am
so black
harder
guys.
on white
Hold on,
people than I
black
am.
guys.
I am
Black guys.
infinitely. If you have heard me on here, I
And
am
I believe you.
infinitely harder on white people than
I
black
have
people.
heard you. I've heard you a bunch of times. I've just never talked to you before.
You ever seen that Family Guy clip where Peter Griffin went and said the N-word and he comes back as king of the blacks? Why does I keep thinking about that shit?
Bruh,
I don't even want to be king. No, dude. I would no. I don't want to be king of the black. I want black people to be
Imperial.
honestly.
Let me drop that.
Hold on. My pleasure would be that black men become like the black men when I grew up, and my black cousins that helped raise me.
You have black cousins?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, my aunt is black.
The plot thickens. You have a
My
black
aunt is black. I didn't
How
tell you. My
dare
aunt
you?
is black.
You're supposed to know
are you
already.
black?
Nah.
What do you mean?
You're
Are
already
you black
supposed
or
to
are you
know.
black by marriage?
A lot of people seem to not understand me.
Science proves that the black woman is God. We're not just saying that.
And the black and Latino woman, they manifested themselves out of dark matter energy. All right.
I believe the black woman is God.
Black woman, God. I don't believe God, no man. I believe God, a black woman.
The black woman is God.
But my number one subject matter is the black woman is God. That's first and foremost.
Black woman is God.
The black woman is still God.
You're God, black woman.
The black woman is God. She is the creator. She is the sustainer. She is the provider. She is the first teacher of the children. She is everything to the black race.
But don't get it wrong. I am still a white man's whore.
May I please just ask one
You don't
question?
love black
You want to
women.
hear something really funny
was
before
an
you ask? You
interesting
know what my aunt
montage.
used to say to me when I was a kid? She
What's
said,
that?
"Get your cotton picking hands out of there." When I used to grab stuff.
All right, nigga, my grandfather used to say the same shit.
That's
He
and I'm
called
a white guy and
everybody
she's a
cotton
black
picker.
person. I just thought that's funny thinking back now. You know what I mean?
Yes, but no, that's the thing. Like niggas really.
That was just an old saying.
We
That
done
was just an old
it's
triggered an
not just
old
an old
Negro
saying.
memory
It's
out of
detrimental.
Imperious, bro. We doing great work here. We done triggered an old Negro memory. That is so dope.
But nah, bro, like nah. But
Dude,
I'm
I'm
trying to
Italian.
say,
Like I have black in my ancestry, anyways, dude.
Damn,
Like,
I never thought that I'd go to a black family reunion, but here I am.
dude, like I said, I'm invited to the barbecue, dude.
Hilarious.
Mandatory.
You know what's so funny? And this is the weird thing about it. And I read this somewhere.
Snowman,
Black people
I
and white
can't stand
people
your
at
black
this
ass.
point, black people and white people in America are more closely related than black people and Africans.
It's not even close. American culture is a unique thing. Like I said to Sharon yesterday, black people and white people are intrinsically intertwined in this country. For
His
example,
name is Sharon.
Sharon, whatever. If you look, for example, the blues are a mix of slave music and European folk music. That's what the movie Sinners was about. Okay, if you look at
We're Americans.
American is
the
a unique
common
diosphere.
accepted term is
Yo,
so goes the cracker, goes the Negro. in America.
Yeah, it's
So
the
I'm not denying
we're
that we are
interconnected.
intertwined in many ways.
Gang, hold
The
on. With
argument
the
is
whole
we're kind
DEI
of
thing,
going backwards for a second, but I do want to play this because it was super chatted.
How is
I wanted to
diversity
go
and
back to
diversity
DEI.
targets working into the Aviate Academy?
We have committed that 50% of the class of the classes will be women or people of color. Today, only 19% of our pilots at United Airlines are women or people of color. And by the way, from all the data I've seen, that's the highest of any airline in the country.
White males don't just dominate in the cockpits. Also,
Right away, now we're leaning closer to what Imperius was saying earlier. The timeline had to be worked out, but this is a little bit more current than what we had. Let me just double check the. Is there
I think it's like
time?
23
Hood,
they were
and
doing.
hold on,
Yeah,
Hood, can I
I
ask
think
you?
this is a lot more current. I'm going to let it play out, but so far the argument
Go
has
ahead,
swung back to
man.
Imperius.
so in the C-suite at United Airlines.
Well, look, at United, I'm proud of the diversity that we actually have in our C-suite. I think if you
See
look
the
around
C-suite
corporate
diversity.
America,
See,
Correct me if
like
I'm
I
saying
said,
so. This is just based off your website, the people you list as executives. But out of 11 people, 3 are women. I believe 1 is a person of color.
that's correct. But
yeah, and those
in
women
corporate
are
America, I
white.
think,
They're
That's
white.
a low bar. How do you
yeah.
raise your own bar?
Well, a lot of this is, focusing on it. We have programs to, one of the things we do is for every job when we do an interview, we require women and people of color to be involved in the interview process, bringing people in early in their careers as well, and giving them those opportunities.
How is
Now I want to thread the needle really quickly with this DEI thing, and you guys can fight over it again. But I think we can blame DEI and at the same time acknowledge that DEI is not a whole bunch of black people.
Okay,
It's
so
not black
outside
people
of that,
uniquely.
hold on, Imperial, chill out. I ain't gonna tell you shut up because that's disrespectful.
You can tell me to
But
shut up. That's fine, dude. That's
yeah, no,
fine, dude.
I'm just saying, like, look, the only thing is, like, I don't know why black people, like, we take certain levels of disrespect unnecessarily, but I don't know why. Like, okay, you remember when affirmative action got revoked? Do y'all remember that?
Kind of.
Yeah,
For the colleges,
the
colleges.
Harvard case.
Yes.
Yeah, the Harvard
Affirmative action
case
being
with
revoked brought
SCOTUS,
DEI.
yeah.
DEI is just
I think it was
the same
21, right?
thing.
21.
DEI is just the same thing with additives. So like it's affirmative action plus, like there's Hulu plus. So now we get to include gay niggas. Now we get to include, thug bitches. Like,
Right, but at the end of the day, it still equates to a bunch of people from all kinds of different groups, white and black both, that are unqualified for jobs, and that's what the main issue is. It isn't.
I know
about who
that.
they
I know
are.
that.
Colleges.
No, hold on. I had a
assessment that they're
conversation.
not
I had a conversation with one of my homeboys, and I ain't gonna lie. One of my homeboys, he called this girl his partner, and she identified by, she, they, them, him, sometimes, or whatever the fuck. I just choose to use the bitch name because I'm just like, I'm not about to go through that. I need to cut hair. So I don't care. I cut their hair. But it was just, all right. What you're looking to have is a society based off of nothing. Now, after we removed affirmative action, because the Asians pushed for that shit, and then they shot themselves in the foot to let white people who happen to have money, or just people in general who happen to have money, to be able to get their kids in college based off of nepotism. I don't feel like nepotism is bad. If my dad did some shit and then he taught me some of that shit, nigga, pay my way in there. What the fuck?
Okay,
is the
I agree with
purpose of
you,
my
and I
name?
hold on. Let me say one
argument
thing.
under
Let me
those
say one.
same terms would be that
But what is the
DEI
purpose of
isn't
my
bad
name?
as well.
Hold on. No, bruh. What is the purpose of my father doing well in life to not be able to get me inside certain avenues just because he did it? Like, if he
The
taught
same,
me to
I
do
get
it,
that,
the
but hold
point
on,
would be
hold on,
let
hold on.
the
me
Can I say one
in.
same
thing on
thing
this?
with DEI. The point
No,
would
but
be
hold on. Can I say
to
one thing,
give
please, guys?
those affected by it an
1 second,
advantage.
please. You got it.
No, you
I'm
trying to
not
look out
disagreeing
for
with that.
lane. No, you trying to look out for lanes. Like people who don't do nothing.
And,
Like,
The
and Pierce,
argument that you
it's
Pierce,
guys
never
are
sorry to jump
no.
in
making
there.
is that because of DEI, the guy begging in front of the gas station is going to get a job to be a Boeing engineer. That's the argument you're making when you're saying they're unqualified. And so in doing
No, that
so,
nigga is
hold
never
on, give
gonna
me 2
go
seconds.
apply.
Give me 2
No,
seconds.
you gotta stop
2
talking, bro.
seconds.
You gotta
Willie,
stop talking.
hold on,
You
hold
gotta
on,
stop
hold on.
talking. He not gonna apply for that
I
job.
haven't been
second.
talking.
Willie, I want you to land your plane. I want Imperious to follow up with that, and then Vegetarian, you can respond to that afterwards. But I want Willie to go.
It's a
Okay, that's
fallacy to
fine.
claim that
That's
these
fine.
people are unqualified. In reality, just for them to be able to take advantage of DEI, 9 times out of 10, they're the most qualified in their space. DEI is not taking people
You
off
talking
of
about
a
the
street.
homeless nigga?
DEI, I thought I could land my plane.
Willie, you
I'll
got
go
it.
on mute.
No, Willie, please finish up. Imperious, you want to go?
Yeah, I do want to kind of agree with Willie here. There are aspects of DEI that are not DEI. To me, okay, as a guy who went into a fraternity legacy-wise, you guys would be surprised how many people get into admissions to these high elite institutions without taking SATs, without having anything, just because their family donated 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 million dollars to create a facility at the university and stuff. Now, if your father or something was a very accomplished, your mother was a very accomplished person from the university, and they helped teach you and set up a grant, they could use part of that grant to put you in, sure. But the problem is that you have tons, and not just legacy admissions, but what about athletic admissions? Those are kind of DEI, not in a racial factor.
Nigga, you weird. Ain't none of that, nigga. That's based off a legitimate performance.
No.
Hold on,
Though. Hold on.
Filmed performance.
Hold on. Okay, a university, okay, its primary function is not an athletic organization. Okay? Like, we got to remember that universities are not primarily athletic organizations. They're not the NFL. They're supposed to be there to educate. And instead, most colleges are
supposed.
That's my point. Yes, exactly. And they've gotten away from
Meanwhile,
that.
the
And that's
largest portion of the revenue stream of these universities typically is the sports program.
exactly. That's the
Right.
problem. So
Bruh,
the university
I used to play band. We used to lose funding based off of what was happening with the football team. Nigga, I'm
Exactly.
not less talented at any other point in time. But hold on. But I may not be athletically adept, but my brother is. But my brother can hoop or play football, but that gives me a job to play my instrument at.
Okay. Why don't you okay, like I said, the issue is this. Athletic scholarships should not be incorporated into the generalized amount of tuition or not tuition, entrance numbers into a university. Okay, these kids, I went to SC, I went to UCLA. I remember I never saw what's his name, Bush or White or any of them in classes. They were never on campus. Okay, like these guys, they did not go to class, but yet their scholarship counts as an entrance for a kid who would go to college and would go to class. Why aren't those guys just given not on the books, their scholarship, they're let in, and they have their own classes by themselves anyways? The university can pay for those teachers to privately give them classes, and their seat could go to someone that's more qualified.
I want to kind of shift the hold on. Let's stop it right here for a minute because I want to take a hard break now and maybe shift the entire tone of the conversation. And we can stop this in a minute if you guys want to, but I want to respond to a conversation that was had. Hold on a minute. I want to respond to a conversation that was had on a Hans panel the other day. This is Josh part 3, basically.
Oh God, I'll go on about
you
Josh
said,
when you're done.
Charlie Kirk. Do you
Yeah, I know
find
you had something to say about
that
that.
ideology?
Yeah, I forgot. My bad.
The being
All
that
them
the
niggas
definition
look
of
moist.
supporting women leads these white men to do heinous things.
If they feel like they're not, if they don't feel like they're part of society, if they feel like they're awkward in society, they don't feel like they're, how society is really going. If you can't talk to women, you can't get money, because I mean the average man don't make the amount of money. We gotta talk about the average. They're the average. They don't make that much money either. So you talking about the average white man don't get no money, the average man don't get no woman, then you talking about the average man don't, it's awkward. You have a problem. You feel like you're an incel. You start getting, I think that will bother you more than anything.
Good, nah, bro.
Understand.
That,
Let me
that nigga
get
with the
Q Butter.
dreads
Q Butter, what's
tripping,
good? You
bro.
can hear me?
I'm an average
Yo, Ham,
nigga.
what's good, King?
Good morning, my G. How you?
What it look like?
Everything.
You know, I understand the assignment, man. We got a white boy up here telling us how white people think, and black folks is what just taking notes and listening. These dirty white folks don't care about nothing. They don't got no compassion for nothing. We're not supposed to be asking them for no compassion.
Nigga, you don't
Quantify
care
their
about nothing
emotional
either.
space and just recognize as black men. They don't respect us. Asking white folks for respect, talking to white folks about getting respect, trying to get anything from white folks out of their bag, outside the bag, is a sick. Ain't nothing to talk to these white folks about. Even discussing and rationalizing the behavior of white men. It's crazy, black men. These crackers is crazy. It's all we gotta tell ourselves. They don't
Good
care. It
pause.
don't matter if they
Good
come from a
pause,
good
please.
home, bad home, messed up home.
1 second.
It's the
Hold on.
mind that they got. We just gotta worry about what we got going on in our community and keep fixing us up. Prioritizing our goals, prioritizing the black family, being on code in the conversation around white folks. Ain't no reason to be talking about black women. Ain't no reason to be talking about YNs. Ain't no reason to be talking about getting out of Africa. We supposed to be like,
Good.
no, y'all are the issue.
Bruh, why the fuck does your act right have to coincide with a white nigga doing some shit?
Yeah, you
And
should know what's right and wrong by yourself.
thank you. Like that's the one thing that I haven't pulled up on sharing shit at all yet. And I know they're gonna cook me off. So I'm gonna have to make sure I got $300 in my pocket for that day. But it's like, why the fuck does you having some act right have to do with what a white motherfucker does?
I'll answer that for you for the same reason why there's people out there that say the only way the political temperature can get turned down is if Donald Trump does it first.
Bruh, Donald Trump is Batman. And let's just be honest.
No, I'm just saying the analogy.
Hold on, let me say it.
No, I'm just
Let me
saying if
say
you
it.
catch the
Let me say it.
analogy, that they're not planning on, they don't want to do anything. They just want to put the fault on someone else.
That is true.
For why
That is true.
why they're not doing what they know is right to do.
That is true. And when I call Donald Trump Batman, is because he is the one guy that we haven't had in a long time, where we're just sitting in a situation where it's like, he has donated enough money to all of y'all campaigns that he got enough money where it don't really matter if he do what you want him to do. And
probably since Kennedy, yeah.
Well, we'll see what's
funny it's funny to watch. And it's
Well,
like,
to me, if you watch this panel right here, though, when you're listening to Q Butter talk about white people, I'm sitting here wondering, are you actually describing white people, or are you actually describing how you feel about shit?
Well, it's that.
You know what I'm
There's
saying?
There's a lot of projection here, Snowman. So, and this is one thing I realized, even despite like imperialist excesses and whatnot, black people talk about white folk way more than I think white folk talk about black people. And I think on the whole, black folk have a lot more crazy shit to say about white people. And it's just like almost common knowledge. Like we start to get into the Yakubi and stuff, and they was in the mountains, and they start getting into all kind of real deep conspiracy theories. And it's like, bro, I don't think the hate is coming from the place you say it is. You know what I mean? Like,
You giving the tweakers too much of a voice. I'm saying you giving the tweakers too much of a voice.
Yeah.
I've
never met black
we need
people
to
in
be
my
a
life.
more active. Hold on. We need to be a more active minority within the black base, and be honest and sit there and say, these niggas is stupid.
Well, yeah. You know what? True story. Yesterday, I'm on Izzy panel, and I played the clip, the beginning of that interaction, but it was a long show. I didn't play everything, right? But ancient Egypt came up for some reason, because you know niggas in Egypt, right? And so the thing was, we're talking about Rome, and they try to tell me that Romans got the Senate concept from Egypt. And I'm like, really? That's weird. Oh, wow. That's, So the conversation moved on, and I'm like, this nigga really just tried to tell me that Rome got the Senate from Egypt. And so I asked Izzy later on, do me a favor. Can you name an ancient Egyptian senator? Because, like, I know that, they had a pharaoh and shit like that. But, like, well, who is an Egyptian senator? Since they got the concept from Egypt, Because I
Good.
understand it
Outside
comes
of
from
that,
Athens.
with
But
that,
hold on. Just let me tell you what the nigga told me.
go ahead, nigga. Go
He
ahead, nigga.
said that the famous Egyptian senator was Imhotep. And then he must have been reading it from like from Google AI, because then he was trying to tell me that Imhotep was like the co-vizier or some shit like that. How do you pronounce the name? Essentially a co-regent, though. I'm like, so that was the senator? Great, bro. And this is how niggas do history, basically.
Yeah, but the way that niggas do history that don't make sense is you just told me that white people adopted some shit from us that we apparently forgot about.
Right.
That subjected you to some shit.
Right. Right.
So, like,
my question is this though: why black people have a ton of stuff to be proud for in the ancient world? Why are they copying? Like, do people not realize that, like, for example, biblically, the first Christian nation was
see, there you go. There you go. No, it's that white man church. And I'm with you. I'm with you 1,000%.
No, it wasn't a
that's
white man
literally the
church though.
problem.
Hold on. The first Christian religion leads back to the Ethiopian Catholic Church in Ethiopia. They were the first believers.
They're the first Orthodox.
Yeah.
Remember, hold on. In Rome, if you were a Christian, you were killed. Okay? For 100-something years until Constantine. Okay? So black people were the first Christians. Black people had the nation of Hindu Kush. Okay? And down in Africa. Hold on.
I don't want us to devolve. I don't want us to devolve, but
No,
this is
I'm
an
not
interesting
devolving,
point.
but I'm saying
I want to say this to you. Black folk would rather be the first Jews than the first Christians, and I think it's so ironic in the grand scheme of things, because I think you're more right than the other thing.
No, but what I'm saying also on top of that, that was a powerful empire in that area of Africa. They had tons of advancements. If you look at their archaeology, if you look at what they built, they have advanced stuff just like the Indians did in India at the same time. They have very similar structures.
Let's bring it to modern times. What
I'm bringing to modern times is
no, I don't disagree with you. I'm saying
let me bring it to modern times.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Can you speak in your man voice though, please? Not the whiny one, please.
Instead of thinking about looking comparatively to somebody else, you should be playing the course like golf. Play against par. Don't look comparatively.
Okay, and that's fine, but you're trying to get someone who has no thought. Like, they couldn't even fathom of doing that shit. Like, let me just use a side story. All right.
Today's
I'll
show
pull
has
up
been
in a
so
place.
fascinating.
Hold on. I'll pull up in a place. I'm doing barber school or whatever the fuck. Nigga, everybody got a problem with anybody who get money other ways. The crab in a barrel shit is extreme. It is extreme. Like, I've started to realize, like, no, I knew it when I was a child, but I tried to work against it because MLK, Malcolm X. I was like, I gotta look out for my people. But I started to realize people don't give a fuck. They're not gonna listen to shit. How can you sit there and say someone is subjecting you to your own old rules? It's crazy to me.
Well,
let me jump in. Let me jump in for 1 second. I'm going to let this video play a little bit more, and then I might have to take this show mobile, guys. So let me know if you want to extend the show. Throw a dollar in the hat, because I got to leave in maybe another hour.
Hold on, that nigga Q Butter, deep down in his soul, he feel like he can't make a move unless white people does something right by us. Now, and I've always asked niggas this shit. Jesus. Why can't you do better by yourself?
So I would point out
them doing better by you.
No, I agree with you.
So
every man is responsible for his own destiny. Every man is responsible for his own destiny.
Real shit. You can't do better by you. You can't not like.
So when it comes to Q Butter,
hold on. The Detroit 300.
Hold on. I want to let Wall Street Willie in there. Willie, start from the top. Hold on. Give me a second. ZT, give me 1 second. I want to get Wall Street Willie in. He was quiet for a little bit.
trying not to be the chimp that people claim, right? That they
You're doing a good
display.
job, Willie.
So,
Yeah,
nigga, stop
we're
talking like
we're
you
all being like
smooth
men for a
jazz,
second.
nigga.
We're all being like men for a second. But Willie, please make your argument. You were saying something about Q Butter.
Yeah, my first point is it's extremely chatty patty to have these conversations in a disingenuous matter about people who aren't here. But what I would say is he's not waiting on DEI to start his institute. He's not waiting
He
on
did not.
reparations to start his institute.
Yes,
So
he is.
was a
No, he
blatant
did not. He got
lie
his own shit.
that the brother said. That's all I wanted to defend my brother and speak on his behalf and saying
No,
that he didn't wait for
I'll give
anything.
you that. I'll never take away
He
from him
didn't
that he's
even
actually
wait. He didn't
he's
wait
actively
even wait
doing
for
stuff in the
niggas to
community.
chip in. He
My
went out there
problem
and
with
did it.
my problem with what he's saying is what difference does it make if I care about the black community or anything they're going through? Why should I care about him if he doesn't care about me or mine? I mean,
Are
that's just
we
how
at
that shit
odds?
works.
Are we at odds or not?
And there you go. There you go. That I'm damn near about to call you Vegeta because your name is a little bit too hard on the tongue, bro. But Vegeta just yeah, vegetarian. I have a hard time. I even said it. Now I got to go brush my teeth.
Just call me is what it is. That was my old name.
That's too many syllables and shit. But no. The thing I wanted to say though, what I was thinking about, because you just made a great point. It's really more about the epistemology, the ontology of it all, like his worldview. And it's not me trying to say Q Butter is like some bitch ass nigga. I'm not even trying to make it that level of personal attack. This is more like critique, and we do video critique here, so I'm not going to shy away from anything I observe. But I think what I'm pointing out, what I'm trying to point out though, is that he represents a kind of baseline thought for a lot of black people, where you just brought it up, VT, the argument of white people, or white people in America in particular, somehow being this mortal enemy. We have to forever be on guard. White man coming to get you. And then that is the modus of all of their reasons for being. Like because white people exist, therefore black people must do XYZ. There is no black people must do XYZ because of objective reasons outside of white people. That's kind of where I take issue with that whole line.
That is fair. Now, if a grandma tells me I can't let my grandkids sit on the couch by my living room window because niggas who can't aim shoot, at a nice little 30-foot radius in their field of vision. So that's left to right, yet including peripheral. Nigga, you're shooting old people and kids. You're not shooting your ops. Why the fuck can I have a problem with you doing that as a black man?
I want to start playing this clip a little bit more.
And he's like, yeah, I know I'm the issue. And he literally said, I don't care I'm the issue. He said, I don't care about slavery. I don't care about human rights. I don't care about equality. I don't care about feeding other people.
You can't
he
trust
only cares about
redhead
himself. That is a parasite. He is defining himself as a parasite. The only thing on this planet that does not have a homeostatic.
I don't think.
Can I jump in on this after you're done?
I know you want this. You get it right here. I'm actually gonna get you alley oop. I don't think Q Butter and a lot of black people really appreciate the objective reality of what he's trying to say, especially about a parasite. If you are in the position of having to beg other people for your quote civil rights, if you are in the position of having to ask other people for more and more programs to solve your social issues and mend your broken family, it is you who are in the parasitic position. And
they don't want to do that.
Parasites have no moral authority, bro. But I want to stop there. You go. You got it, Imperius.
Well, this again goes back to the presupposition problem that a lot of us have. The irony is that he's coming from an epistemology of like a Western white perception. That's the great irony. He's saying that genocide, slavery, all that kind of stuff is bad. Who were the people that defined that as bad?
So let me say this, Hood, and let me ask you this straight up. Do you remember the Detroit 300?
Vaguely. It was like a fever dream.
Oh, it kind of was, but it existed. There were a group of uncles, fathers, you know,
It's like a myth
brothers,
we tell
whatever.
each other.
They wanted to go touch down in the hood and stop niggas from shooting innocent people.
And guess who didn't want that to happen no more?
The baby mamas.
Yep.
And it was just like, damn. So the issue is that black men kill black women at whatever rate. And then you wanted Dexter to come save you or Urkel to come save you from that.
Mm-hmm.
Why the fuck are you stopping me?
Hey, shout out to the Urban Alchemy gang, man. You got to use magic on these niggas.
Well,
But
the
be
thing,
real,
the
Hood.
irony.
No,
Hold
hold
on.
on, Hood. Be real. Why
hold
can't
on.
I stop that from happening? Hood,
Got to
why
use
can't I stop
alchemy,
that?
nigga.
I can't stop that shit from happening because you benefiting from it.
Exactly. You can't say stop it, but you're surviving and getting advantage.
Exactly. You getting drug money. You getting your rent paid off of dumb shit and all types of
Government
shit.
free money.
No, well, yes, government free money does supply the drug gang.
It really does.
Where do you think money goes?
What do you think the first of the month song was about from Bone
Yeah,
Thugs?
that's what Bone Thugs. Get up,
Yeah,
get
I
up.
just
It's
got
the
the
first
first of the month money from my bitch so I could go buy this pack.
Well, and if you look online too, a lot of people, like dealers, were on TikTok and stuff saying, shit, now that Snap doesn't cover all this stuff, they're using those Snap benefits instead of trading them in and getting money and getting their drugs, they're actually having to use them.
Yeah.
But
Drugs
that's the
are a low
thing.
part of the economy. People don't get it. It's like really, really woven in an invisible way. But it's mostly in the
And
ghetto.
this ain't black people. This is white people too, tweakers.
Yeah, niggas know that. But the only thing is, it's just like, damn, do you want to fix it or not? And we stuck in a situation where we've been kind of fucked up in a certain way where it's like everybody's so separated because before it was just race. After that, they chose to like separate shit by gender or who the fuck you like to fuck. So it's like, why did we bend to that?
Wait, it gets better. Hold on.
Because
Let's
people
pause.
like. You're absolutely right. It's okay. Go ahead. I'll let you finish the video, dude.
Yeah, we're gonna stop periodically. I want to get it because it's a long video, so it's not like we're
Yeah,
gonna
no,
play
I'm
the whole
sorry.
thing.
I don't mean to interrupt you. My bad.
Care about nothing else. They kill off the body, go to another host. That's what he's showing us. So we shouldn't be sitting here trying to figure out our atheist or African or whatever Abrahamic perceptions we have.
Damn, they lost him.
Bring him back. Oh, I think he disconnected. Damn.
Them niggas ain't
Josh
smart
wanted
enough to
more.
even address
Josh
that.
wanted
They know
more.
what they're talking about.
What is it? Good evening, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm drunk, man. My bad. I don't know if it's my turn here, but I'll let you know when it's on. Yeah. Sorry, I was on mute. So Q got kicked off. I just want to make sure you get to finish. Saying for sure.
Yeah, my bad. Somebody called me and stuff. Yeah, I'm being very specific with science. Like, he doesn't understand homeostatic equilibrium. He doesn't care about other species on the planet. They clearly show that. You got one or two little white tricklets that care about other people, but majority of them think just like him. These are the same white people that saw Nat Turner, that saw our ancestors rebelling and said, no, these niggas want freedom. Kill these niggas. This is the same white man that saw us and said, you don't deserve to walk with 3 or 4 black folks. This
Good,
is
right there. Pause that. Bruh, look, I got medical issues, bruh. I done had to work factories, nigga. I done had to make sure I was lit to be able to do my job. Nigga, why the fuck a bitch get $3,000 a month in social assistance and I can't? I ain't got no kids. I ain't got no burdens on the state. I ain't got nothing I got to extra pay for. Why the fuck that bitch get more than me? Because she was reckless.
Well, what I find actually even more interesting about what he's talking about is the fact that he seems to think that black people lived in peace and harmony with the planet. And then once the white man came around, that's how all this shit with
I
wanting to
respect you
conquer,
changing the
with wanting
subject
to.
a little bit, but nah, like real shit.
Can
You
I?
Why the fuck?
you kind of changed the subject, VT. I'm not sure how that related, but I
No,
think
what he just said. What he said was.
no.
Go ahead.
Well, Q
I'm
Butters
sorry.
talk about the white man going around the world. What do you call it? Homeostatic
Yeah,
equilibrium, and
yeah.
you know
He's
what?
acting like black people lived in peace and harmony, and you know it was just rainbows and shit and butterflies.
Yeah, but I
Noble
noticed.
And I finished, sir. I didn't interrupt you. Goddamn.
The
You
noble
right.
savagery,
Respectfully.
man.
But he's sitting here trying to pretend like black people lived in peace and harmony with each other, like there weren't tribes going out trying to conquer other tribes. They weren't taking land from each other. They weren't at war with each other. And it's all something that was brought on by the white man. It's absolutely fucking delusional fallacy that a lot of people that are of his ilk try to push into the mainstream. And it's just not logically true.
Not
That
only
is
that,
true. That
not
is
only
Can I say
true.
something after you're done?
not only that.
No, man, that is true.
Hold on. I'm gonna give it to Imperius, but not only that. This is what I've been kind of talking about and theorizing out loud recently in the last couple of months, like talking about the burden of empire, as I call it, right? Because if you realize civilization as we understand it, whether it's now or back in Rome or any time, civilization itself is a bit of an it's like a bubble that should not exist, right? Savagery is almost
It's so fragile and so alien to nature to have a
So do
stable
you believe that
civilization.
anarchy
so
is the
once you
natural order?
establish that, it actually kind of is. Something approaching anarchy is closer to the natural state of man.
Yeah, human
But
beings, it's like Rousseau. Human beings are naturally free and
I
animalistic,
disagree.
and like we
no,
are monsters, dude.
we
If we were
are.
left to our own devices, are you kidding?
And then, so once you have the imposition of civilization, this is what I mean about the burden of empire. Once you establish it, you have to push the boundaries out further and further because
Well,
chaos is always at your
It's
border.
always there. Yeah, now, can I say something with you for a second? Can I have a little discussion with you for 1 second here? I want you to bring up, there's a book, type it in Google, show it real quick, called The White Man's Burden. It's from 1897.
Oh, I love these old books.
Uh-huh. Look, show it real quick. It actually describes what you're saying. It says there's this burden that white people, because white people have established this that they have to go out and civilize and create a world where other people are the same, that they have to impose civilization on nature, on these quote savages and stuff.
But you also should be focused on self-preservation. Like
But
I've
that's
looked
my
at.
point. No, but hold on. Let me get this.
Go ahead. Go
This
ahead.
is a much bigger. This is something that Josh represents too. And then there's this other book I want you to bring up called Heart of Darkness. Bring that up. It's about the exploration of Central Africa and colonialism. And it talks about the same. Heart of Darkness is actually the precursor work to the book and the movie Apocalypse Now, if you remember that.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. And see, I love reading old books. I'm a huge old book guy. You know what I mean? But it talks about these themes that the white man are like burdened by God himself, that because he's granted white people with these quote advantages and stuff, that you're required to go out there and impose the civilization that white people have. It's like this grandstanding of saying that you want to be good people, but by doing it with this massive ego. You know what I mean? Like there wasn't a civilization in China, that there wasn't one in India. Like
Well,
that.
yeah,
That
yes and no.
Alexander.
There definitely were. But let
There
me
were
kind of refocus it
civilizations.
to the black thing and what Q
No,
Butter's talking
I'm
about.
just saying. I'm just saying.
Well, hear me
But
out. Hear
this
me
is
out.
what
I want to
Josh
throw something
represents.
at you, Imperius. I want to throw something at you because you want to have it back and forth, and I want to explore
Yeah.
this
I'm sorry.
concept of civilization here. What I've been thinking about in terms of like the burden of empire, and then now you kind of fooled it out, the white man's burden. I didn't really know until just now that actually was a couplet I had decoupled. Right, there is a burden that it was already talked about, but I think when it comes to Q Butter and that worldview, what I really sense is a deep resentment, because the Black history worldview is that we had all these things and we taught y'all. But all the history that we actually can verify says almost quite the opposite, where it's like white people going out and literally colonizing shit. And I think there is an actual jealousy that Black folk did not and were not the great colonizers, therefore the great deliverers of civilization. But we make up this history to say that we did.
Hood, even with that argument
Oh,
that you're
hold
making.
on. I'm gonna give it to Imperius, and then you can jump in right
Yeah,
after
I'm
him.
sorry, real quick, Snow. I don't mean to. I just wanted to. The difference is that white people put it on themselves and the ego to do it, while Black people just do it because they want to get ahead now. Like he only believes that is saying that because he wants to be able to get ahead now and be rich he doesn't actually believe it. These liberals, these white people, actually, that's why you have self-deleting nations like England. They literally believe it's the white man's burden to bring all these Muslims and Arabs there, and the moment they cross, there'll be these civilized, beautiful, gentle
I think
things.
that's a perversion of it.
But hold on.
It's an intentional perversion of that, Imperius.
Them Arabs pulled up and they pulled up on games. Like, let's be honest. The Europeans, they put when they let them Arabs in, they pulled up on games. They got to be you know how in America, catcalling is starting to be looked at as a certain way. Them niggas pull up like, I want to fuck. Why are you denying me?
Yeah. Well, let me
they'll
put
pull
it
up with 6 guys and say, if you don't do us all now, we'll kill you in the alley.
Right.
I'm
right.
saying the
That's
point he was
literally what they
making
say,
was,
dude.
the point he was making was why racism
Snowman
and
had
white
it.
supremacy has to be addressed. That was the
Hold
point.
on, Willie, one
Is
second.
that white
Snowman had
supremacy
it
or
next.
Arab supremacy?
Listen, calm down. Snowman had it next. I want to say one thing, and we're gonna give it to Snowman. Actually, I forgot what I was gonna say anyway now, but Snowman, you got it.
No, I was just with what you were talking about just a minute ago with you know, the quote unquote history of how, you know, Black people taught white people how to wipe their ass and all that shit, and then put them in caves and blah 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 blah. I mean, even that in and of itself, if you sit and listen to the history that they try to project, that how they taught the white man everything, even that alone would tell you that obviously the white man didn't just invent warring. They were taught that. And who were they taught that by? The people that supposedly taught them how to wipe their ass. So if your argument is Black people started everything, well, then you got to take ownership on this shit. It's your ancestors, literally by your words, your definitions. You taught us everything. Why aren't you taking responsibility for what you created, what you taught?
Because bitches
That was
run
a great
us.
question. That was a great
Because bitches run us.
So let's say
You should have
the
been a man
inverse.
and should have known that you shouldn't have done that.
Hold on, Willie, jump in there. Willie, I want to hear your point.
My point is this. Let's say that the inverse happened, right? Let's say that for the next 400 years until 2425, right? Blacks enslave whites, right? And whites have to get their freedom and they have to get their language back and any pride in themselves back, right? To negate the travesty that would be if Black people did the same atrocities to white people by saying, well, white people did it to us first. That doesn't give you a reprieve for being a savage beast and an animal, right? It's like me saying, if your
Willie, do you believe
child,
the
God
Moors were
forbid
Black?
anyone's child, right, is a victim of child trafficking, right? And they sell that baby to me. If I lock her in a cage, if I grape her, if I beat her, if I do all the worst things to her, get her pregnant, sell her children, because you guys did it first does not give me a reprieve
But
from
that's
being
how
a
we
horrible
feel.
Hold on, VT.
scumbag
Hold on,
of a
VT.
person, right?
Willie. I want you and I to have a little back and forth. VT,
Yes,
please.
sir.
Everybody else, let us have this out for a moment.
Yes,
Willie,
sir.
do you believe the Moors were Black?
I don't really deal with that. I don't disagree with it because my concern really isn't there. I focus on the things I'm concerned about. So the Moorish history, there's portions of it that I do believe are true, that are historically factual, and then a lot of it is BS and black pride. So I'm
Well,
in between on the Moors.
well, let's keep that one in the air for the moment then. But whether or not you believe the Moors were black, the Moors engaged in all of those very acts that you yourself called brutal and barbaric and all the mean things, right? Now, that being said, and I don't actually believe the Moors were black, so I'm not even going to hold that argument over your head any longer.
That's why I
Right,
was
right, right.
clear on that. Like, I don't subscribe to that necessarily either in the way it's told.
Right.
Right.
Now, the
Now,
point I want to make, though, is why are we to just assume that black people have clean hands in the realm of all the same evils and atrocities that you somehow accuse the white man of? Because, like, even without getting into slavery, like, Africa unto itself is a harsh, I mean, it's called the dark continent for a reason, right? It's not like the sun just doesn't land over there, right? But I think for a lot of reasons, black folk like to imagine ourselves as the noble savages and the white man as the real savage. And I don't know if that's true. What if we were all savages and the white man just learned a few things first and then he went around on boats with guns and shit?
well, you just have to deal with the historical reality, right? And the historical reality is no one has spread more death, violence, destruction, and pestilence across the world throughout various points in history than the white man. That cannot be denied. You can't blame any other group for what happened in Germany in 1942. You can't
My
blame
brother,
any
what
other
is
group.
Hold on,
You
VT.
can't
Hold on,
blame
VT.
any other group for dropping nuclear bombs. You can't blame any other group for the Trail of Tears. You can't. What I'm saying is historically, right? No one's saying that these other groups' hands are clean. Yes, the Chinese did things that were unfortunate as well. So did Africans, right? But when we look at the context of the world that we're in now, right? It's a world that they were able to accomplish their goals through nothing but atrocities. It was all murder and death, all of it.
what are your goals?
Hold on. Can I
Wait.
respond
I'm
real
gonna,
quick?
I want
Okay,
to
just
have
tell
one
me when
last.
I can go. You tell me.
I
That's all I'm saying.
I'm gonna give it to Imperius, but I have to have this one last closing argument. I'm gonna see all of your spreading of virus and violence, and the nuclear bomb is kind of dope, by the way. It's based as hell, but I'll still take that. And then all the things, right? All the things. I'll see that, and I'll raise you clean water, a structured language, a structured linguistic system, because African language and African time. Imperius, I don't know if you were there for African time. I think you would have
Well,
died watching
what
that
about
shit.
penicillin?
Wait,
Penicillin is
No,
Penicillin.
nigga, what is your
really quick before
goal?
you,
Hold on,
because we were
mystery.
having a
I mean, not
conversation.
mystery. VT, hold on. VT, hold on. Willie, it's gonna have to come back to you in a second. Imperius got it next, but you see where I'm going with this. Like, I
I
will
can
see
answer it quick
those
though.
bad things, but you cannot discount shit like a clock. Like actually having a clock. You understand the power of
So
measuring
I get your
time
point.
that is a universal
I
constant
get your point,
standard.
right? And the clean water thing was good because it allows me to respond very directly and very easily, right? None of that compares to the destruction they are responsible for. When you're talking about the Exxon Valdez, when you're talking about literally wiping out rainforest and trees and woodland areas, this is another byproduct of their 500 to 600 years of rule, right? So
Spaceships, my nigga.
yeah, penicillin is
Spaceships, my nigga.
penicillin's pretty good, right? But what about the Exxon Valdez? What about what you're doing to the seagulls?
Tesla
They
got robots that look like people right now, my nigga.
No,
Anyway,
my
let's
big
stop.
thing,
Let's
if you're
stop.
talking about the
Imperius.
environment, though, I mean, water. I mean, hold on, but natural reclamation. Like, do you understand that just that our maintenance, like, there? Okay, I guess it's like before humans, there were fires back in history that encompassed entire like states that would be statewide, like because there was no people to turn them off, fight them, coal them. Actually, like I'm
give
just
us
saying,
an
nature
example.
has destroyed a lot.
Give us one example
Dude,
of a
okay, how about
statewide fire.
what about the comet that destroyed the dinosaur?
I asked you for an example of a
I did.
statewide.
Nature destroys stuff.
Yeah, you're talking about more the archaeological record, and I wouldn't disagree with that.
Like the nature. I mean, there have been floods, fires that have encompassed massive portions of volcanic activity, like super volcanoes.
Well, let me. You know what? Because you're now you're being a little obtuse, Willie. Let me make it clear for you, right? How many canals have been dug in the continent of Africa?
Nigga.
You see what I mean?
No, I don't at all.
But no, nigga.
I don't know.
What is your intention?
I'd love for you to make the point.
What is your
goal,
bro?
The point I'm trying to make is that there is a level of civilizational development that you're just going to have to take the good with the bad. Because would you rather not have clean water reach your town?
Right.
No,
but
what does the pro-black nigga want to do?
Respond to that.
Right? Now the point he's trying to
what
make
does
is,
the pro-black nigga want to do?
Hood. You do
the
have to
atomic
take
bomb,
the good with the bad. I'm saying
the atomic bomb led to Mr. Beast making wells in Africa.
When you look at these people, right?
One at a time. One at a time. Willie, make your point, please. Finish. Start from the top.
Willie, what is your end game?
That is a good question, by the way. Damn, Willie just dropped. I guess that was the end game.
That's because he bitch made.
He'll be back.
No, don't do that to him. Don't do that to him. He probably got an issue. He'll be back.
I know.
Like I said to what you were saying, Hood, though, the atomic bomb, if it wasn't for that, Mr. Beast wouldn't be in Africa right now trying to build wells for people that don't know how to get clean water.
I think Mr. Beast is like an atomic bomb of a different type, though. Mr. Beast need to stop watering the Africans. We literally saw this in the Gremlins, bro. Stop pouring water on these niggas.
That's a whole bigger dude. If you give people things, they won't learn to do it themselves for their own survival, so they'll always be reliant and they'll never advance themselves. That's the entire liberal fucking problem with Africa. Africa would be equal to us, or at least equal to South America by now, if white people with that white man's burden hadn't just dumped free food, all these water, and done everything for the Africans, and instead made them do it themselves by being taught and said, hey, it's up to you now. You better do it or you're going to die.
I live there. You're making a lot of assumptions. You're making a lot of assumptions.
I'm saying human beings. I'm saying human. I've been to Africa.
You can map that out. You can map that out economically, bro. Like you.
What have they told you?
Comment back up.
Like say for instance, they rely on apples. If you donate apples to Africa, then the apple farmers won't get anything. That's just
that's what happened, dude. No, it's distributed by the UN to the people, and so therefore it doesn't cause an industry or farmers native to the country to develop that skill, develop their own self-sufficiency, and it keeps these countries reliant, slave-like, to white people.
I mean,
why do you think France? Why do you think French is still the native language? Why is the French currency the primary currency in Africa still?
When the white man came and bought slaves from the Dahomey, were the Dahomey using their slaves to run plantations and provide produce for a market? No, they were just selling niggas. And this is kind of what I mean what I'm getting at. There are levels to this shit, bro. They just literally are, and you can't escape the trade-off for the levels, right?
To make an omelet, you got to crack a couple eggs, man.
Yeah, but it goes back to that same shit with the Detroit 300. Nigga, why the fuck don't you want to stop destructive shit going on around you? Why?
Because it's embedded in their economy.
No, listen, like I'm a young nigga. Like, all right, I'm 34. I went through some shit. I had to go to college. I had to get out of college. I had to start making my own money. Nigga, I started fucking with people who trap. Like, I don't agree with everything that goes on with your trap, but I know damn well I can get me a sack or a pillowcase full of some gas so I can get myself together. I do not enjoy the shit you do. I had to realize the last thing I need to do is indulge in you. I'm funding you.
Well, you just answered your own question, VT. The reason why nobody wants to do anything, the reason why nobody wants to do anything and get rid of it is because it makes too much money to let it stay the same.
I'm throwing a link in the
Why there's
chat.
the war on homelessness. The war on
I
poverty will
agree.
never
I
stop
agree.
because there's too many people in government jobs and NGO jobs and all these companies and stuff that do their very existence is only justified by the existence of the problem.
Listen, I'm going to drop down for a second. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm going to drop down for a second. Shout out to Dick. Like I missed a lot of super chats, but let me try to read a couple of these. I love civilization and all, but I think we aren't going to last that long, and everyone knows it. Yeah, that's a thought.
I hope not, but it looks that way.
Right. Mr. Enigma with the $2.33. Real ninjas believe in keeping a hoes mad. Shout out to Mr. Enigma. True Hype with the link. We played that. Shout out to True Hype though. VT with the fireball. None of y'all finna squabble, so stop the flagrant fouls. Just be right and don't use unnecessary languages. Y'all acting like hoes. Yeah, that was a moment. We had to get through it though. Niggas got to get it off their chest. VT with the 5 again. He don't want to squabble. He lying. Bussy boy. And I think, that was the other one we didn't read. Penn and Teller debunked video game violence myth. Shout out to
they did. I
again.
love Penn and Teller. They're liberal, but they were funny as hell, man. I love,
Y'all
you know what I
didn't
mean?
want to
Yeah, and that was a
squabble.
big myth. That was so stupid anyway.
Dude, that's like movies too. Like, did people after the Terminator go dressed up as robots and start mowing people down?
Well, I think it's a little bit
people
different.
after Dark Knight went and dressed up like Joker and started mowing theaters down.
Yeah, but
that was the one-off.
we ain't got to squabble.
So those
That
are
was the one-off.
trends. Those are trends. They're gonna do that
And
anyway.
then let me make this point though. I think with black folk and the rap music thing, there is no real pressure in white America to be the Terminator or to be Rambo. Where in black America, there is a cultural downward pressure to be the gangster that you
Well, I
rap
think like
about.
the toughest guy
it's
is like
beneficial, nigga. It's
But
beneficial.
I want to ask a question really quickly.
And Josh is in the back, I think, dude.
Yeah, I think I'm bringing Josh.
Oh, you
Is
brought
this
him up.
D
Okay.
Josh?
Hey,
I can tell by his voice. Josh talk.
guys.
There he is. That's Josh. Yeah.
Is
All
that
right,
Joe really?
Josh. Lots of things have been said by
Good.
you.
Do you want to have a
on other
one-on-one with
channels.
him? And do you want us to drop, or do you want to?
You don't have to drop. You don't have to
y'all
drop.
say.
Everybody, just be nice. We're all being cool for them. You know, since up till now, we're being cool. Let's keep it going. Josh, though, a lot of things have been said by you that I find suspicious. Not even suspicious, just odd. But then things have been revealed about you that are very odd. And so,
based off of shit you said.
Like,
well, first of all, let's start.
what?
Let's start from the most controversial thing. Did you die briefly and then return to the world?
Yeah, by technicality, that is exactly kind of legally what happened. Yes.
Okay,
am I asking?
He
too
is
much
risen. He is risen.
I know, right? Am I asking too much for a light overview? Because we were saying things about you, and since you did come here, I would like to ask you directly. So
let him talk. Talk about the other side.
What question?
Well, I mean, I don't want to get
Details,
too. I don't want to get too deep in personals. But what are the
okay?
What's
Stop making it lighter. Let him say what he wants to say.
Stay out of this. VZ, stay out of this. Just chill for a minute, bro. Josh, just give me the light overview.
Yeah, the quick overview was pretty much like I work for State Department. I ended up coming back home because my parents got sick. And I got a little bit frustrated because I was having problems with the old lady. And so I went to go basically apply or transfer over to ATF. And for whatever happened, I ended up getting reposted into China. That required some weird stuff to happen, I guess. And so this is just what happened.
Out of curiosity, like, is it visa related or whatever? Like, what happened?
No, when you work for what they wanted to do, they sent me.
It's OPSEC reasons, dude. It's OPSEC reasons.
I didn't ask you. I asked him.
Josh, was there a legit funeral and obituary for you?
Yes, and a legit legal death certificate, all on paper. Hence, legally.
So technically, you're not even alive right now.
Technically, yeah, it'll take about 2 years for all of that stuff to go back to where it was before.
I mean, are any of us really here right now anyway?
Yes, it's similar to what they do in the witness protection, guys. It's very similar.
Yeah. This is why I didn't really want to get I'm not trying to get too deep into it because I understand things might look crazy, but there's a reason for a lot of shit. But it looks funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Hold on, but back to the DEI.
Well, hold on, Hood. Don't fall off because Bumpkin's on his way.
Back to the DEI though, like
we're not doing
honest.
DEI. We're not going back to DEI. No.
Bro, we can't do the same shit there that they can do here.
Stop. Let me run my shit. Please fall back for a second. Josh, while you're here. So the other thing I wanted to address with you now, why are you scaring the blacks, bro? Because, and I'm not saying maybe you did it on purpose, but it feels like you just went up there to confirm all their worst dark conspiracies. And
I did not control that panel. I did not steer it in any direction. I was asked to address the topic, and that's exactly what I did. I just sat there and answered questions. Did it concern people? Yes, because their starting point was it's basically a base from. You'll notice all of their questions are based off of white versus black. So from their mind, it's all based on that. Every question that's going to come about from it is that way, and I just didn't allow it to go any other direction other than the questions they asked. They scared the shit out of themselves.
Josh is actually more on their side than I do. Josh, hold on. Josh got mad at me at Venus's and bans me from the chat because I'm too racial. So you guys are like have a whole bad idea of what Josh is. He's not
No,
like
you
against.
just say the hard R too much sometimes.
No, I make sexual jokes too. He doesn't let me do that either. So what? Like, dude, against Venus, PhD, PhD, Sexy Red, dude, I sexually harassed them to hell.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm never going to allow you to nuke a channel that I'm dealing with.
See what I'm
That's
saying?
not gonna
See?
happen.
So he's not against you guys, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's not some like doing this to scare the blacks. Or like, he's actually more like on black people's side than it. Because like, if people go up on Josh's panels,
That's
or
the
panel
problem. No. See, Imperious, that's the problem. That's how he scares the blacks, because he's on their side. He's validating all of their talking points.
That's fair. That's fair.
I guess,
the one
but
thing,
he also is hard on him.
Hold
too.
on, Angry Snowman. Let me give you some credence to what you said. Do you remember when Trump decided to fund the black HBCUs?
Yeah.
Okay. The first thing that I heard from my mother was he only did that to get us to vote for him. And I was like, you don't want a politician to do some shit for you. Really think about that. You don't want that nigga to placate towards you or your interest?
And that's what Josh does. He placates to people. Like, dude, Josh is like, he's
Yeah,
pretty
but
fair.
do you want someone to placate towards
Yeah,
you
you do.
sometimes?
No, yeah, you do sometimes. Yes, you do. Politicians are to serve you. They're
it's a
there to
valid-
serve your interests.
Well, so it's a valid tactic, right? Generally
Yeah,
speaking.
well,
It's a valid tactic. Exactly.
It's different because there's a difference between placating and validating. What Josh was doing was validating their claims. And the example you brought up is kind of similar to when you ever heard a woman say that you like them too much. And it kind of gives them it's that kind of thing.
Oh God. But that's the thing. Bitch, if you think I like you too much, I'm just not gonna like you that much anymore. Thank you for letting me know. I overdid something.
What does?
But he says you're
what
trying
does it
too much.
matter
You're
that-
doing too much, Josh. He's thinking you're doing too
What
much.
does it matter that? What does it matter that people like each other?
It
Like, I don't
does
get
matter.
that either.
It matters to other people because they've had a lack of love in their life.
I'll concede that point if we're looking at each other as an individual, right? Like if it's just
Right.
me and you having a conversation, right? But we're all groups.
But the only thing is we don't realize that we may have that level of self-confidence where we can move forward and do things with ourselves. Most people are begging and starving for that in their life.
What, like attention?
Yes.
Oh, that's a problem.
Yeah, it is a problem. But the crazy part is you and I don't need that to sustain ourselves.
Well, so it's a real simple solution, right? And to be fair, I think everybody does it to some degree. You find a group of people that you align with and you just focus in a direction.
Yeah, but see, that's the difference. You might look at things of, I want to go fuck with some people to do something that, to achieve a goal that I have.
But you're making too much sense. You have to think about it. Like,
what do you mean I'm making too much sense?
Guys,
No, I'm talking
let
about
me jump in
Josh.
for a hot second. Let me jump in for a hot second because I do have some questions for Josh, but we're actually taking the show mobile, so we're gonna run this out for maybe another hour or so. But I have to go take care of a few more things, and then I gotta go jump in the car and go to work. So you guys hit that like button. We are having a race conversation. You know, we haven't had Race War Saturdays in a while. It's been a minute since we had Race War Saturdays, so I guess it's back today. Hit the like button, y'all. Thanks for
Can you
watching.
play the cart?
Come on, share your dollar. Give me your dollar. Share your dollar with me. Come on.
You got to play that Cartman clip.
Yeah, hit
Race
that
wars, race wars.
hit that dono button, man. Show your love. Where else can you find a reincarnated
Hold on,
Chloe
but I'm
on a
gonna be
panel?
honest.
Yeah, where else are you going to find a
Hold on,
man
let's
risen
be
from the
honest.
dead?
Let's
Not
be
since
honest.
Jesus 2,000 years ago.
And he came back to talk to the black people. Like, come on, man.
Imperious.
Is Josh the real Black Jesus?
He is the Black
Damn.
Jesus. He's Woody Pootie Tang. He's reincarnated as Pootie Tang right now.
Pootie Tang is
Wow.
Black
albino
Jesus.
Jesus.
What I'm more curious is
Dude,
why you
Pootie
guys are
Tang can
talking-
rate. Dude, did you see kind of powers he had?
Is Future Black Jesus?
Nobody
No,
saw that.
Pootie Tang's way cooler than Black
Hold on.
Tang.
Let's get back on topic.
Josh, what you just say? I couldn't. I didn't really hear you.
What I'm more shocked about is like, why didn't you think I would pop up with Risky?
This nigga said
I've been running the
Pootie
ham
Tang
for a
Black Jesus.
long time.
Well, I think they didn't really know anything about the white national thing. And so that's why it's more shock to them. Like you talking about any of this stuff really means nothing to me on like an emotional level because I talk about race way too much to be shocked by this stuff.
Right.
So it's them, I think, are sort of surprised. And the question I wanted to ask you, though, directly is why do you think there's such a concern with they have such a concern rather with white people somehow aggressively suppressing them and putting them back in camps or cages or anything like that because one I know you don't even represent that element of whiteness. You speak from a Christian nationalist viewpoint from what I know, and that's not pure ethno-nationalism. It's a heavily white thing, but it's not pure ethno-nationalism. But they seem to only boil it down to that.
You asking the wrong nigga.
Are we talking about Risky's group? Or are we talking about like
Well,
just black
that's
people in general?
Risky's group kind of was going there. Like, it doesn't really matter that you made distinctions. All I can see is like this thing gonna put us in chains.
Sure. This is actually very simplistic. It's actually because Risky actually holds on to what they call a Black Hebrew Israelite position. That's his position, right? And that ultimately boils down to, well, you ain't black, you're just not in. So the starting point is based off of race.
Yeah.
So Josh just implies race and keeps the topic on race on something that makes them uncomfortable. That's what he does.
Well, I don't think that in and of itself is problematic, and I'm explaining to you why. Right when I first started this show up today, I started out with a clip when I was yesterday's show on Izzy Band's channel. And my very first argument coming out the gate was addressing the very issue of white nationalism, as in America being a white dominant, white majority country. Black folks seem to have a reflexive problem with this, and I don't think they've thought it through. And that's why I try to make it clear to Izzy, right? When he and I grew up back in the 80s when we were born and we were growing up as little kids, America was like 80-something% white or whatever. And, nobody got lynched. We were fine. I don't remember white people going all ham. I mean, shit happened, but shit's always going to happen. But it wasn't like some kind of racist anti-utopia, right? It was cool. It was great. We actually have nostalgia, Kino right-wing video about the 80s and shit, right? Shout out to the Homeland Security Department for putting that out. But
dude, the 80s was the shit. Remember when like Elton John was on that like Soul Train dance show and whites and blacks would go on shows and stuff?
Who doesn't love the 80s? But listen. I don't think black folk realize the proposition I put out for them. And this is what I want to get Josh to speak on, right?
What was your proposition?
I asked Izzy going forward, who do you think is going to be more charitable to black people if you don't want America to be a white majority country? Because at 13% black folk, we just don't have the numbers to take over and run anything and pull the levers of power or run the decision making in industry. So who do you think is going to be more charitable to you? Do you really think the godless Chinese who don't believe in Jesus or civil rights, do you think they're going to be kind to you? And so that is my position in terms of white nationalism. I don't fear the Reaper because I think we need We need white people as a country because the very ideas that you depend on, civil rights and safety, security, all that, the idea that you can be black and twerk in a store and not get your head cracked open, I think you need white people to maintain that standard, bro.
Thank you, Hood. Nigga, this is where you're from. Regardless of what's going on. If you abort your kids at a whatever level and you don't have a voting base, why the fuck are you against these white niggas?
Josh,
You have no not
I wanna-
you're not advocating for yourself.
Jo-
Why are
Josh,
you against
wanted
these
you.
white niggas?
I want you to speak to the white nationalist position to your
Can I
capacity. I
speak
know you
after
don't
Josh
necessarily
too, by the
go
way?
there, and yeah, that's why you're here. You're going to go right after him. But Josh, I wanted you to speak to that first about the white nationalist position and how you see things, generally speaking.
Am I 7
So
conversations ahead?
No, you with us, but I'm
Hopefully
trying to get
5.
everybody in. Josh, go for it.
Go ahead.
Josh, there.
So yeah, I apologize. My connection's really bad. So to answer your question is your first question is you would probably align with Christianity, at least if you're talking about within the United States, because they're least likely to basically pull into the race card. If you're talking about from a political agenda, we all do it, regardless of what group you're attached to. We all have to align with people that we disagree with to match numbers enough to be able to have to be politically effective, right? So like an example, I'm upper middle class. I got to deal with the trailer trash, right? They dislike them. Fuck angry man, right? But like I need him because I need him for a voter base.
Hey,
right?
I'm middle class now, prick. I'm not trailer
Oh,
park
that's
no
right.
more.
Yeah, he got a couple kids, right? He got
This
some property
nigga
now.
and his feelings. I ain't never seen Snowman that way.
No, he just joked about it. He wasn't really upset. He's just joking.
Yeah.
Nigga, I was
Yeah.
joking too.
Hold on, go ahead,
So-
Josh. Go ahead, Josh.
So even within Christian nationalism, we have to accept ethno-nationalists. Why? We need that. I think it's roughly around 2.1, 2.3 million. And that's a rough estimate, right? But they're a voter base. We need them to get into power. It's just once you get into power, that's when things get a little hairy because then that's when you start chunking people out of the group. You just have to. If you want to affect any type of power, if you want to get involved in power, you're going to end up aligning with people you don't like. You just have
But the next step is who should be eliminated from power.
That's
now. The starting point would be secularist. You'd be the first ones.
You have yes. Okay, Josh is not a. Remember, Josh is an atheist, but he understands that Christian.
Atheists are weird.
Hold on. I think Josh understands. It's more specific. It's Catholic Orthodox tradition that Josh understands is the center. See, Josh wants to go back as far back as you can to tradition, to what created the West and made it a superpower. It's not. See, the thing is, Josh is not a look. He accepts that to build power, you have to build a big enough tent. Okay, like for example, the Catholic Church has a left wing and a right wing. The Pope's in on shit now because they're saying, look, he blessed a piece of the conservative wing saying he blessed a piece of ice. He's a pagan. And I just in my head go, isn't ice water? So I you know what I mean? So to build a tent of 2 billion people, you're going to have people fighting within it. But once you're there, you have to have the power and control to unite all that. Josh was saying,
but is this, what is the end goal here?
The end goal is to establish the same, is to create. I would suspect Josh wants something like a Roman Senate or a Holy Roman Empire type of authority. I mean, I don't know if
Is this
Josh
the
is
type
a
of place where a
monarchist
bitch
like I
can
am.
bathe in a bathhouse with some bitches, even though the motherfucker got dick?
What are you talking about? No, we're talking about ruling structure. I personally am a monarchist. I want a hereditary monarchy based with a theocratic oversight.
So is
for
there
me,
a problem with your bloodline? Like, would you see your
there's a problem with
bloodline?
everyone's bloodline. I've had murderers in my family bloodline. My family is literally 1,200 years old, dude. Okay?
Oh God, I feel the same way. Okay.
You know, so there have been, my family fought in the Crusades. They fought in wars. There have been people that have killed people in my, sure. You know what I mean? But
my people been called Mulianos and all types of shit, but we got linked in with Italian.
Mulians.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, dude, dude, trust me. When I came here,
I
my family,
apologize for
even
your
though we
time.
came, no, it's fine. My family, when we came here, we were called guineas, wops. Remember, Italians could only live in certain places.
Still are.
I know, still are. Yeah, we're still called guineas. I mean, look at what's really funny is I'm part Irish, part Italian, and they hate each other traditionally. Like the Irish hate the Italians.
God, no wonder you're so angry. You got an internal
I know, I'm
struggle
fucked.
going
I got the
on like
worst
no
of
other
both
right now.
I know. I'm like a contradiction in myself, aren't I? No,
I was
so
gonna say, you be fighting yourself all the time,
No, but
Marshy.
can't nobody stand on no finite line. Like that's the crazy
What's
part.
it feel like to want to lynch yourself every morning?
Yeah, but
well, first
you
I
ain't
get
gotta
really
do
drunk
that,
to
but
do it because I have the Irish in me, so I got to down a pint, and then I'll go out there and
The
I'll try to.
Italians like their wine too, though. So you're
Well,
not really
yeah,
getting
but they're
away
not.
from it.
Yeah, but the Irish were in space before they discovered whiskey.
Italians
So,
are
I mean,
sophisticated drunks.
yeah, the Italians are like yeah, I
the
love my
French.
wine and stuff, but I have
Like
to
the
have
French.
wine with food.
Did
That's
you
where I get
just
my
go to
love of
like
food.
hold on, what was the name of that land? It wasn't a Hyboria. It was a Hybriskia. No, what was the name of Ireland or something? The ancient Irish land that they were in
Oh
space. It
yeah,
was like a joke.
no, it's Hadriana. It was called Hadriana because
Yeah, it was the
Hadrian.
name I couldn't remember. No,
Bust
that's
down,
Hadrian's Wall.
Hadriana.
Well, because that's Hadrian's Wall is there. Remember the
I want to
Emperor
see a bust
Hadrian.
down.
Can I answer the question? Because it's real simple. It's basically just religious rule. Imperius ain't wrong here. And to be fair, Imperius is actually a Christian nationalist too.
What is the problem?
But I'm not a nationalist. See, I'm a Catholic. No. Because Josh is saying hold on. Josh is saying I'm a nationalist. I'm a supremacist. That means I want a global Catholic
Yeah, but
authoritarian state.
what is
not a
the
nationalist.
problem with Christianity?
Imperius is basically talking about like step 10, right? We're only at step 2, and that's where we're
Yeah,
at.
he believes in nations. I believe in one Catholic and Apostolic Church.
Well, I don't think Christianity itself is a problem, to answer your question, but everybody here is on the side of some type of Christian nationalism or some type of Christian empire. My
That's
problem
fine.
with the
Like,
monarchy
I
thing,
get
hold
that
on, I have a
Christian
question,
nationalism.
bro. I have a question. My problem with the monarchy part is, how do you decide something like that? Is it going to be a tournament of champions? Or are
How
we
did
just
they
going to pick
determine
a
the Holy Roman
Vanderbilt?
Emperor?
No, nigga, you
I
dick
don't know.
riding.
How
I'll
did we
tell
do
you. Let
that
me
shit?
explain. Hold on. Let me explain. Every king in Europe for 2,000 years was crowned by the Pope. He was
Them
not
niggas
legitimate
fuck
until
they
the Pope.
cousins.
No, they weren't. The
Nigga,
Pope
you
was
lying.
no. Hold
Niggas
on.
had
Yes,
big
some
bulbous
kings were. Yes,
noses
some
and
kings
brain
were.
hemorrhages.
Yes, some kings were. The Pope was not. He was completely separate because the Pope was elected by the bishops, but through the Holy Spirit. Remember, the Pope
Are
is
them
like the
niggas
Pope
who
now is
elected him?
the Pope now is a freaking Peruvian dude. Okay, he had nothing to do with Europe.
All right. So okay.
But remember, we have
Hold on.
African black popes.
I'm not mad at you. I'm not
No, I'm
even
just
gonna
saying we
sit
have
there
black
and-
popes, dude.
No, I'm not gonna get mad at you on your point.
Even pedo
Nigga.
popes.
No,
Yeah,
I'm asking.
yeah.
Hold on. What I'm asking is this: what do you actually ride with?
Because
Do you
I ride
believe-
with the eternal.
No,
Okay,
no.
I ride
Hold
with
on, hold
unlimited
on.
power. Hold on, I
said
will
it.
tell you. Let me go back to. If you want the
It was an
philosophical.
introductory question.
Okay, let me tell you.
into another one.
Let me tell you. I ride and I side with unlimited power. If my philosophy is that Jesus Christ is the creator of the universe, and he told Peter, what you loosened on earth will be loosened in heaven. You therefore have the kingdom.
Okay.
That means that I side with unlimited power. I'm not going to
Okay.
side against the creator of the universe.
All power. All power.
Unlimited. Like Palpatine said, unlimited power.
Okay, so all power, regardless of judgment, is that what you're
Judgment
saying?
doesn't exist without morality, and morality doesn't exist without intelligence.
All right,
How
so
can you
what
argue
is your
with
level?
hold on? How can you argue with an omniscient being? It has all intelligence encompassed into it. Therefore, it has
Okay,
all morality
so the
encompassed into it.
omniscient being that dropped this on us, do we follow?
Do you understand my logic, though? Do you understand the
Yes.
logic? Okay, that's all I was saying.
Completely. I have no problem with what you're saying. What
That's
is
why
the
you ain't
problem?
shit. No, you ain't shit for that
Hold
comment.
on. I'm saying, if we willing to actually abide by them standards, like, let's just start there. Babies in the womb.
There's no choice. There's no choice involved in this.
There's no choice.
Like, there's no choice because the system we have in now. But it's
I
just
don't.
like
I don't
if
care
we
about this
actually-
conversation. Josh. Hello.
Straight up. Do you believe in people's rights or
No?
Do you believe in?
The answer is no. Straight up. Once you
What
said
are rights?
no, I don't.
Okay, let's speed run this real fast. What are rights?
All right, let me straight up. All right, let me say straight up right. Okay, I don't want to pay for a kid that ain't mine, and
Bro, that's not a right. That's not a right. Like, what are rights?
Rights are abstract ethical standards based off moral framework. Rights are, are abstract moral standards based off ethical framework.
Yes.
So we make them.
Yes, we create them. They're a social construct.
Okay. What are we basing that off of?
Biblical standard at this point.
Biblical standard, ethics, depends on if we're talking about the United States.
All right,
biblical,
so
if we're talking
I'm
about
the type of
anywhere
person
else.
that I don't want my kid to die.
That's awesome, bro. Josh, are you there?
I don't.
Yes, sir.
I don't give a fuck if I fuck with that bitch or not. But I don't want my kid to die.
Is that Bumpkin?
Hold on. That's Bumpkin up there. Bumpkin and Josh. Bumpkin wanted to talk to Josh for a second. Let's pause.
Josh,
Bumpkin, you got it.
fucking mourned you, Josh. Do you understand
I'm
me?
telling you, that shit pissed me
Hey,
off too,
Josh,
Bumpkin.
I'm sorry I called you Joe Rilla. I'm sorry.
I heard about Snow too. I've been trying to catch up with Snow, but his ass won't start.
Dude, EAE was crying for you, dude. I had to tell EAE he's fine, dude. I was the only one who was like, yeah, he's fine. And everyone was like, he's dead. Hey, Josh is dead. I'm like, he's not. Josh, you guys.
Niggas tweaking. What we really trying to do? America.
EAE literally said, dude, EAE DM'd me and he was like, I was crying for his mom and his dad and everything. And like,
America about to take a loss, man.
Hold on. I want to give Bumpkin the floor because I want him to interrogate this motherfucker like he should be.
So make that another show, and we'll go through that, right? Not hijack this
Snowman.
one.
Interrogate him over what?
What happened, basically? They want
He
details.
faked his death.
Damn. Yeah, I get
that
it.
right there. No, he didn't technically do it though. Like that's the thing. He has plausible deniability here.
Snowman. And let's be real.
do you think Josh paid for all that?
No, we're technically talking to a fucking ghost right now.
He is. That's why I said he
Snowman.
is risen.
Hold on.
He is
Snowman.
risen.
Snowman.
I mean, Josh, we were
curious
practically
you are
calling
not
you a
real.
spook earlier.
Hey, Bumpkin, do you want to put your finger in the hole in his side? See if he's real?
Hood, give me a second. Let me ask Snowman something.
Josh, are you being paid by a secret, shadowy government agency to scare the blacks?
Why would he tell you?
No, I was actually asked by Risky to participate, and I did.
Did someone bring you back with a Necronomicon, Josh?
I hope not. No, they brought me back with an airplane.
Snowman, why would you advocate to remove yourself from the voting base? This is me as a black person. Why would we abort a bunch of our children?
That's why you don't need to vote.
Like,
It
does
doesn't.
that
It
make
doesn't
sense to
matter. Okay. It doesn't matter what you vote.
Snowman, because he is the one that gonna tell me the truth, bruh. Is it advantageous for me to remove children that could be born for my voting base based off of how my people present themselves about what they want?
I don't know why I'm getting pinned in the corner for this.
You ain't pinned in the corner, bro. I'm asking you because I actually like your opinions on shit.
I'm not even sure what the argument is about. Like, where
I
is
think
this
he's
going
asking
and
if
coming
it's
from?
advantageous for black people to participate in the vote when they keep aborting their voting base.
There is no moral framework for abortion.
Does that make sense,
wrong.
though? Does it make sense?
Well,
voting is wrong. Screw voting.
Hold up.
Shut up. Does it make sense?
I guess it depends on what side of the argument you're on. To the people that don't want black people voting, yeah, it makes perfect sense. Keep
I
voting
don't
people.
care. Like, honestly, I have my own thoughts about where I would vote, but black people are definitely voting against their own best interest by eliminating our own population.
You'd also be doing the same thing by voting left. No offense, right? So Bumpkin is far left, I'm far right. We're basically opposing side, but only
You
over
are the only motherfucker I did not ask to talk to.
Right, but that's the point, right? Even if it's the case that you don't vote or vote Democrat, right? If the only way to oppose the right, to oppose the Republican Party, is to vote Democrat.
Regardless of where you vote.
I'm sorry.
Why the fuck you keep killing them kids?
Drunk man, shut
Bumpkin,
up.
when did you become? When did you get far left, Bumpkin?
When
Walk
did
us
I
through
become
that.
far left? What?
What? So social nationalist, right?
Yeah, he's a socialist. He's not a Christian.
think that's-
He doesn't want to.
I
The
don't
right
know if
is
that's
theocracy.
left-wing.
Remember,
I don't know
no,
if that's
the
quite
right is
left-wing as we
Why is
understand it, though.
Christianity bad?
No, hold on, guys. I think the paradigm we're missing here is remember,
Actually, there is a form of socialism within Christianity. It's called distributism.
yeah, the Catholic Church believes in some forms of
Yeah,
socialism.
distributism.
Okay,
so
now
therefore,
let
your
me ask you
argument
this.
is
Let me ask you
Let's
this.
move on.
If you read the full chapters in Christianity, because I realize people do not fuck with Christianity because they get it through verses. So it'd be like, oh,
But remember,
this
left
one
versus
part.
right is a governance structure.
But
We're talking government. We're not talking economics.
Pardon me. I'm saying there are verses that make people think of things certain ways. If you read the whole chapter, you'd realize
That's why
it
you
was
need
like,
a central authority like Rome to tell you what it means. Yes, that's the
Okay,
whole reason.
fine.
The central power of Catholicism and our central claim to power and to claim to being right is authority.
So that means if you
And by the way,
read
that's
the
one of
book,
credence I ever give the Catholics.
so that means if you read the book, you
Bro,
actually would
please.
have full understanding.
I'm about to crash out. What's your IQ? Just real fast. Just quick question.
I
Are
haven't taken the test in God knows
Are
how
you, are
long,
you
but I've
drunk?
definitely.
Are you drunk or are you always like this?
Wow, you're very disrespectful. But
Yep.
okay.
Well, yep. Welcome to the internet.
Hey, Bumpkin, do you think
I'm
I could
not
show
mad
Hood
about it
Conservative that
either,
meme I
though.
made of you? Do you think I could show that? Do you think I could send Hood Conservative that meme I made of you with, that on that character in the van? Remember
You
that?
made a meme of me?
No,
No, we didn't mean-
of Bumpkin. Do you think I
Yeah,
could send him that? And he
with the
could play it?
shitty Photoshop. Go
Yeah,
for
it's
it,
fun.
bro.
I'm like the wet bandits from Home Alone. Like the shittiness of the Photoshop is my calling card.
Bro made me.
Your calling card is also
Hood
calling people
Conservative, can I
niggas.
send this to you? Really, it's hilarious, dude. Bumpkin
And
even
I
thought
ain't
it was
even mad at you.
Send it out. You can put it
Where did this
on
conversation
Twitter or
go?
something.
Yeah, no, I'll put it's like a StreamYard. I'll post the link in the back.
All right, cool.
Okay, here's the thing. I by the way, Imperious, I do not care. It's a funny issue.
And yeah, for the record, yeah, the whole purpose of this gathering today was to actually talk about one, white nationalism. My contention is that white nationalism, 95% of it isn't really threatening to black people. It's threatening to blackness in that way that niggas just like to do goofy shit, but it's not threatening to black people overall. And that's just my general position. You guys can tell me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about it. But beyond that, too, I think that there's a reason why a lot of white folk are just like, you know what, we need to tribe up because shit's looking crazy.
No, the bottom line to it is like you have politicians that openly call for the extinction of white people. You have media sources that openly call for the extinction of white people, and you have crimes that go pretty much almost unpunished when they target white people. If take the train situation, if that was reversed and it was a white man that stabbed and slit the throat of a black woman, that man would absolutely get a hate crime. But on the reverse factor, we don't see that happen, even though the person literally said, I got a white woman. So obviously it's imperative that people tribe up at this point. Like what else? Like what else do you want them to do?
I think they have to play the game or die. Like it's like it's join or die at this point. You know that flag, the old flag from American Revolution. It's literally join or die right now.
It's literally join or die. It's like join or be a victim of a
like
statistic.
white
That's
people
where we're
do
at.
not naturally want racial. Because look, for example, the Catholic Church. There's more blacks in the Catholic Church than whites by numbers.
Yeah.
Like we don't care.
And
like we have no care.
What's fucked up is like everything pointing, especially in America, everything pointing in American society is the majority of people that died so minorities could have their rights, were white people. Like the majority of them. So
yeah, when people forget 600,000 lives paid in full during the Civil War.
Yeah, 600,000 lives paid in full during the Civil War. Yes.
Remember, does anyone know how many slaves were brought to America during the transatlantic slave trade?
800,000.
Okay, how many whites were kidnapped during the Barbary pirate raids?
Over 10 million.
No, 1.1 million. You just put an extra zero, but I get 1.1 million. More whites were kidnapped and enslaved by the Arab Barbary pirates than the whites. And whites didn't even kidnap them. Remember, they bought them from Africa. It's not like white people ran into the forest and go, "Here, black people, we got some nets for you." It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, no, they were on the coast and other black people led them out. And it's not, do people think like the slaves like that in Africa were like jumping and trying to fight? No, they just accepted, like that was the culture for thousands of years. Like if you were caught during war, you became a slave and you accept, like people, these stories of like black people were on the coast, like screaming, going crazy, fighting. No, they just like, no, it's just like when Roman times or
Can you
Egyptian
just
times.
imagine though? Can you just imagine though, like you just roam in the countryside one day and then dudes pull up on horseback, throw a net on you. It's like, God damn.
I got him. We're going to take him. It's like, who had a map of Africa's the second largest continent? That shit, you get lost if you don't know your way 10 feet from you in some places. You think that white people are just going to know where to find black people in Africa? Like, it's so crazy to think about. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man.
It's a ridiculous argument. It's
because remember, black people in Africa, that's like you said earlier, is such a violent, tough place that there weren't even many empires there because nobody could get a foothold long enough. Like that's how violent the history was between the tribes in Africa. Like there was no hegemony that could come out of it.
You know, one thing I played earlier in this show was this, and I've heard this sentiment repeated over and over again, but this clip, it was a teacher, and I don't know, Baltimore or something, but he was saying that, you know, when I grew up as a young white kid, we were all taught to love each other and get along. And now I come to find out that black people have been teaching each other.
Do you see Truth's comment in the chat? They play trap music.
They play rap music too, man. But no, the white dude was like, when I grew up, we were taught to get along, but then I found out black people literally teach each other to hate white people. And like that shit's crazy. And I think that's where a lot of white folk are right now.
This is a new thing too. Did you know? Okay, did you know? Like there is audio tapes of black people and white people that existed during the Civil War that were like audio taped and recorded, talked about how they grew up and they had like no animosity toward each other after. They didn't want, like, the abuse of laws on people and things is again a government imposed thing. The elites imposed it. Do you think every day, like, people don't realize that even on plantations, did you know that the white kids and the black kids went to school in the same every day? And then when they left, they just did different jobs?
Did you know that? Well, yeah, let me elaborate a little more. There's this sort of rejection of the narrative that black people and white people on the plantation had a more familial relationship. Like obviously, like the pro-blacks they don't want to believe any of that, but I just think it's common sense when you think about how people relate to each other. Like you work next to each other, you live next to each other, and all that. It doesn't really. It's not the harsh thing. It's not like 12 years a slave every day of your life. If you grew up with a black kid,
if I grew up with a black kid next to me, I grew up with him since I was like 2 years old. His mom took care of me with him, nursed me because that's what the blacks in the house, slaves did for the whites. The black women usually raised the white kids. Do you think though that black kid and that white kid are going to hate each other since they were raised together, pretty much raised together by the same people with the same morals, the same values, read the same Bible, went to the same school? No, they had responsibilities and jobs and authority. So yes, would the white guy have to punish if the black guy did? Yes. But do you think it was like this torturing thing where they put them up on a cross and peel their skin away, burn half their face off and do? No, they would do the same thing that they would do to a white employee. That did something. They put them on. They give them a whip. They beat them. They take money from them. They do. You know what I mean? Like, yes, were there bad slave owners that did horrible things? Absolutely, they were. But those were even the minorities of slave owners. You would never want to.
Let me say this. I think you're about to lead into it. I think the best way I've heard it put is, You got to understand, these people are expensive farm equipment, and
Thank
nobody just
you.
really
You're
brings their
using
They
my
were the
cows to
they
argument,
were
graze
Hood.
your
them.
most valuable property other than your house. Would you burn your house
Right.
down?
Well, no, it's like I've always said, because that's where Hood was quoting me. I've grown up around farmers my whole life, and obviously nobody knows anything about farmers that talks about this shit, because I've never met a farmer that doesn't maintain his farm equipment. And that's what slaves were. They were farm equipment. Ain't no way in hell some farmer's going to abuse and mistreat and not maintain his bottom dollar.
Hey, you know what's so funny? Right now, you can see what farmers do for their cows. Like, they have to drain the pus out of their abscesses and the hoof stuff. They got weird shit growing in the hoofs. They have to keep them healthy. And I was like, damn. You
Dude,
know
they're
what?
the ones that
I'm
oversee
watching this
the
shit. And
birth. They have to oversee the birth, make sure the calf is healthy, make sure the mom's healthy to get it out there again, make sure everything's like they give it all the antibiotics, they give it all the special treatments, they take them to the vet, they do all, and yeah, it's not a person shouldn't be an animal. But what we're saying is that this
But this is what
idea
it
that
was, though.
But that's basically what slaves were. They were the
but it wasn't. It was more than just that too, dude. Like,
Right,
yeah,
right. No, fair
maybe
enough,
when
fair
they
enough.
bought the new ones, but when you were raised generationally with these people, you didn't even see them. They called them they had names. They weren't called like number 8241.
No, they were
Nobody's
called
saying that.
Steven. They were called Steven. We all know Steven. But I think even the Steven from Django character it's a shout out to a reality, right? Not everybody was just, downtrodden and whatnot. Even within the context of slavery, like if you start
Yeah,
reading into slave annals and
that
history.
relationship with Steven and what's his name in the movie? Who was the most powerful person in that movie? Steven.
Well, Steven was low key. He was number two. I'm not gonna say he was
No,
number
no,
one,
no.
but
If
he
you look at the relationship,
was a
yes.
high two.
No, but if you look at the relationship, the person that was the smartest man in the room that solved the game that Django and what's his
Right,
name
right.
were playing, that sat and remember when he was serious with Candy and he said, "You don't know what's going on." Candy was like, What do you mean, sir?" Like remember, he raised Candy. That was like his adopted dad. So yeah, he had to keep him in line, but like eventually for appearance's sake, but never did he ever like yell at. No, he was like, "Go, you old man, go get inside, go get." He never took out and hit him. Never said, "I'm gonna beat you or I'm gonna take this." No, he did that for appearances because it made him look bad in front of guests.
You know what's
But
so
in the
funny? This is a
reality
little
of
meta. I'm sorry.
like,
I'm sorry. Let me say this though. This is a little bit meta, but I think because I like the actual story arc of Django and how the character is and his relationship to the doctor and all that. And I think about like black people and white people's relationship in America. Like, yeah, it literally started out like the Django thing, but then if you think about the character of Django, he was in a certain way the evolution. Could be not an actual, but I think in a lot of ways, black folk rejected that because of like civil rights and all that. But if you think about it, Django wasn't like some I hate white people necessarily thing because his best friend was a fucking white guy. He's ready to
no, he
die
was
side
just
by
like,
side with
I'm
a white
tired of
dude.
the shit I went through. I'm pissed at you guys, but I don't hate you all necessarily.
Right.
But don't be
He
giving me
had literal
shit.
enemies. He had literal enemies. And so that's why, as a revenge tale, it works. It's not purely a racism tale. It's just slavery is the backdrop to it. But what I'm getting at, though, is that black folk, white folk, like I said earlier in Pierce, we actually are tied at the hip in this country. And there's a lot of pressure on black
We're
folk to
tied
not see it that
genetically
way.
because we've intermarried and interbred so much. We're tied politically. We're tied philosophically, religiously. Are you kidding me? So again, these are things like people have you cannot separate black history and white history in this country. Jared,
No,
am I
no.
a fan of Jared Taylor? What the fuck? What is he? Okay,
Well,
Jared Taylor talk about.
I fuck with Jared Taylor. He's
I mean,
my
I
YouTube
agree with
uncle.
him on some things, but not everything. Remember, he comes from an Eastern philosophy. He grew in Japan, so he has a different philosophical idea and ontology than I do. Like he grew up in Japan. Like yes, the civil rights and a lot of things are a lie, but not everything. For example, like Martin Luther King, it's true he didn't give a shit about Africans and foreign blacks. He only cared about American blacks. Cesar Chavez only cared about American Latinos. He didn't want any Latinos. He wanted
And let me
zero immigration.
Let me actually read the super chat all the way out loud. Shout out to Big Tom for the 20 ball. I think Imperius needs to chill out about the past. We watched Jared Taylor talk about the government group, which was created for civil rights. Everything we learned about the civil rights movement in school is a lie. And I think around here, we all agree that the civil rights
Yeah, a
movement was like
lot
a
of it
huge
is, but the
psyop.
intention behind it is no. Look, the intention behind it, the philosophical and ideal, the beginnings of it were fine, but again, just like everything, it gets hijacked by shit. Okay, first, the philosophical idea that the civil rights movement was we're holding you to a legal promise that is documented and in a contract, and that's true. The Constitution does not single out race. Okay, it says all men are created. We are holding you to the promise you yourself made, or else you're a hypocrite. And I'm not going to be called a hypocrite. Okay, it is a legal argument. You made this promise. You must be held account for the promise that you made.
I think at this point, I look at black people's like civil rights issues much in the same way I look at women and feminism. Like, what more rights do you need at this point?
Yes, it's been taken and over exaggerated to now where it's a ridiculousness. Yeah, I get it. Same thing with dude. Like I was telling Josh, I was going to say to Josh, if I know he's here, but dude, white people's have the same type of weakness in something as black people do with like the N-word or flip out. White people's thing is politeness, civility. You have to be, if you're not civil and polite, white people can't take it. It's like it chimps them out. So we have the same things. It's just a different subject that triggers it. Like if you notice, all our politics, all our censorship is all about civility.
Yeah,
So
we've gone to this point where we just don't agree to it anymore. So like the idea of rights now, we want them gone. Just because people
exactly. There's no such thing as a right. I don't care about free speech. If the government censored a lot of shit, maybe that's better right now. Maybe there's so much bullshit that we're talking in the air and everything's so clouded that things need to be put to a rest and reorganized a little bit. I'm starting because dude, imagine how much shit, dude, is on the internet, on there, what people talk. You've seen these panels, what people are talking about every day. Half the conversations in this world is about male and female relationships. It's abject nonsense.
Sure. That was the whole battle of the sexes, and everybody wanted to basically gain leverage over dating. It's like, what the fuck? But that was what people base their lives on. It's across the board. We've got it on all sides. I don't disagree there.
Isn't it like the camp of the saints kind of thing? Where it's like we just allow so much nonsense and chaos and stupidity that you're incapable of deciphering anything.
It would have been a lot better if everybody would just actually start focusing on a goal. That's simple. We skip over that even in conversations. And I heard the question asked, like, what's the goal? Every time you bring this topic up, what's the goal?
Order.
That's the problem.
Order's the goal. Order.
Yeah. Well, for us. Yeah,
for us. That's what I was saying. Order. I think you have to look at the paradigm of freedom to order. Okay, that's the paradigm of quote rights. Freedom to order. Do you want more freedom or do you want more order? We have swung to freedom where we release people with no bail. Don't punish people. Rehabilitation, freedom, 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 freedom.
I honestly, I think we're maybe kind of overblowing the usage of the word rights here, because any system that we have that we're going to call civilization, there will be a rule. There will be an order to things, as you say. Once you codify the order, those are your rights now. And so I think the argument really starts to become, what rights do we actually want? Because
do we have? And where does your concept of those rights come from? And why do you justify they exist?
How do you justify your rights? So when we start talking about like shit like gay rights or whatever, I always ask the question, what is a gay right? Because the idea of rights itself has been blown way too far.
And that's what I'm trying to say. Everyone now, it's about being civil. Don't you want to be civil? You don't want to be mean.
No.
You don't want to be seen as the mean person.
We don't want civility anymore. We actually.
That's what I'm saying. It's about order. There's a rule. There's a right and wrong in the universe. It's been dictated to us. We know what it is, and we've decided we're going to go around that because we feel that we're going to abstractly make our feelings feel good.
his point, I think his point was a little bit more specific, and I think he's right on that. This is where we start to fracture, right? The idea would be, okay, so like I particularly, the only thing that I dislike about conservatives are they're just too damn moderate, right? So I'm far right, meaning I want more action done. Even if it's going to be based off of violence, you just want something done. Whereas conservatives are still at that point where they want to sit at the table and have a discussion. But I thought that's what we were doing the
A
last 50
conservative
years.
is a '90s Democrat nowadays. There's no one to actually conserve anything.
I don't
let me throw something at you, Josh. Earlier, and I'm teasing about this, but when you were up there scaring the blacks about violence and all that, because that was a point of inflection at one of your conversations, and they were
Yes.
all worried about the violence thing, and I thought it was very hypocritical because black people, and you never brought this up, and maybe it just didn't occur to you, but the black movement in and of itself was inherently violent. And it's been buried up and hushed up. But Angela Davis is a fucking professor to this day. She was birthed in blood in terms of politics and her civilian life now. Assata Shakur just died, killed a cop. Like the black movement was about violence.
Well, it's dishonest to point it to one side because effectively or historically, all change has come about violently.
Violence is authority, which all authority derives. When you reach a shatter point between two different ideas, the only way to determine who is right and wrong is finality, violence.
Yeah, if I were to sit here and say like, like the black movement was violent,
Wait a minute, Cash Kid. No, finish your point, Josh. Cash Kid was trying to jump in, but finish your point, please.
If I were to sit here and just basically hark on the idea, well, the black movement was violent, right? All I'm effectively doing is basically pointing a finger to the same thing that I want my side to do. That's the difference, right? So the whole blame game to me is just bullshit. Because at the end of the day, at some point, we're going to have a conflict over an idea. That's what it ultimately boils down to. I just kind of wanted to get here now. I don't actually believe that the United States is going to break
He's
out.
an accelerationist.
Yeah.
If I may, George, if I may, you hit right the heart of the matter, right? It comes down to a disagreement about an idea.
Correct.
Now, Imperius, according to Imperius, the finality, the way to resolve that is violence. And that's where I disagree. Because 1 + 1 = 2. Even if you beat me with a club, bro, and you win, it doesn't change that 1 + 1 = 2.
I agree.
If I hit you enough times, if I hit you enough times, you will say it's 2. That's kind of the weird line that violence can use.
It doesn't make it 2. I might say it's 2 to save myself.
Can I ask you this?
Okay.
Can I ask you something really quick? Yeah. Okay. But you're coming from that perception because you're supporting that 1 + 1 = 2. How do you know that we're not the one that supports 1 + 1 = 2? Because that's what I'm saying. We have the most evidence. We have reality on our side to back up the logic and the philosophical presumptions that we have. That's what I'm saying. You're saying you're coming from 1 + 1. We've already gone and defined and proven that we're backing 1 + 1. So we're the ones that are fighting with that kind of
because I'm right.
Wait a second, Imperius. What are you talking about? You're saying that I'm saying 1 + 1 = 2, and you're saying that wait, what are you saying? I'm not even sure what
I'm
you're saying.
saying that the reason that your entire presupposition of your argument is that you're coming from 1 + 1 = 2. How do you know that 1 + 1 = 2? You have to prove that. What if we've already proven that we are the ones supporting, and actually your numbers of 1 + 1 = 2 = 3?
Wait, Imperius. Okay.
Because you're defining things incorrectly, or you don't have the knowledge. That's what I'm saying. Like truth is, dude, you have to prove that you're true. So there's no reason to. Everyone has the will to die and should be dying for truth.
Wait a second, Imperius. Just a second. Let's go through this carefully, right? Okay. So if the Democrats, and I'm not really, on that side, but I'll take that side, okay? Just for the sake of the argument. If I come up with and say, A + B = C, right? And you say, no, actually D + E = C, right? Because, just to move it away from the 1 + 1, then both of us would have to prove what we're talking about is true. is my point. So my point is that
absolutely,
it's not really one side or the other. It's actually, we have to come together and we have to agree that there is an objective reality. There is an
but
actual
that's the
truth,
point.
right?
What if you come to the point where the other side says there's no objective reality, like men or women?
Okay, that's interesting, but no. Okay, now
No, that's
let's
what I'm
go to
trying to.
the
That was what I was
specific.
trying to say to you.
Let's go to
You are
the
coming. You're
specific.
fighting.
Let's go to
Dude, an idea isn't about reality. It's about will.
An
You need
idea
to read
is about
Schopenhauer.
reality. What do you
The
mean?
world is an imposition of will. Either you're going to have the will because you know you're fighting for truth, or they don't. That's why any army,
So you're
any
saying will
conflict
to
that fights
power.
for, hold on. That's
Your
why every
philosophy
army,
is
any
basically will
conflict
to
that fights
power.
for something bigger than them loses, wins because secularists are fighting for the very thing they're in now. So you're much more hesitant to lose because this is all you have. If you know if you lose
Wait,
this, you still
okay.
got all eternity. You're more willing to lose
Wait a
it, so
second.
your will is greater.
Slowly. Wait a second. Let's go slowly. Okay, so what is your philosophical? But because basically, I'm hearing will to power. I'm hearing a little bit of postmodernism, right? What is your philosophical founding?
My
Because it seems
philosophical
to me
idea is
that you're
based
just
in
talking
Roman
about.
Catholicism. It's not, I'm saying, no, my argument isn't postmodernism, no, it's the sheer idea that will is the imposition of reality. Reality is defined by a human will. It's stated in the Bible. In the beginning, there was the Word. What is the Word? A word is an outward expression of will.
God. So you're talking. I mean, if we're talking about the Bible, we're talking
Yes,
about
I'm a
God. We're not
theologist.
talking
Yes,
about
I'm a
human.
theist. Yes, I'm a theist. I'm a Catholic. I'm a theist, of course.
So okay, so if you're talking about the Catholicism, it deals with God's will, not human will, right?
No. As I said before,
Catholicism deals with
no,
human's
Christ,
will.
God himself stated to St. Peter, what you loosened on earth will be loosened in heaven. You have the keys to the kingdom. That means you define what salvation is. You will be, we're joint contracted with you. That you define, what you define as saved here will be defined as saved in heaven.
Oh, this is actually quite a good rabbit hole because you're diving into Neville Goddard territory, which is not really Catholicism.
It wouldn't matter.
You know,
but it wouldn't matter, right? Because ultimately, that's the side that we're basically saying is we want religious rule.
Okay,
You can go down the rabbit hole of religion. You're asking about a civic governance. Yeah, and I'm telling you why we believe that.
I'm an atheist, and I agree with
he's an atheist. He doesn't even believe this. I'm telling you the philosophical and theocratic or theological presumptions of why we want
that. I want to engage with that, right? So if we're talking about,
I don't know if they want to do a philosophical debate. We can, fine. I don't care, but I don't. You have to ask them, dude. This, I mean, it's not. We're not the only ones on the panel.
I'm talking to you right now. I just want to get your point, you know, to get your position clear, right? So you and Josh, you're calling for religious rule, right? And you're basing it on the philosophical, you know, foundation. Your philosophical foundation is the Bible, Catholicism, right? But as my understanding, right,
that's mine, Josh. I don't know Josh, but that's mine. Yes.
Said he agrees with you, right? And he said he agrees with you too. That's what I heard.
You can't define him as agreeing on everything. He's a Christian nationalist, which encompasses Catholicism.
Yes, I agree with the goal. I don't agree with it. Probably, I'm not going to agree on the faith part because
he probably doesn't agree that a guy in Rome should rule America. I do.
Yeah.
But okay,
I don't
in both cases, though, in both cases, you're both following the Bible, you're both following Jesus, and according to Jesus, the kingdom of heaven is not that of Caesar's, right? Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar, and
God
unto
appoints
God that
the
which
king,
is
both king. What about Psalms? God appoints the king, both king and priest. There is only one man in the world who's both king and priest. Who is that? Who is the only man on earth who is both king? Who is both king and priest? Who is that?
That would be the Pope. I'm guessing. I'm guessing you. That's neither here nor there. What I'm saying is,
what do you mean? You're trying to quote the Bible and Scripture to me. You need to know it more accurately. God appoints the king.
So let's talk about the Bible.
Both king and priest, right?
The gospel. let's talk about the gospel, right? I mean, according to the gospel, God gave us the kingdom to each of us. So each and every one of us has his own kingdom. Each and every one of us
No,
is a
he didn't.
king.
No, the
Every
water shall
man is
flow from the
given the key to the
apostles.
kingdom.
The Holy Spirit shall flow from the apostles. That's why they on that. Why do you think they were infused with the Holy Spirit? The Holy Spirit flew like water from Christ to the apostles, and like living water through went to the world.
Oh my God. Okay, so you're basically okay. So I'm trying to figure out, I guess, basically the part which is faith and that kind of
But you're
interpretation,
trying
and
to
the
figure
part
out
which is
something against the greatest
following the
minds in human
actual
history.
law
You
to the
understand
letter.
that
No,
you're like but the philosophical, scientific, religious, mathematical, ethical, all these things have been encompassed by the Catholic Church, was the amalgamation of the greatest minds in human history. If you want to go against that, that's on you.
Let me jump in for a minute. Let me stop you guys for a minute because I want to read this super chat, and I think this is pertinent to the conversation. We can kind of move it off the Catholic Church because I think Catholic epistemology has been worked out for a very long time. I don't want to fight you on that shit either. The concept, shout out to Big Time with the $10. The concept of rights has failed. Look at Scott Wiener, Democrat, California, 2017, passed a law that giving HIV to teens is a misdemeanor. Those are gay rights. Each group wants whatever benefits them. And this is part of the reason why. And I hear you say this about Josh, and I tend to lean in that direction. I'm not the most biblical person in the world, but I worked it out that logically you're going to have to land on something like a Christian order. And so this is why I lean in the direction already, because what are rights ultimately? Like, we need rules to govern us, but now that we started to push the idea of rights to the point of retardation, like maybe we haven't thought this thing out all the way.
Rights are balances between duty and responsibility. Like that, you have to balance the responsibility to the freedom. That's what they are.
Don't ask what the government can do for you. Ask what you can do for your government.
Exactly, and then the government
Your
will
country,
be there
your
for you
country.
when you need it.
Your country, not your government, but yes. Now, the
I mean,
thing
what
is,
a
though,
right.
when we're talking about like the left versus the right, and I was going into this earlier when I said this on the stream, I'm right because I'm right. And you kind of just walk through it, Imperious. Like, there is a logical argumentation to a lot of things. And you don't always need to depend on the Bible to do it, but a lot of people rely on it. And I've worked out a lot of arguments that don't necessarily rely on the Bible, but it's logical through and through. And I think that's just kind of the nature of being on the right. I'm right because I'm right. There's too much facts on my side, bro.
That's crazy. Okay, but listen, you said what are rights? What are rights? Let's talk about that. What are rights?
I told you they're
Abstract
abstract
concept.
moral principles based in an ethical framework.
Okay, so what are human rights? What are the ethical frameworks
There's
they're
something we
based on?
made up
Or
because
are
we
you
think it feels
proposing?
good if you're an atheist. Unless you're a philosophical Christian like Josh is, or a philosophical,
Well,
Muslim or
I'm
something like
a
that.
philosophical
I'm an atheist.
atheist,
It's a
right?
thing that we made up to make us feel good.
And then not only that, I want to take it a bit
No,
further. This is the point I brought up when I was over on Izzy's. I was talking about China
I'm
as a
listening.
culture. They don't have these
They don't believe in
conversations about
rights. You don't have
rights.
a right to
Yeah.
live there. They don't believe you have a right
Oh,
to live. You're a
I
utility to
swear,
the state.
only Europeans come up with liberalism and these abstract concepts of rights. Once you get outside of the liberal Anglosphere, that shit melts away quickly, bro.
Dude, even in South
Okay,
America, where like, dude, where it's Christian and stuff too, the idea that you have this automatic like entitlement to something is such an
okay.
abstract idea. Like they
Let
don't
me lay it
understand.
out
Like
how I
you don't just have
understand
this
rights to be.
entitlement.
Let me lay it out how I understand rights to be. Right, in like the U.S., citizens are voluntarily giving up their right to violence, their means of violence, to the government, saying that the government has the monopoly on violence. They can use violence. When can they use violence? When somebody threatens the
No, but that's not a
rights.
right. No. That's not a right.
I'm saying
A right is a
just
prima facie. No, is a prima facie
It's something that takes precedent first before you even you are encompassed in it. That means every person, when you look at them, has this
By
encompassed in
virtue
them.
of being a human being. By virtue of being a human being, right?
Yeah. By
By virtue,
existing, you
yeah.
have this.
Yeah, by virtue. So that's what I'm saying. I am an objectivist, right? Okay, at least my philosophical mother is Ayn Rand, an objectivist, which means that she proved that actually rights have an objective viewpoint. As you said, as being a human, for a human to exist in a world, in a society, they need these rights. So they have an objective reality,
No, but she was
divorced
wrong in
from the
this.
Bible.
She was
Okay.
wrong in this, and I'm a fan of Ayn Rand. I like her, but she was wrong in this
How
because
is
that
she wrong?
again, there
How?
is no objective reason for human beings to exist. Then a right doesn't mean an organism doesn't have a right to exist. Remember, 99.6% of all organisms that exist on the planet have been extinct before we came around.
Wait a second. Rights only exist with humans. Rights. Wait a
That's not
second.
true.
Rights, as
What are
you
you
said,
talking about? That's
are
not
moral
true.
thing.
That's not
Wait,
true.
you did say rights are a moral thing, right?
No, hold on.
You
That's
did
not
say.
true, though. No. To me, rights are an imposition or a dictate.
Wait, you didn't
To
say
me,
anything
rights are
about
a
moral.
dictate. Because again,
You didn't
morals
mention the word moral.
presuppose intelligence, like I told you before. Morals presuppose
Exactly.
intelligence. And so
Exactly. So what I'm saying,
I'm dictated that. I
by
don't
who?
have
What are you talking?
unlimited intelligence because I have the intelligence enough to convince myself that anything could be right. I follow orders. It's not about thinking. It's ordered. It's a dictate.
You follow whose orders? What are you talking about? Whose orders
For example,
are you following?
the Ten Commandments. Those are dictates, right?
Yes, those are dictates.
Ah, so I'm talking
And
dictates. That's what I follow. Dictates.
Yeah.
I don't believe in what you're talking about. I follow dictates. I don't sit and go, oh, what does this mean? Like, for example, the Pope could say a lot of stuff that I don't like or whatever. I'm dictated to follow. It's
we're not
order.
talking about you.
No, what I'm
Okay,
talking.
okay,
No,
I see
I'm bringing back to the central argument of order. If you believe in order, you believe in a hierarchical structure.
We're talking about rights. And we
No,
said
but rights are encompassed in order.
human.
No, but rights are the balance between order and freedom.
Let's go step by step.
You're going around in a circular argument.
Our rights are a human invention or not?
No, they're dictates.
A human invention or
no,
not?
They are dictates.
By who? From who?
By a divine, omniscient being.
Where? When? How? What are you talking about?
First, as a Catholic, do you understand natural law? Have you heard of natural law? Thomas Aquinas went through this.
Ouch.
The morality that is written on every human's heart, a basic fundamental morality, is a dictate on human beings placed on the heart of every human.
I've heard of that. Yes, I've heard of that.
Okay,
argument.
so that's what I'm
Yes,
trying to explain. See, we've gone through. See, all the things that you're talking about, Catholics have done 5,000 times over.
Natural, that's not. I'm not saying. I'm not. I'm saying I know it. I'm not conceding that I believe that.
I think you would. I think if you. No, I'm saying I think if we went down the rabbit hole and just went and read, you would understand a lot of what you're asking. That's all I'm saying. No, like me, I'm just an idiot. I'm a layperson. I don't have a doctorate in theology. I'm just giving you the things I remember from confirmation.
Basically, you've decided you're not going to think for yourself and you're just going to follow dictates. Is basically the point.
Capable of doing some things human beings not. Do you think you're capable of doing everything? Do you think, yes, I am incapable of having a greater moral grasp on the dictates of God than Rome does? Yes.
The dictates of God.
I am
Okay, so here's a difference of living your own life.
This idea that you're free to live your own life is so abstract. What are you talking? What is freedom? Even chaos theory addresses this. What is freedom?
Choice.
There is this idea that you have choice is an illusion.
What do you mean? How? You see, you're saying all these things. You're talking
No,
about the other
what you're
side that
talking about of
they're just,
choice, what
but
you're
you're just
talking
throwing all this
about this,
shit to the wall,
what
bro.
you're talking
And
about
you're
that
not
this no man is an island,
substantiating anything.
that there's no interconnection tapestry by every action by somebody else is nonsense. You're
And that's
acting like
why we have
everyone's just
rights.
free.
That's why we have rights, a human invention, so as to function as a society.
Why do we have rights? Tell me why we have rights. If
So
you're
that
gonna,
we can
why do
function
we
as
have
a
rights
society.
in your paradigm? I've
We
explained
have
why in mine. Why?
rights. Okay, that's a good point. That's a good question. We have rights so we can function as a society. As humans, as per our nature, we need these rights to be guaranteed in order to live and function and grow
Why
as,
do we need
as
to
people.
live and function?
Why do we need? You don't need to. You can choose to. You don't
Okay,
have
so
to choose.
rights
But
are
if you
non-needed.
choose
They're
to,
abstract. There's something of non-needed
wait
anything. So
a
what is the
second,
importance
bro.
of
No,
rights?
no, 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 no. You're wrong. Okay, listen. Okay. Rights are not needed if you don't care to live. But if you care to live, then
It's not
there
about
are laws
caring.
to
It's
follow.
not about caring. There's a lot of entities that
It
care
is
about living
caring
but
to
don't get
live.
to live.
You cannot care to live, bro. You can choose to die. You can. That is the
No. I
choice, right?
understand that. I understand that. But you're talking
Do
about the
you though?
subjective
Do you?
morality of what an individual
Wait.
organism thinks.
Do you? Do you?
You're
Because
talking
that's
about
the
a
heart of the matter.
subjective. Yeah, you're talking about
No,
subjective
it's
morality, the
objective.
subjective
It is objective.
interpretation
No,
of an
bro.
individual organism.
You know how objective it is? I can prove how objective it is.
How?
Anybody who eats a stone instead of bread dies. That's objective.
What if someone is? What if somebody doesn't have the intelligence to cognitively understand that they're alive?
They're gonna die. It doesn't matter, bro. That's the
But they
objective
don't know it.
part of it.
But they don't know it.
They're gonna die either way.
It can't be
It's the
subjective
objective
that they
part of
don't
it.
even have a processing brain.
It's not subjective, bro. It's objective. They're gonna die. How is it subjective? You understand it. You don't understand it. If you eat a stone instead of bread, you die.
You're still talking about what an individual is perceiving. You're talking
not
about what an
perception, bro. They're
individual
gonna
thinks they
die,
deserve.
bro. It's not.
You're talking but you're talking about. You're saying if a human being wishes to live, what if there is an organism or an individual that believes that all human beings shouldn't exist, including itself, and that's its goal? Why is that organism wrong?
It's not. What do you mean? Why is it wrong? Again, okay, that comes
We're
back to
talking about morality,
subject of
correct?
ethics. Okay, yes, we're talking about morality. Why do we have morality? Why do we have morality? So we can live. We can live longer and better. So if you don't choose to live, if you don't want to live, morals don't apply to you.
We don't have the morality to live. To live is not the primary goal. To live is not the primary goal. The primary goal is to exist in accordance with God's dictates. That's why we have morals. Whether you're alive or not, whether you're conscious or not. Hold on. That's why children, infants, fetuses that are aborted are still divine and still go to heaven and are still valued.
You're just making claims, bro. You can't prove none
I'm
of this.
not making claims. I'm not making a claim. That individual has a soul.
You're making claims about a heaven and a soul, and if I ask you to
okay,
prove
so
that,
tell me how is okay. So okay, so talk to me. Talk to me about the phosphorus burst.
The what?
Okay, what happens when a sperm and an egg fertilize? That moment.
Wait, do you notice that you're going all over the place, bro?
No, I'm not. You ask a question about why I'm bringing these things up. Everything that I'm telling you right now has a factual reality behind it. Morality. You're talking like I'm bringing up fictional book. No, but you're acting as though I'm bringing up fictitious ideas.
No, let's stick to what we're talking about. We're talking about morality, and I'm telling you,
okay. As I said, if you're talking about morality, and you're talking about the subjective morality and the desire for each individual to live being the basic fundamental cornerstone of morality, what the hell are you going to do when there's an individual that believes fundamental in their morality that they shouldn't live and no human being should live? Why shouldn't that person be moral?
Because they're for death. Life is
Why do you
good,
think
death
that's
is
moral?
evil.
Okay, see, you're going in circles. He
Because
subjectively,
you're polite,
individually
bro.
believes that death is good.
Okay, listen, again, okay, I'm coming back to the point. We have the choice. We're humans. Again, this is okay. Just give me 1 minute to explain to you, and maybe it'll clear it up. Okay, we're humans. Apart from stones, apart from animals, stones don't need morality because they exist. They don't have life. They don't have to further their life, so they exist. Animals don't have morality because they have instincts. They don't have to think about what to do. They know what to do. Their bodies know what to do. Their genetics know what to do. Only humans have the option of thinking. Only humans, as far as I know, can
That's
commit
not
suicide,
true.
can choose that.
That's not
Oh, wait,
true.
let me just lay
Animals are
it out
sentient and
before
commit
you.
suicide, sir. Animals are sentient and
Okay,
commit suicide. There are higher
okay,
level
we'll talk
animals
about
that creates that have no, sir,
objections
hold on.
to the rule.
There,
Exceptions to the rule only prove the
No, there's
rule,
not
bro.
exceptions. A
We'll
couple,
talk
it's not
about
a couple.
yeah,
There's a lot.
it.
yeah, everything from bees to
Okay, we
ants
can
to
talk
hell.
about
Chimpanzees actually had wars here recently.
Okay,
Right? Like,
we can talk
Why
about
do
it. We can
insects
talk
have suicide raids where they go against the predators that are going against the hive and they know they're going to die? They suicide themselves. They protect the queen. They have to be conscious to protect something.
This is what I was going to talk about if you would let me lay it out in just 30 more seconds, bro. So anyway, as humans, the most conscious, we have the most choice. We have the ultimate choice of life and death. We can actually choose. We don't want to live anymore, and we choose death. But if we choose life, then there are objective. We have to live in accordance to nature or in accordance to God, if you'd like that better. There are objective rules
God and
that we
nature
have
are
to figure
completely
out.
different.
We
God
have
and
to
nature are
figure
completely
out.
different.
Wait. Go back one
Exactly.
step. How is it objective if only one choice is given?
There are two choices. There are two choices: life and death, bro.
Right.
That's the
But
two
it's
choices.
only objective
Binary.
if life is chosen.
You're presupposing that the desire to life is the automatic default choice.
It's not. It's literally not. There are two choices. You can choose. It's even in the Bible. It said so, right? I have laid before you life and death. God Himself says this. Choose
And what if
life.
you choose death? And what if
That's
you
the
choose to have
morality.
your existence
Choose
be the bringer of
life.
death?
Choose life.
To kill everything else.
You see, that's the best part about the Bible, right? God Himself, He lays it not as a dictate, but
No, he
as a
lays no. He
suggestion.
lays it
Choose
as a
life.
dictate. What does he say? He says,
No, He said
those
choose
who
life.
don't, no. He
It's
says,
a
no.
suggestion.
Hold on. What did Christ say specifically? He said, I am the true vine, you are the branches. Those who remain in me and I in them will bear much fruit. Without me, you can do nothing.
So if you don't want to bear fruit,
no. Without me, you can do nothing.
So if you don't want to do anything, what then?
That's my point. So, and then what does he say again? The kingdom of heaven is like a tree with branches. Those who do not remain with Christ shall be like a dead branch, broken off, put in the furnace and burned.
Exactly. So there's life and there's death. And
No,
life,
sir. No. Yeah, exactly. And so if you choose death, okay, you can choose death and bring the bringer of death, and there's
exactly
a consequence for it.
So we agree. You can choose death, and you'll get death.
But what you're talking about, you are automatic presupposing that the presumption of morality is to life. You have to prove that. No, you have to prove that. Why is life the presumption for morality?
I'm saying. Okay, you have two choices. It's binary, bro. 1, 0. You have life. You have death.
You never have the choice of life.
What do you want?
You never have the choice of life. Nobody was asked to be born.
Thank you.
Exactly. That's a good point. You were
So
not
there was
asked to
no
be
choice.
born, right? You have.
We can't boil it down to
gift.
It's a dictate. You were dictated to live, and you dictate to survive if you follow this.
Bro.
And if you choose,
Listen,
no. Hold on.
What do you mean you're dictated to live, bro? You can literally
you've been dictated. No. If you want, what does Christ say? What did he say?
What is the meaning of
if you wish to, only through me can you live.
We're
Only
saying the
through
same
me
thing,
can you live.
No,
So we're saying
but
the
the
same thing. We're
point
saying
is
that if
that,
you
that
choose
people
life,
can still make that choice for death.
wait, imperious.
You
We're
don't know
saying the
that
same thing. You're
okay.
saying
Okay, then
imperious.
if
Let
you're
me show
saying
you
the
how we're
same
saying the
thing,
same thing.
then if you're saying the same thing, answer me the question by your paradigm. Okay? Take it larger now. Okay? Don't reduce it, extrapolate. Why?
Exactly.
Then if there's some individual, because you're talking about the individual desire to live, to be the ultimate paradigm. If people have the desire for others and themselves to not live, what would be the other paradigm to keep them there?
The same thing that Jesus said, death. Jesus said, I am the vine, I am the way. You know, if you're with me, if you
Josh,
choose
do you
life,
understand
you live.
Josh, do you get what I'm asking? Maybe you can ask him a different way. He doesn't understand what I'm trying to
Do you
ask
get
him.
that you're answering yourself though? But do you get that your answer is within what you actually said though? You actually said that, you know, what did Jesus say? You know, you know it better than me about the vine.
No, but that's
So the
my
whole vine.
paradigm. I'm asking by your paradigm.
My
I'm
paradigm is the
asking
same.
by
I'm
your
just telling
paradigm.
you, my paradigm is the same, only, you know, it's logic. It's there's life, there's death. If you choose, you can choose death. You can choose
Hold
death.
on. But if
can
you
choose death.
extrapolate that to what you said, to that each individual person is going to see if that feels good or if that's moral to them. That's what you were saying earlier. So
No,
how can
I
you
said
extrapolate
the
that then to
ultimate
what you were
choice
saying about each
is
person?
life and death. Listen, the ultimate choice is there's only one choice in
No,
life.
go
Okay,
beyond life
it's
and
even
death.
in the movie.
Go beyond life and death.
Okay, wait,
Go beyond
okay,
life and
I'm
death.
gonna
We're
go.
moving
I'm gonna
past
go.
that. Go beyond
I'm
life and
gonna
death.
go. I'm gonna go. Just give me a second. I'm gonna go. But I just want to stick this in there, right? Even Shawshank said this. You either get busy living or you get busy dying. So there's only two choices. There's death. You can choose death, and you'll get death, even in the Bible. And if you choose life, then there is an objective morality you must adhere to. Plants need water. You can't feed them salt. That's objective. For human, so everything is in accordance to its nature. So as a human, there is
But
an
again, you
objective
like okay.
set of rules.
But the problem that you're having
Now
though
you get me?
is not everyone believes in death.
What do you mean? What do you
I
mean?
will bring you eternal life, right?
I will bring you eternal life. Yes. Yes.
I am the water. Through me, you will have eternal life.
Life everlasting. Life
Okay, so what if
after.
you don't? So, like you said, so what if people don't believe in death?
But even
That's what I
Jesus
was trying
believed
to
that you
get
have
to.
to die. You
No,
have to
he
die to, you know,
suffered.
you.
You suffer death, but you don't die. He
Oh
suffered
my
death.
gosh, bro.
What is the no? Hold on. What does the Nicene Creed?
Exactly. What is the creed? I believe that, you know, he
He
died.
suffered death
3
and
days,
was
and after
buried.
the third day.
He suffered death. Doesn't mean you blank out of existence. You never blank out of existence.
Resurrection. Basically, you come back.
I think now we're going. I think in another
We look for the
translation, they're going to
resurrection of
actually
the
say
dead
he
and the
died.
life of
He
the
died.
world to come.
The resurrection of the dead. So what are they? The dead, right? So
That's the
what are we
body.
talking about?
They're talking about the body.
But
The
that's the body
life
has
of the
done what?
world to come.
Died. Whether
Dude,
it's
he's
the
talking about,
body or the
we
soul,
look for the
there's
ones
death
living
involved.
right now. We look to the resurrection of the dead, the bodies rising, and the life of the
Exactly. The
world
bodies
to
have
come.
died. Exactly. But
Okay, that's two
dude,
different
you
existences,
can't
sir.
omit
The
death from
physical and
the
the
equation, bro.
metaphysical, right? Are those two different existences, the physical and the metaphysical? The
No,
soul, the
actually,
existence,
I
life,
don't think it's different.
is the afterlife. That means you don't die as you're describing it. You never blank out of existence. The
Well, you're
dead
using the
is the
word blank.
body.
You're using the word blank. I never
No,
brought
but
up
what is
blank.
death? How
I
are
just
you
said this.
describing death? You said you have two things. But you said you have two things, finality, death. That's it. That's all.
Exactly. Like no, like a stone. A
But
stone doesn't
that's
have
not what we believe.
leaves. Wait
But
a
that's
second.
not what will be
So
believed.
again, wait a
That's not
second
even
now.
what the
Yeah, I
majority
don't know what
believe,
to do.
regardless of whether they're Christian. Buddhists believe in
I'm not talking
reincarnation.
to you. I'm talking to, again, as I said, there's stones. What is a stone? A stone is not alive. It's not dead either, because it was never alive. So it doesn't have the choice. But we have the choice, having been alive, and this is what Josh said.
Intelligence.
You have the
Choice
gift of life.
presupposes intelligence. Yes, I understand that.
Not just intelligence, yes. And not just
Yeah,
intelligence, no. Life,
but that
bro.
doesn't have anything to do
Life.
with
We're
what we're
talking about
saying.
life.
If you have, but you have to have the
Wait a
intelligence
second.
to understand
Wait
what
a
death
second.
or
You said
dead or something
intelligence.
is, right? You have to
No,
have
but
that
do
abstract
we
concept of
agree?
the idea of nothingness is an abstract concept. There is no nothingness. You can't point to
We never
nothingness.
said nothing. We said dead. Dead. Something dead is not nothing.
But
It's
what
just
is
dead.
it
It's
then?
not
What is it
nothing.
then? What is dead then?
Dead.
What is it?
Dead is dead.
What is it? That is
What
dead.
was
That I
once
don't.
alive? What was once alive and
But what
isn't
is that?
anymore?
What that is a circular argument. What is once a life? What is a life?
It's like basically
What
trying
is
to
alive?
describe light versus
But
dark,
it's
right? What light
complementary,
is
bro.
light
It's a
is not dark,
complementary
dark
thing.
not light. It's circular. He's asking
It's
for what
complementary.
is
It's like trying to define one face of one side of a coin. You can't
he's
do it without
asking you. You're going to
referencing
have to
what.
I can
describe
describe
it.
what life is. I can describe what life is. I can describe to you what
You
life
can't
is.
talk about life without talking about death. You can't talk about death without talking
I can
about life.
describe it. What can you
That's
describe
complementary.
life? I can describe life to you. I can describe life to you.
Okay, describe life
You
to
want
me.
me to describe it? Can you describe life? A biological
I will.
organism infused with the presence of the Holy Spirit.
Damn.
Okay.
God, he just wanted to be
So
pure
it's a
asshole now.
bacteria. Is a bacteria infused with this, the presence of the Holy Spirit?
By his definition, yes. As with all
No, I'm
living
asking.
as with
It
all
would
living
have to be.
creatures.
I don't think he's gonna agree that it was. But by his definition, it would have to be so,
Right.
That a
But he's
virus,
not asking. He's not
that a
asking for you to
bacteria.
agree. He's asking you for a definition when you say death. When you ask
Oh, okay.
him for a definition of
A
life, he just
definition
gave
is
you one.
well, I mean, if he said organism, I think an organism, it's kind of circular, but I'll overlook it. But
Anything
if you
that's
actually
living is
look into it,
basically what it
what is
means.
an organism? What is a biological organism? What is an
Anything
organism?
living is what he means. A tree could be an
So
organism.
exactly. So living is something that is living.
Right.
Life is something that
But
is living.
that gets
That's
away
what he
from the
said.
point. He's asking you what is death.
I'm saying, okay, I'm gonna answer Josh, but I'm saying, I'm just pointing out to his definition that he said life is any living or
The definition
the process a
doesn't
living
matter.
organism.
He's asking
He gave
you
you
for
a biological organism infused with the Holy Spirit. What's your definition of
What is an
life? So
organism?
we can at least have a
Okay,
baseline.
I'll tell you. Life is a process of continuous expansion, expansion and elevation. I would say that's life.
He wouldn't disagree
A
with you just
self-sustaining,
because.
a
He would.
process of continuous, expansion and elevation and
So
evolution.
what about a fire? What about a fire?
A fire is a chemical process that takes fuel and burns it in oxygen. That's a fire.
But it's continuous expanding. It's a process of continuous expansion.
It's not really a continuous expansion. I mean, a fire will kill itself, literally.
It's not a firefighter. You think it's that's what they'll tell you, dude. So you need to tell me more than just it's continuous.
I mean, you asked me, right? I would say I wouldn't define fire that way. I said I defined what a fire is. I defined what life is. It's two different things, but they're very similar. That's why they're analogous to each other, right? Fire is a symbol for life. There's a reason for that.
Life is a process of continuous expansion. That's what fire does to expands by consuming, just like life does.
You have to consume to get bigger.
Yeah, but fire doesn't evolve in any way, right? A fire is a fire is a fire. It doesn't.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. It gets bigger. It gets hotter.
Does it
It
always?
condenses.
See, that's the
There's fire tornadoes. There's fire tornadoes that condense with winds and change with the environment.
yeah. But anyway, I
There's
defined
what
it.
about oil?
I'm
What
pretty sure I
about
defined
different
it.
kind of and then different things it consumes different kinds of fire, right? A chemical fire is different than a tire fire or a brush fire.
Anyway, the process. What I said was a process of continuous expansion and evolution, right? And fire, as I
And that's
said,
what it's doing.
it's a
That's a
chemical
fire.
process of combustion. It's a a
But no,
fire
but
is
it's
a limited
expanding.
process.
But life is just a chemical. If your definition, then an organism is just a chemical composition of DNA. If you're talking, you didn't even define
No,
it
I
as
never said.
biochemical or biological. See, that's what I'm trying to get you. At least I defined it. I was able to narrow it down with characteristics in my definition. An organism infused with the Holy Spirit.
But that's a you're talking about what is
A
alive. That's
biological
not life
organism
itself.
infused with the Holy Spirit. No, but I can give you a
That's an
definition. At
organism.
least
That's
you
not
have it.
life.
No, but what? No, but you may disagree
Imperious.
with it. But I have a framework
No,
to
but you
define it.
define. No, but it's a wrong definition, bro. It's a wrong.
But that
I can
doesn't
prove it
matter.
wrong, but
You can argue that, and I can argue yours is wrong.
what
But
do
you
you mean?
won't give me one.
I gave you one, and you just said that mine
So
was wrong. It's the same thing you're
now
doing.
So but your definition. If I want to, I'll repeat it just to reiterate. Okay,
Yes,
it is a
but I gave you.
process of expansion and evolution, right?
Yes, a self-sustaining, continuous process of expansion and evolution.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So why isn't fire alive by your definition? I can define and I can tell you
Okay.
that
I would
within my
say,
definition, hold on, anything that you bring up will fall within my paradigm. There are things that will fall
okay,
outside of your paradigm.
actually, it's a good point you brought up. I would say that yes, a fire can be considered alive, and a fire can die. So it's a process, yeah. So if a fire can be a live fire, or you can kill the fire. It's a dead fire now. So yes, it still fits within my definition. It doesn't have to only apply to people and plants.
What
Fire can be
exactly?
living.
What exactly is a dead fire?
Right, because the definition was about an organism, not the state of being.
No, wait. His definition is an organism. I said
Right,
it's
yeah.
a process.
That's what we were talking about. So you got to defend that. That's what they're saying. You got to defend that.
By your definition, he's asking why doesn't fire apply, and then you kind of slipped into something a little too far when you said fire can be dead or alive.
I said a fire can be
And
alive.
we're gonna wrap this up together. We're gonna get last thoughts in a second on this because I gotta go. But
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean to. I didn't mean to take the show over either, guys.
No,
I
you're
greatly
fine. You're
apologize.
fine. It's been a long.
I wasn't trying to do that.
You.
It's just that I really love philosophy because this is my kind of discussion. I very rarely get to have this on YouTube. Mostly I have to go nuts all the time. But I'm trying to get him to expand on his understanding that if he's based rules around what is life, okay, and there are things that fall with outside of that, okay, that you can't define as life, but then have the characteristics of life. There's a redundancy and a philosophical and a logical redundancy, and that's what they're talking about.
There's no redundancy.
Imperious.
And by the way, shout out to you.
Oh, I want to make a point because this is just reminding me so much of a moment SKC and I were having. If you go back in my catalog, Imperious, and I did a live stream like a month ago, maybe, about African time. And it's not so much about time in and of itself that's fascinating. It's the problem of abstract concepts. And that's what I see struggling with. It's like we keep running up against that thing right now. There's an issue with abstract concepts. And so this is very much a very time-tested burden you're up against right now.
It's
But
not.
at least he's being good faith, though. He's being good faith, and I
No,
appreciate
because
him for that.
no, and this isn't me.
I'm
This
here
isn't
having
me
a
trying to take a
philosophical.
shot at you's answer, but I'm telling you,
It
I've seen this is a pattern
is.
that I've observed over and over, where I can understand
It is.
perfectly
But
what he's getting at, but in a larger context, no. Because what we were talking about earlier is that this whole conversation is a part of the growth of civilization and all that stuff. So it has to be kind of delivered. I don't know if this is an internal thing. This is the kind of thing that is kind of a part of colonization and all that. You have to add this to it.
what are you talking about, Imperial? What are you talking about? We're talking about philosophy.
Well, yeah, but again, you
And I
weren't there when
said,
we were
right?
talking
And
about
I
the whole
said
thing
that
about time
we're talking about.
and abstract concepts.
Yeah, but that's not.
Wait,
see,
yeah, but wait.
it's skipping over
Okay.
the goal,
Anyway,
right? Everybody's advocating for choice. We oppose that, or at least
Yeah, we
Christian
don't
nationalists.
necessarily believe choice is the correct paradigm. That's what we're talking. We don't
so,
believe
and
that
that's what
choice
I'm
is the
saying.
correct. Dictates are a better
And I'm
because you
saying
know what?
choice is the
Like, let
only
me give you a
paradigm.
paradigm. Okay, let me explain this to you in one little little
And wait, Imperial,
God, what
please.
paradigm
One
here? Let
second
me
before
give
you do that,
this
please.
metaphor. Let me give you this metaphor.
Okay.
I
I'll
would
take.
rather be ruled by a powerful and majestic lion much greater than my own than 1,000 rats of my own species.
Ooh,
I'd
damn.
rather rule myself. I'd rather rule myself, and that's the whole point of it. But anyway, just to tie it up, right? The whole fire thing. I said the whole point is fire is not life, but fire can be alive. That is, I'm giving life to fire even, but I'm not saying that fire itself is
Yeah,
life.
you're
I'm saying
just
the properties of life can be
you're just
applied to
defining it.
things.
You're just defining it into existence
How am I defining it into existence?
because you're saying
Fire
it's
is
life. You're saying it's life because you say so.
It's like when a trans defender says, "What is a woman?" A woman's
because
a woman because they have you're not answering the question.
Haven't you ever heard of the phrase "kill the fire"?
Okay, so you're
Yeah.
saying
Have you
fire's
never heard of
alive
that?
by your pair, and you agree fire's alive.
Fire can be alive and it can be killed. Yes.
No, but how can be? It either is or isn't. Like something can't. But remember, that's the first law
A
of
man
identity
can be
and
alive or
logic.
not.
Well,
Right?
no, hold.
A
The first
man
law of
can be
logic.
alive or not.
No, but hold on. The
A
first law of
man,
logic is something is a law of identity. It can't be
I
both something and
know,
not something.
Imperious. A man can be alive or dead, right?
No, you're saying at the same time
What?
though. I mean, no, but you're talking a state of being. I'm talking about the characteristic of what it is. Okay, by your paradigm, you said a chemical process that is
Exactly.
or a process that is expanding, okay, and is in the process of evolution. Okay,
Yes, that's life.
okay,
A
and opposite of
self-sustaining
that,
process.
it is no longer existing as a life. Correct?
Or in the process of, it can be dying.
How
You
can
know,
no,
there's
but so are
death,
you
there's
telling me
dying.
there is a place where something is both alive and dead at the same time in your definition?
Haven't you ever heard of dying?
Oh,
He's
but you're still
dying.
alive when you're dying,
He's not dead,
right?
right? Exactly. He's still alive, but he's dying. What does that mean?
But that doesn't mean but that you can't be. This is what
What
I'm
does
trying to
that
say. It's a
mean? I'm
process
asking
instead of
you.
a
I'm
state.
asking you,
A process
Imperious.
instead of
I'm
a state
asking,
of
what does
being.
that mean?
That's what I'm saying. You
I'm
can't be
asking
both
you,
alive
Imperious.
and dead.
Wait,
Both
I
alive
never
and
said
dead.
so.
You
I
did.
never
No,
said
you
anything
said.
like that.
I asked you. No, I asked you a
When did I
question. I said, can something both be alive and dead within your paradigm?
I never said it could be. I
No,
never said.
can
I
something
said
be? I'm
something could be
asking you,
dying,
can something be?
Basically,
alive, ended.
he's asking.
That's
He's
a
asking, can
Schrodinger.
fire both be alive and dead?
That's a Schrodinger thing. Now we have to talk about observation and put
No,
it in
it's
a
the law
box.
of
Is it
identity.
alive?
No, it's the law of identity.
Yes, and the law of identity is conserved if the thing is in a box. You don't know. If you don't know what it is, then it's not broken. The
I
law
don't
of
know, Josh.
identity.
You want
You
to
can
tell him what the law of
consider
identity is? I'm.
A is A. That's the law of identity. A is A. But if you don't know what
So
A
A
is,
cannot be both A and B at the same time, right? The law of
that is
non-contradiction
true.
as well, right? Okay. So
Have
what
you
I'm
ever heard of
trying
the
to say.
Schrodinger's cat? Have you ever heard of Schrodinger's cat?
Yes, I know that paradox. Yes, I know what Schrodinger is. Yes.
What does
It is the
what is
paradox of
is
something
the
both
Schrodinger?
being and not being. But that is completely different
Exactly.
from a
So
physical existence. Hold on. Schrodinger's
it's a
paradox is
cat.
a question within. No, but
Schrodinger's
it is a
cat.
question. Hold on. It is a question about a situation, not
A
the
cat.
existence of the cat on its own.
A cat.
No, but a
It's
cat
okay.
within a
Okay.
box.
Let's talk about it. The
A
Schrodinger's
cat within
cat
a box,
experiment
correct?
is I have a
Okay,
cat in a
okay.
box, right? And there's a
Okay,
poison
but
pill
what if
that
that
will.
cat's not in the box?
So is the cat alive or dead? That's the question. Don't try to run, Imperious.
That's
You
why
know, you
it's a
can just
paradox.
conceive and have a good
That's why it's
faith
a paradox. That's
discussion.
why it's a no. I understand. That's why it's a paradox. It is
But
a
it's a good discussion,
situational.
though.
No, it is not, because it's a stupid. And for this, it's not, because you have defined, okay, the structure and the box to what life is.
What?
Okay.
No, I didn't.
You said life is a process of expansion
Yes.
and evolution.
Self-sustaining process of continuous
No, but
expansion and
now you're
evolution.
adding
That's life.
self-sustaining.
Yeah, I put it in the beginning. Yeah, it has to be
No. You
self-sustaining.
said in the beginning a process of continuous growth and evolution.
Well, if you add self-sustaining, nothing is alive.
That's exactly.
What do you mean?
That's what I'm trying to say. That's it. Nothing is self-sustaining.
What do you mean nothing is self-sustaining?
So
What do you mean?
even you as a human cannot sustain yourself. You need something else, aka food, oxygen, whatever the thing is that
A star doesn't self-sustain. A star itself doesn't self-sustain.
I mean,
Nothing is
I have
self-sustaining.
all the means of getting it, so I'm self-sustaining. I have been equipped with the means
No,
of
you
getting
aren't.
it.
No, you aren't. What if you have no water?
What do you mean? I have the lungs
What
to
if you're
breathe
dumped in
air.
a
What do you
desert
mean?
with no
I have
water?
the
What if you're
digestive
not? What if you're
system.
dumped in a what if you're in a desert and you have no water and
Then
you're
I'll
10 days
die.
away from any water? Okay, so you're not
I'll die.
self-sustaining.
Then life goes on.
Okay, so you're not self-sustaining.
Okay. No, then life ceases. Then I cease to have life. I cease to have life.
The
life
point of
itself is the
Tell
process
them
of
it
self-sustaining.
equivalates.
If I don't have
Nothing
life,
is
then I
self-sustaining.
die.
Nothing is
Life
self-sustaining.
remains as a
Guys, we gotta put a pin in that one. I gotta come to the end of the
Okay.
show for today. We've been at this for a
Hey,
while, and
thank you for
thank you
having
so
me.
much for holding down the last part of it, by the way, because I had to do other stuff. So I appreciate you guys taking the floor and going philosophical. It was perfect.
No, it was a good
And
discussion. I'm glad we had it, but I think you could have more. I think you need to have this. I think you need to have like an ontological, epistemological episode where you have people call in and justify why they believe things. Like, I believe this, and you just
is what
ask
I was
why.
getting at. This is what I was getting at earlier. There is a problem with the abstract concepts that I realized, and I'm really looking at the pro-black side of the argument. They don't really have a firm understanding of it. So there's a lot of wants, but not a lot of understandings. But I want to explore this further with you, but I got to wrap this one up, Ben. But shout out to Imperius for coming
Yeah, I mean,
down. Shout out to
before
you.
I leave, remember what Sharon said in abstract was a thought. He thought it was just a thought. I'm like, wait, what? So,
Well, I mean,
you know
it's
what I
more
mean?
than
So
just
again,
a thought. Yeah.
it can be a thought, a
And
feeling, an
cheers, guys.
intuition.
But no, we can
Anyways,
explore this a
thank you
little bit
thank you
further.
so much for the episode. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you for chat. Thank you for everyone on the panel. Josh, it's good to see you. Josh, you and I are going to have a discussion though about this whole white man's burden that you're presenting. Though I'm tired of it, Josh. Anyways, I'll talk to you soon, guys. Everyone, be safe.
Listen, y'all should have that on air. I'll host that one. But you guys take care, man. Thanks for
Yeah, if
coming
you want,
up. Shout out
if
to
you want,
everybody.
just let me know. But yeah. Have a good one, everyone.
Take care, man.
All right, later, guys. Listen, appreciate everybody coming through so much. Thank you so much for the support today. I got to get going, and I need to focus on this. I've been doing this show for way too long. So you guys have a good day. We will be back tomorrow with another episode, and I guess we are done. It's been a really good race war. We haven't had a race war Saturday in a while. This is dope. Shout out to everybody on the panel, man. You guys are cool. I will come back to this tomorrow, and we are out of here, y'all.
White power.
I'm surprised we didn't get more of those today, but oh well.
Aspiring to be patriarchs like what white men have, that isn't freedom.
That isn't going to help anybody. It's certainly not going to help Black people.
What was that last one, Josh? Were you saying something?
Nothing. There actually was one. He just didn't speak up.
I probably was doing something else. I had to go in and out. Like I said, I took the show mobile. But listen, you're welcome to come back anytime. It's not going to be hostile territory at all for you. So thanks for coming up. Appreciate you being here. It's good to know that you're not really, really dead, because that whole story was crazy. But I'll talk to you next time, bro.
All right. Yeah, man. Take care, man.
Later, y'all.
It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done.